Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and call the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Revenue to order. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Assemblymember Anderson for Assemblymember De Silva.
Present.
Assemblymember Patchett for Assemblymember Gallant.
Present.
Assemblymember Mosca for Assemblymember Wynn.
Here.
Assemblymember Cole for Assemblymember O'Neill. Vice Chair Backus.
Present.
Senator Doñate.
Here.
Senator Ellison. Chair Neal.
Here. Okay, so good morning, everyone. This is our 6th meeting of the Joint Interim Revenue on Committee. I wish it was our final, but it's not. We're going to do work session and not first, but we do have another meeting. What is it, October? Because we're waiting for the cannabis study to come back. And so we have an additional meeting that will happen in October because we wanted to see what the recommendations were coming from that cannabis study to see if there were any action items that we needed to do before session. So with that, we will move to agenda item number 2. I'd like to welcome the audience here, any folks that are online and listening over the internet. If you're in the room, please mute your electronic devices. We are going to hear several presentations today. The first from Nevada Gaming Control Board and a representative from the American Gaming Association on prediction markets operating in the United States. The Gaming Control Board will provide a Nevada-specific focus so we can understand how prediction markets are impacting us in Nevada. We then have representatives from Workforce Connections who are going to talk about a very specific workforce correlation between workforce and foster youth. And then we have our fiscal staff that is going to present an overview on Nevada's property taxes and provide an update on revenue collections. It's super important to have that conversation because property tax has been a standing issue on whether or not we can fix the system or change it, but we need to have an overall viewpoint. And really that particular presentation is bringing back data that we had discussed, I believe, in 2020 or 21? 22. And so we were bringing it back, pushing it back to the top so folks could see how we had done prior analysis on all different types of solutions and then bring those back forward to be present of mind for folks that are thinking about how to deal with the issue. And so with that, we will open up for public comment. I'll move to agenda item number 3, and I will open the meeting for public comment. Is there anyone in Las Vegas for public comment?
Good morning, Chair Neal and members of the committee. My name is Lee McAllister. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. My primary goal today is to urge you to advance item B7, revising Nevada's tax on other tobacco products. I'd also urge this committee to go further and raise Nevada's cigarette tax itself. The Academy's tobacco policy draws on the U.S. Surgeon General's finding that price increases from excise taxes prevent youth initiation. Young people are 2 to 3 times more price sensitive than adults. Cigarette use among teens has declined, but e-cigarettes, cigars, and hookahs have not, which is exactly what your OTP proposal addresses. That same evidence applies just as strongly to cigarettes, and the two rates need to rise together. Otherwise, kids simply switch to whichever product is cheaper. That's the ask I most want you to act on today. The written testimony we submitted late yesterday goes considerably further, long enough that I'd recommend reading it on a screen rather than printing it. I used that space to make a case I don't often get to make. In HHS and education committee rooms, advocates like me usually hear that our ideas are right, but Nevada can't fund them. This is one of the few rooms where that funding question is actually yours to answer. Our letter tries to show why investing in kids now costs far less than the alternative later. Thank you for your time and your work this interim on behalf of Nevada's children and the pediatricians who care for them.
Good morning, Alexander Marks with the Nevada State Education Association. Revenue isn't only what we collect, it's what we choose not to collect. Back in May, NSEA raised concerns about the cumulative impact of Nevada's tax giveaways on our ability to adequately fund our schools. While districts are cutting staff, services, opportunities, the state continues to give away revenue to large corporations. Nevada has given hundreds of millions of dollars in public support to professional sports and data centers, which are perhaps the most egregious example of this misplaced priority. We've said schools over stadiums, schools over studios, and now schools over servers. We're not against economic development, but the best long-term economic development is a strategy that is a top-tier public education system and a well-prepared workforce. For far too long, Nevada has called corporate subsidies investments, while public education is called spending. When billion-dollar industries come asking for money, we're told it's an investment. When educators urge the legislature and governor to seriously pass the plan, we're told to be realistic. We constantly hear about what Nevada can't afford, but somehow when billionaires and data center developers or Hollywood comes to Carson City, the conversation changes from how will we pay for it to how much do you need. Just last week, the Raiders are beneficiaries already of $750 million in public funding, and they're now asking for another $75 million to upgrade a 6-year-old stadium. Next summer, John Fisher's A's are going to tap into their public financing. After 3 failed attempts to expand the Hollywood handout, a very unsuccessful special session, GoEd has pre-filed a BDR for the 27th session. Data centers received nearly $238 million in tax breaks over the last few years, nearly $250 million Nevada chose not to collect. Servers, stadiums, studios, there always seems to be another subsidy and another reason Nevada should give away our revenue. But when it comes to adequately funding our schools, suddenly the money's not there. Meanwhile, Nevada remains $4,000 behind the national average with the largest class sizes in the country. We are most generous to those who need us the least. Our educators are not getting 20-year abatements, the para not filling up her car, not the custodian buying groceries, and not the teacher paying rent. The Commission on School Funding has already given us a plan to fully fund our schools. So when it comes to revenue, Nevada can't continue to be more generous to sports teams and server farms than the Nevadans who teach our kids, drive their buses, prepare their meals, and keep our schools running. Seriously, pass the plan.
Madam Chair, Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for 125 years. When NSEA appeared before this committee back in January, we urged you to advance the work of the Commission on School Funding. Modernizing the state sales tax to include digital products is a small but important part of that plan. Last session, NSEA testified in support of AB 453 because Nevada's sales tax has not kept pace with our changing economy. Nevadans increasingly purchase digital products, eroding the sales tax base designed around physical goods. Senator Neal has been raising this issue since at least 2019. The Commission on School Funding followed suit and recommended capturing digital sales in their plan. Sadly, the state has failed to act. Instead of seriously addressing revenue last session, the state passed an education budget with only a $2 per pupil increase. This left underfunded school districts this year with severe budget deficits, staffing reductions, service cuts, and even school closures. Nevada cannot build a world-class public education system with an anemic revenue structure that increasingly fails to capture economic activity. The Commission on School Funding gave Nevada a roadmap. Among the Commission's revenue proposals, modernizing the sales tax base is probably the lowest hanging fruit. This committee can now take a small but important step forward. Support modernizing Nevada's tax base to generate sustainable revenue. Seriously, pass the plan. Thank you.
Chair Neal, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide this public comment today. My name is Shannon Bilbray Axelrod, and I'm the Policy and External Affairs Director for the Children's Cabinet. As Nevada considers a long-term fiscal future, we urge policymakers to explore and implement sustainable new revenue sources that will allow our state to make meaningful investments in children, families, and communities. Research consistently shows that investing in early childhood is one of the smartest economic investments a state can make. Nobel Prize-winning economist James Heckman found that high-quality birth-to-5 programs can generate an annual revenue on investment of approximately 13% through improved education, health, employment, and social outcomes. This need in Nevada is significant. 62% of Nevada's children under age 5 live in households where all available parents are working. Yet our state faces a 66% gap between the supply of licensed childcare and potential demand. The estimate of economic loss from Nevada's childcare shortage is between $4.2 billion and $6.2 billion over the next decade. Childcare shortage is a problem in Nevada, but we know that investing in early childcare, early learning, home visiting, and family support services help children arrive at school ready to learn, ready to succeed, and enable parents to participate in the workforce. These investments strengthen families today and build Nevada's future workforce. At the same time, we recognize that children don't just thrive basically on access to early childhood programs. Families also need affordable housing, healthcare, food security, and behavioral health supports. When parents struggle to meet basic needs, children experience those impacts as well. This is not an either-or conversation. Nevada needs a revenue system that is adequate, sustainable, and capable of supporting both a comprehensive early childhood system and the broader economic security programs that help families remain stable and resilient. We encourage the committee to pursue new revenue solutions that reflect the scale of Nevada's needs and the opportunity that comes from investing in our youngest children and families. Thank you so much for your time and your work.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Cassie Charles here on behalf of AFSCME, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, our hardworking state workers. First and foremost, AFSCME supports the ongoing conversations in this committee regarding progressive revenue measures. Nevada is long past due for a tax structure that prioritizes family and public services over corporations. When revenues don't meet expectations, AFSCME workers who have dedicated their lives to public services are the first to be furloughed, the first to be asked to make their dollars stretch, and the first to service our community members with less. At AFSCME, we are very much of the mindset that more water makes all boats float. And AFSCME members this year have been asked to pay more for their health care. They are seeing their PERS contribution rates go up, and they've been left with bargaining agreements that have not been funded. We know that when you support public services, you're supporting AFSCME workers, and you're supporting AFSCME workers, you're supporting public services. Thank you so much for the work of this committee, and we look forward to working together.
Hi, my name's Andrew Clark. I'm the policy manager of Battleborn Progress. We champion policies that provide every Nevadan with a fair opportunity to succeed. We believe that that success starts at the state budget, and that's why we're proud to house the Nevada Revenue Coalition. Our state budget represents a quilt of competing needs patched together: accessible health care, education from early childhood through adolescence on to higher education, and jobs that pay fair wages to do everything from build CIP projects, provide social services, and yes, fight fires. At the heart of this conversation is who pays and what they get in return. According to the Institute in Taxation and Economic Policy's landmark study, Who Pays, it's Nevada families who pay. We are the 5th most progressive tax code in the entire country. Now, we pay this cost through provider shortages, longer wait times at the hospital, and an education system that is too often balanced on both teachers and students alike. Between a capped and depreciating property tax system that shows a lack of appreciation for our communities, and a definition of sales tax which has not kept pace with how Nevadans live or spend, this committee has had the tenacity this interim to lead on these issues. Ahead of the 2017 legislative session, Nevada faces great challenges. The federal government has rethought its role in funding state government, with $9.5 billion in cuts coming down the pike over the next decade. That leaves you all to have very tough choices ahead. Furloughs and programmatic cuts have proven to be a permanent problem and a temporary solution. But with calamity comes opportunity. Today's agenda represents that opportunity to provide a tax code that is both uniform and equal in how we raise revenue and, in turn, the services that we provide. Together, we can reimagine a state budget that works for everybody. Thank you, Chair Neal and members of this committee, for your work this interim for creating a fairer and more sustainable tax code. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicole Chacon, and I manage the Nevada Tobacco Control and Smoke-Free Coalition. I'm here today to encourage this committee to continue its work on increasing Nevada's tobacco tax. First and foremost, this is a public health initiative. Raising the price of tobacco remains one of the most effective tools we have to prevent young people from ever starting and to encourage current users to quit. The proposal presented to this committee in July, increasing the cigarette tax by $1.75 per pack and bringing other tobacco products into tax parity, is projected to prevent approximately 4,000 Nevada kids from starting to smoke, help more than 11,000 adults quit, and prevent nearly 3,900 premature deaths. But there is also a significant fiscal benefit to the state. The proposal is projected to generate approximately $66 million in new annual revenue, about $51 million from cigarettes and $14.6 million from parity for other tobacco products. Those projections already account for declining consumption and tax avoidance. We know from Nevada's own experience that reducing tobacco use and generating meaningful revenue are not mutually exclusive. After the state's last cigarette tax increase in 2015, annual tobacco tax revenue grew from approximately $117 million that year to more than $156 million in 2025. The benefits extend beyond direct revenue. The modeling projects more than $208 million in long-term health care savings, including savings to Medicaid and reductions in costs associated with cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and smoking-affected pregnancies and births. Nevada has an opportunity to enact a policy that prevents disease, saves lives, reduces future health care costs, and provides significant new state revenue. I respectfully urge this committee to take up the tobacco tax proposal and continue the work necessary to move it forward in the 2027 legislative session. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning, Chair Neal and members of the committee. I'm Hector Ariola, Policy Fellow with the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition, and on behalf of our coalition, we stand strong to support equitable tax reform that ensures funding for critical state services and ensures corporations finally pay their fair share in Nevada. For far too long, working families have shouldered the burden, while big businesses have not been held to the same standards. We believe that when industries contribute fairly, we can invest directly in making life easier, safer, and more affordable for all Nevadans. Due to recent federal decisions, Nevada significantly receives less federal funds. In addition to our lack of state income tax revenue, that gap leaves us with fewer sources to provide much-needed services. So now more than ever, it falls on this body to identify ways to fill this budget shortfall and to relieve the escalating affordability crisis to many Nevada families that have endured for the last few years. We want to be very clear, we do not support increasing regressive taxes and fees that fall on everyday Nevadans and increase the cost of living. Instead, we urge you to focus on corporate and industrial taxes to carry a fairer load. Here's what that fair revenue can do for our state. Expand cooling hours, cooling station center hours and station medical emergency staff at these centers. Plant a drought-tolerant shade tree canopy across our urban heat island neighborhoods. Improve air quality by replacing fossil fuel powered buses with zero-emission electric alternatives like EV buses and light rail. Redesign our roads and transit infrastructure to improve traffic flow and make our streets safer and accessible and safe. Expand home weatherization and energy efficiency programs to provide relief to renters and homeowners with high energy burdens. That means lowering utility bills for families and making our communities more resilient to extreme weather. These practices are practical, life-changing investments that address the real needs in every corner of our state. Chair Neal and committee members, we ask you to stand with working Nevadans and work towards innovative solution, pass tax reforms that are fair, forward-thinking, and focus on the people who make Nevada strong. Thank you for your time and to your service to the people of our state.
Good morning, Chair Neal and members of the committee. My name is Medina Yusufzai, and I serve as Policy Coordinator and South Asian Organizer with One API Nevada, a grassroots nonprofit dedicated to advancing the civic participation of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities across Nevada. Thank you for taking on this re-examination of our revenue streams. This work matters directly to the families that we serve. According to ITEP's Who Pays study, Nevada has the 5th most regressive tax code in the country. Working families, including the small business owners and service workers in our community, have carried more of that burden than they should. Without new revenue, 265,000 Nevadans stand to lose SNAP access, and 114,000 could lose health care coverage. We are already seeing this strain locally. Our elders and limited English proficient neighbors are often the first to feel losses like these because they have the least room to absorb them. We also see this in the cost of raising a family here. Childcare in Nevada now costs more than college, and programs like pre-K and Head Start face a funding gap of over $1 billion. For many of our families, raising the first generation to grow up in Nevada's school system, that gap shapes whether a child gets the early support they need. We ask the committee to pursue revenue solutions that modernize our tax code and move us away from over-reliance on regressive taxes. Investing in public service, healthcare, and childcare is an investment in all of us. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Chair Neal and members of the committee. My name is Ronnie Young. I represent the IBW in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I also speak on behalf of all the IBW within the state of Nevada in this moment. And I just wanted to say thank you for all the work you're doing and the ongoing conversations, Chair Neal, that we've had regarding the data center tax incentives. It is our stance that being good stewards of the state in regards to economic development, environmental consciousness, and worker opportunities, they're not mutually exclusive. It is our stance that we feel that we can ensure that ratepayers are not subsidizing corporations, being good stewards of water and the earth, and provide good paying union jobs throughout the entire state of Nevada. With data centers, I think we just need to work collectively to do it right, which I think we already are a good start. And I know that there's a long road ahead, and I appreciate the conversations that are already being had. You know, these are, I could personally attest as someone that's built a data center here in Nevada before I came in this role, that these are some of the safest, cleanest, best paying jobs a construction worker can work for, that gives them a longevity that is not usually seen in their industry. But there are post-construction opportunities that are, I think, a little lost in the noise, and I think that they need to be highlighted a little bit more, because there is good paying post-construction jobs depending on the scale of the data centers. And while these tax incentives have been in place for a long time, we're not advocating for an increase in them. We're asking that they stay the same, and if we can make them into something that incentivizes the good actors to come to the state of Nevada, I think it could be a wonderful win for everybody. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with everyone in the future.
So we will go to public comment in Carson City.
Good morning, Chair Neal and members of the committee. My name is Elisa Caffaretta. I am the Executive Director of the Children's Advocacy Alliance, a nonprofit, nonpartisan statewide advocacy organization for children and families in our state. And I'm here to talk briefly about what new revenue would mean for Nevada's children. You've already heard a little bit about childcare. As many of you know, after the COVID funds were finished up, the eligibility for the child care subsidy was reduced in Nevada from 85% to 41% of the state median income. We are currently serving around 6,000 children and families with that money, and that represents fewer than 10% of the eligible families. We are working on a plan to create a state-funded child care investment fund, and just to double the number of children being served and bring it up to possibly close to 20%, we would be looking at $150 million per year, or $300 million over the biennium. So new revenues are critical to be able to serve these families who so much need this service and support in terms of childcare, so they can go to work and provide a decent living for their families. In the area of children's health, the legislature passed last session SB 165, which creates a behavioral health and wellness practitioner license. This is a new license of healthcare provider that can help do early interventions and supports for children with mental and behavioral health needs before they get to the crisis point. To fully implement this bill, which was funded last session, we need to make sure our licensing boards have the staff that they need to process these new license applications, as well as support the Nevada Health Authority and their ability to credential providers, and then also support MCOs in their contracting with providers We are still hearing from families that they're having difficulty getting the appointments and the services that they need, and we need a little bit of infrastructure support to make that a reality. And finally, in child welfare, we spend most of our money in terms of care, foster care, and interventions later on in the process. We need to invest more in prevention and early investments in supporting families so they don't become system involved, so they aren't dealing with crisis situations. And this is another place where new revenue that is sustained and reliable will make a significant difference for Nevada families. So we very much support the work you have been doing in looking at finding ways to create sustainable, reliable funding investments for the children of Nevada, and we support your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. So we will go to the phone lines. BPS.
If you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. Again, if you wish to provide public comment, please press *9 to take your place in the queue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Elizabeth Bree Casper. I live 600 feet from the Keystone Data Center that they're building in Reno, Nevada. I was not notified about this ahead of time, and then they started building this data center, and now my income as a rental will be significantly changed. My property value has already decreased over $200,000. My taxes now for my mother-in-law quarters are more each quarter than it is for my main house. And things just aren't making sense. I urge this committee to please reevaluate the tax abatements and income incentives granted to heavy load, low job created data centers. I require a strict fiscal and resource impact studies being addressed on how the grid updates and water consumptions affect local taxpayers before any new developments are greenlit. And I also ask to ensure that the financial burdens of powering these massive complexes fall squarely on the developers and corporate entities profiting from them and not from the working families. As it is, you have the majority of people in my area unable to pay for their power bills. We're talking about adding more fees to our NV energy bill when my neighbor on one side can't even stay inside their home during the heat. So for the last 3 months, they haven't been inside their home during the day and have to go down to the river to find some reprieve from the heat. On the other side of my house, my neighbor can't afford the heat and is burning pallets because we're all on oil heat, and to have oil delivered has gotten so expensive, it is unbelievable. I just ask that the committee to please see the humans that live inside this state as more than just stakeholders, but as individuals that need fresh water and need the ability to afford our utilities as well as our homes. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Next caller.
Thank you, Chair Neal and the committee. My name is Shelby Swartz, SWARTZ, and I am the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress. I'm also the mom of 2 young boys, and like so many Nevada families, I think about our state budget in very practical terms. Can my kids get the health care that they need? Will their schools have enough teachers and support staff? Can families afford childcare, housing, groceries, and utilities while still getting ahead? Our state budget helps determine the answers to those questions. It funds healthcare, schools for early childhood through higher education, good paying jobs, infrastructure, and so much more. But we cannot talk about what our state funds without also talking about who is being asked to pay for it. Nevada has the 5th most regressive tax system in the country. The lowest income Nevadans pay nearly 12% of their income in state and local taxes, while the wealthiest 1% pay less than 3%. That means the families with the least are paying proportionally more than 4 times what the wealthiest Nevadans pay. And families feel the consequences of that imbalance every single day. We see it in healthcare provider shortages and longer waits for care. We see it in overcrowded classrooms, overworked educators and support staff stretched far too thin. We see it whenever Nevadans are forced to make tough choices to do more with less. But our government has choices to make too. As Governor Lombardo himself said recently, Nevada's limited resources can only do so much, which begs the question, why are our resources so limited? I appreciate that Senator Neal has led this committee as it has spent the interim seriously examining that exact challenge and looking for solutions. Under your leadership, we have an opportunity to build something better. As a mom, I want my kids to grow up in a Nevada where great schools, quality healthcare, safe communities, and economic opportunity are things that every family can count on, not things that disappear whenever the budget gets tight. That requires a tax system where everyone pays their fair share, where the people with the least are no longer asked to shoulder the greatest burden, and where our revenue actually grows alongside our state. Thank you to Chair Neal and the members of this committee for the work you have done this interim and for continuing the conversation about how we build a Nevada that works for everybody and not just a select few.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good morning, members of Interim Revenue Committee. For the record, my name is Eddie Ablisser with Tri Strategies and PMI. I am calling in today to address the work session item E7 as the committee reviews the tax structure on tobacco products in the state of Nevada. We're calling to encourage the committee to review what many other states across the country have done, which is including a modified risk tobacco product, the MRTP designation as authorized by the Food and Drug Administration. These products have gone through significant and timely scientific analysis and received MRTP designations because of their demonstration of moving consumers off of extremely dangerous cigarettes that harms the individual and public health onto a less harmful option and still allows the consumer to partake in their consumption of nicotine. We encourage the committee to review MRTP discounts, as many other states have done, when you're analyzing the tax code as a possible BDR. We're hopeful that in engaging in an MRTP discount, the method would incentivize the use of these harm reduction tobacco products into the state of Nevada, which are currently not being sold because it incentivizes consumers to purchase and use cigarettes instead of these MRTP products. Thank you for your time and attention to this. We look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller with the last 3 digits 270. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning, Chair Neal and members of the committee. This is Christian Solomon, and I serve as the Western Director of RISE. We are a Gen Z advocacy organization serving Nevada's college students and youth. I'm speaking in support of the ongoing efforts to re-examine our tax code and modernize revenue, which will be crucial to shaping a future for our young Nevadans that we can all be proud of. We envision a future where our state is in a much better position to fund higher education and prevent the burden of tuition rate increases from falling on the backs of students and working families, where a state education can remain affordable for young Nevadans and the faculty who run it can maintain decent pay and benefits. We want a future where students can have reprieve, knowing that critical services like regional transportation are robust and can get them to their jobs, their classes, and their recreation on time and unencumbered, where transit is accessible to all corners of our state and to everyone on the socioeconomic scale. Despite the national affordability crisis that we're seeing today, young people are not looking to Washington for the sweeping changes needed to make this future a reality. We're looking to our neighbors in front of us, here in this body, and in municipal bodies across our state to formulate sustainable revenue plans that will turn our goals into a reality. Thank you so much to Chair Neal and Vice Chair Bacchus for your consistent leadership on revenue and to the rest of the committee for your work. Have a good one.
Thank you. Next caller.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Neal and members of the committee. My name is Naomi Joy, and I'm a resident of Henderson, Nevada in 89011. I'm calling in today just to voice my support in repealing Nevada's data center tax abatements. Our economy, food prices, housing costs, and healthcare have all increased exponentially, especially over the last 18 months, and Nevadans have suffered the consequences. We need money invested in the people and not big tech. I do applaud Senator Neal and encourage each of you to support her efforts and any that rein in Dennis Vedder's surveillance tech and any other services or products that support their operations. They are a threat to our economy, our environment, and our First Amendment rights. We deserve to not merely survive, but to thrive here as Nevadans. And we're tired of waiting for our leadership to put the people first. Please remember us in your legislative decisions moving forward. Thank you for your work thus far.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good morning, members of the committee and Chair Senator Neal. For the record, my name is Julie Kemp. I wanted to show my support for a BDR which would end tax abatements for data centers. As a community, we are fighting all over the valley against data centers being built in our backyard for many reasons, including the quality of our air, water, the preservation of our water and energy, and the prevention of mass surveillance and the prevention of unwanted AI takeover, which is looking more and more like a threat to human existence. We do not want data centers, and our local government officials were elected to represent the people and what we want for our communities, as this is how democracy is supposed to work, not the other way around. With that, I thank you for looking to the public for our thoughts and opinions on tax abatements for data centers. By removing tax abatements for data centers, you accomplish two objectives. First, you remove a large incentive from these large corporations who are clamoring to build in our communities and protected government land. Second, you make space for other businesses to come in who contribute positively to our economy by creating meaningful, long-lasting jobs and are better for our environment and humanity. It gives me hope to think about a future in Nevada where we foster a sense of community and sustainability through the growth of small businesses who supply good-paying jobs, products, and services to our local communities. Somewhere along the way, the corporate takeover of our entire economy has rendered us reliant on companies who care more about their bottom line and shareholders than the members of our communities who work there. We need to start putting Nevadans first, not corporations, and most definitely not data centers. I look forward to the day when I can spend my money locally where the money stays here in Nevada, supporting local businesses, their employees, and their families. As it stands, I barely shop in person anymore. I mostly purchase online from small, independent sellers. Everywhere you go here in Las Vegas and Henderson, it's difficult to find an independently owned business for necessary household products or a restaurant with good quality ingredients and homemade recipes. I refuse to eat at corporate restaurants or shops at large corporate stores who don't pay their employees a living wage or don't even have safe or equitable work environments. More so, I think it's high time that we as a community and a country curb our support for corporations and their shareholders. We need to take back our control of our local economy, and as they say, keep it local. Thank you for your time.
BPS, is that our last caller?
Yes, Chair, we have no additional callers on the line.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, thank you everyone for calling in for public comment. We will now move to agenda item number 4. Members, this is approval of the minutes from May 13th, 2026. Hopefully you guys have had a chance to review them. I will entertain a motion to approve the May 13, 2026 meeting minutes.
So moved.
So I have a first from Vice Chair Backus, second from Senator Danyate. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Seeing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you. The approval of the minutes has been approved. We will now move to agenda item number 5, which is the overview and discussion of prediction markets. We will have Trey York, Vice President of Government Affairs, Government Relations for the American Gaming Association, to present first, and then we will have the Nevada Gaming Control Board go after. Hi, Mr. York. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Chair Neal, Vice Chair Backus, and members of the committee, my name is Trace York, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the American Gaming Association, and I'm very pleased to also testify with my friend, Chairman Dreitzer. So I have a very short but fairly all-encompassing PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to share my screen with for the committee, so give me 1 second. I hope everyone can see this. I think there might be a second or two delay, so forgive me on that. But I'll start off by just kind of stating the obvious that Chairman Dreitzer and I and those in the room know, which is sports betting on prediction markets like Kalshi and Poly Market makes a mockery of congressional intent. They strip Americans of important consumer protections, and they're costing states a fortune in lost state tax revenue. Thankfully, Nevada is fighting back and going after these bad actors head on. Let me see. Okay. So to begin, I'd like to give a brief overview of the AGA, who our members are, and the impact that the legal regulated gaming industry has, which no state knows better than the state of Nevada. The AGA represents commercial and tribal casinos, gaming manufacturers, state-regulated sports books, and technology and payment providers, many of which are located within the state of Nevada. The gaming industry has an economic impact of nearly $330 billion nationwide, supports 1.8 million jobs, and generates over $52 billion in state tax and tribal revenue share. The legal gaming industry in the United States is one of the most highly regulated in the country, with over 8,400 state and tribal gaming regulators overseeing operations. This stands in stark contrast to how prediction markets are quote-unquote regulated by a small federal agency with only 600 employees, questionable enforcement capability, and only one commissioner when there are supposed to be 5, which I'll get to a little bit more shortly. For an overview of where gaming is legally right now in 2026, this map shows you that almost every state in the country has some form of legal gaming, whether it's casino gaming, tribal gaming, sports betting, online casino, etc. Only a few decades ago, legal gaming was restricted to just Nevada and then later to New Jersey, but that's clearly no longer the case. Furthermore, the Supreme Court overturned PASPA in 2018 and gave the states the right to determine whether or not to legalize sports betting. This map shows you that 40 jurisdictions have chosen to do so over the last 8 years. This is one of the fastest rates of public policy adoption throughout the country in any format in recent memory. Moreover, 32 states have legalized online sports betting, which gets to the heart of the issue with so-called prediction markets also offering sports gambling, but doing so outside of the state and tribal frameworks that have been created. If a state wants to legalize online sports betting, each individual state creates the laws and regulations that govern those operations. If a state decides it's not the right time, or they may never do so, that is also the state's prerogative. Prediction markets are attempting to throw that state-regulated system and the state's ability to decide overall out the window and in front of an oncoming semi. So what are sports event contracts, which has become the focal point of so much litigation and debate over the last year and a half or so? Let's be clear on one thing. So-called sports event contracts are nothing but sports betting. A customer puts money on a sports outcome and gets paid if they are correct. That's a sports bet. There is no economic consequence from combining the outcome of a March Madness game and a New York Yankees game. That is a sports betting parlay. When they were originally created, event contracts were structured as a derivatives contract that pays a person based on a specified event or occurrence, such as a macroeconomic indicator, generally used for hedging purposes. They are ostensibly regulated, as I mentioned earlier, by the Federal Commodities Futures Trading Commission, or the CFTC, which bizarrely allows designated contract markets, such as prediction markets, to self-certify that the contracts that they are offering to the public don't violate the Commodities Exchange Act or CFTC regulations. I'll say that again. The CFTC allows prediction market platforms to self-certify their own contracts in markets that they're offering to the public that they don't violate the CEA or CFTC regulations. CFTC regulations, which, by the way, prohibit event contracts on things such as war, assassination, gaming, or any activity that is unlawful under state or federal law. The Commodities Exchange Act was updated in 2010 during the debate over the Dodd-Frank Financial Reform Act, which was passed to combat the 2008 economic crisis. Absurdly, according to prediction markets, the updated CEA was so clear that Congress intended to allow sports gambling in all 50 states that it took 15 years for someone to realize what Congress had done. This obviously defies belief. The 6-year battle to overturn PASPA and allow the states to determine whether or not to legalize sports betting occurred after the CEA was updated, but prediction markets would have everyone believe, in their theory, that Congress authorized nationwide sports gambling as they are providing now, a full 8 years before PASPA was overturned. This next slide should raise some eyebrows with everyone. It shows a litany of different types of advertising from prediction markets to Americans where they are clearly calling themselves legal sports betting, including an item in the upper right corner showing a young paid influencer saying that she was able to pay her rent after gambling through Kalshi. This is the message that prediction markets are sending to Americans, including teenagers. To the courts, they say, we aren't sports gambling. To the public, they willingly admit that they are. So why are sports in particular so important to these operators? So this particular graph shows trading volume from 2025 reported by Kalshi, which reports their own data, and the portion of volume that is in yellow is the so-called trading that is happening on sports. As you can see, if you go back looking at 2024, there was no betting on sports whatsoever. There was no yellow in that graph. In a court filing in 2024, Kalshi's lawyers admitted to a federal district judge that the CEA did not intend to allow betting on sporting events such as the Super Bowl. Once 2025 rolled around, they reversed their decision and unilaterally decided sports gambling for everyone. On any given day, gambling on sports and sports parlays accounts from anywhere between 80 to 90% of the overall volume that is driven on prediction markets. These platforms are sports books with a few other markets on the side. There is no doubt about that. And unlike the vast majority of legal sports books in the United States where the gambling age is 21 years old, on prediction markets, it's only 18. Every parent with a senior in high school or kids attending college should be immensely concerned about this. So what are the main public policy concerns? Well, as you can see here, there's certainly a litany of them. First, sports gambling through prediction markets completely undermines state and tribal authority over gambling regulation, which has been the purview of the states and tribes for decades. Instead of allowing states to decide what, if any, gambling should be legal, these operators are ignoring all of it. What the elected representatives who serve in state legislatures across the country want to do is completely irrelevant to them. Their message to you all and other state policymakers is crystal clear. Your gambling laws, your consumer protection laws, none of them matter to us. We're so sorry. Sports gambling through prediction markets is also clearly diverting tax revenue that states use to fund important programs, which we at the AGA estimate to be over $1.3 billion in lost revenue to the states so far, and that is very likely an understatement. Their consumer protections, if there are any, fall far short of the protections that states have developed over the last 8 years. And as I mentioned previously, they allow anyone 18 years of age or older to gamble on their sites and are marketing to Americans that these contracts are financial investments, not a form of entertainment, which is an enormous risk to people, especially young men. Changing that messaging from being a form of entertainment to a financial investment that should become just as much a part of your financial portfolio as your 401k is absurd. The legal sports betting industry markets sports betting as a form of entertainment that should be done so responsibly and provides the tools to do so. Prediction markets advertise to teenagers and young people that instead of saving to buy a car or books for their college class, that this is a financial investment, that they instead should invest that money in a 13-leg parlay, which as the previous advertising demonstrated, could, with a plus 8,000% odds, could pay your rent. That's the type of people that we're dealing with. And of course, this activity does conflict with other federal laws such as the Wire Act and the Gaming Regulatory Act. So what does the legal landscape look like across the country so far? So as you can see here, 21 states are in active federal and state litigation against prediction markets to prevent them from offering sports gambling without being regulated by the state. So far, 9 federal courts of appeals have pending cases, which means that this entire issue is very likely to make its way up to the United States Supreme Court next year. And I will also note that, as you can tell on this map, this is a very bipartisan issue. These are both Democratic and Republican attorneys general that are fighting this federal overreach in court. Additionally, 10 states, including the state of Nevada, have sued prediction markets in state court, and Nevada has been one of the successful states to kick prediction markets out of the state to prevent them from offering illegal sports gambling. This is the most effective way until the Supreme Court decides on the legality of all of this. How to protect your citizens is to sue these prediction markets in state court. This is an effort by Chairman Dreitzer and General Ford that should be applauded and followed by other states to protect their citizens. Furthermore, when the CFTC's loan commissioner testified before Congress last year during his confirmation hearing, he pledged when asked by senators that he would leave the legality of sports event contracts up to the courts. However, after he was confirmed, Chairman Seelig reversed himself, and the CFTC has now actively sued states in federal court in 10 different states. On the other side, as I mentioned earlier, we have 44 bipartisan state attorneys general that have gone on the record opposing sports gambling through prediction markets, which in 2026 is an unbelievable feat. And we've also seen legislation to attempt to deal with this issue be introduced in 17 different states so far throughout 2026. To wrap things up, there's a number of things that state legislators can do to help wage this battle, from pressing your members of Congress to deal with this at the federal level and protect states' rights, to adopting state resolutions, working and urging your governor to increase coordination with federal and state partners, supporting your attorney general to take enforcement action, and advancing legislation clarifying that sports gambling through prediction markets is illegal. Nevada has already done many of these things. And again, I commend all the public officials for taking the fight straight to these rogue actors. But in discussions with your fellow legislators in other states, educating them on this issue is imperative, and the AGA stands ready to be a resource for anything that you may need. I've taken up a lot of time already, and I want to get things over to Chairman Dreitzer, but I'll conclude with this. Congressional intent was clear. Sports betting should not be traded on financial markets. I know it. You know it, and Kalshi's lawyers made clear in federal court that they know it too. This is my contact information, and I thank you for your time and your efforts. This is a critical issue to the survival of the legal gaming industry as we know it, and we cannot relax until it's resolved. So thank you again for your leadership, and I'm happy to turn it over to Chairman Dreitzer now and answer any questions thereafter. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. So before we get to Chairman Dreitzer, Assemblywoman Anderson has a question for you, and then we have another question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much, Mr. York, for your presentation. I'm loving your passion on this subject. Besides educating legislators, is there any sort of education going on from your organization to the public, especially with individuals under the age of 21?
We certainly are. There are a number of public relations campaigns going on, and we also have been working very closely with gaming regulators to try to make sure that the difference between these prediction markets and legal sports betting options is delineated to the greatest extent that we can. Unfortunately, prediction markets have been spending hundreds of millions of dollars in advertising, both through advertising on the internet and social media directly to young people, and many of the advertising that would never be authorized by any state. For example, there has been reporting of prediction market platforms going to fraternities on college campuses and paying fraternity brothers to participate in recruiting their fellow students to sign up and gamble on these prediction market sites. And the more of their fellow students that they get signed up, the more money that they get paid. A lot of the influencers that they have been paying to advertise online have been found to be under the age of 18. And so this obviously, again, would never be allowed in states It's completely preposterous that they're even allowed to do this. And I think it clearly shows you the type of quote unquote regulation that is going on right now, which is very little. And so it's a major concern of ours. We are doing our best to try to push back and make sure that not just the students, but also parents and teachers and folks that have a real influence over seniors in high school and young college kids, that they also know the threat that these platforms play. And so we're trying to kind of do an all of the above approach to make sure that everyone has the necessary information and make sure that it gets down to those young kids, because on the other side there again is hundreds of millions of dollars being spent in all of the channels that these young people use to try to get them to do the opposite.
Thank you. Follow-up, Chair? Thank you so much. Thank you for that answer. Great hearing it. Not happy to hear that there's individuals literally getting other people to join these markets. So the Nevada Gaming Commission, this might actually be more appropriate for the next individual, but the Nevada casinos, they have given money to help our Gamers Anonymous, our Gamblers Anonymous, and other mental health areas to allow for more education around the dangers of gambling, especially when you become addicted to it. Do you know of any of the current corporations that are utilizing this form of online gaming? Are any of those giving money to any of the Gamblers Anonymous and or ways to help people that do become addicted to gambling?
So I can tell you that there's a national group called NCPG, which is National Council for Problem Gamblers, and they recently took an astonishing $2 million from the prediction market operator Kalshi to essentially become some part of NCPG. And even though clearly we all believe that what Kalshi is offering is unquestionably gambling, NCPG created some kind of financial carve-out that allowed them to join the organization, in my view, purely from a PR standpoint to try to make themselves look good, which also resulted in the Michigan Gaming Control Board leaving NCPG in protest. And I believe there's an organization, I wasn't sure if it was the Gaming Control Board, but one of the organizations in Nevada, maybe it was the Nevada chapter, that also ended up leaving NCPG in protest of that move, because they should not be recognized as anything other than what they are, which is gambling. And largely, again, as an industry writ large, prediction markets do not have any kind of the comprehensive responsible gaming protocols that the legal licensed state regulated sports betting industry does.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair, for that time.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I kind of have two lines of questioning. One, I was very interested in the reverse suits that are happening, where the states are being sued in federal government. And I was trying to take a look at, in my mind, I thought it was probably for declaratory relief, like if a state was going to implement a law or to deem I guess, a law in violation of federal law, something along those lines. And so when I was trying to match everything up, if you could kind of elaborate, I'm just kind of curious, like what those suits are on like a high level. Like Arizona didn't look like they had any introduced legislation. So I'm trying to kind of figure out what the basis of the lawsuits are.
Sure. So that is a great question, and I appreciate you for asking it. So the answer is that it varies from state to state. So there have been some instances, for example, Minnesota is a good example, as well as Kentucky, where the legislature passed legislation that attempted to regulate and tax these prediction market platforms at some level or another. In Minnesota, they attempted to ban them entirely. In Kentucky, they basically said you're operating illegally, but until this is all resolved, we're going to tax you at a 14.25% tax rate. Both of those states ended up being sued by the prediction markets in state court. In the case of Minnesota, the CFTC also sued them. And in the case of Kentucky, Attorney General Coleman actually sued the prediction markets right back in Kentucky state court. In many of the other cases, you mentioned Arizona, the Arizona Attorney General actually brought criminal charges against Kalshi in their litigation, which was not, again, prompted by any state legislation. It was based on an investigation that they had done and the violation of their state laws as they saw it. There have also been other instances, for example, in Iowa and in Utah, where there has been no legislation that has been passed. There has been no enforcement action taken by the Attorney General, but the prediction markets have gone and met with the Attorney General's office and asked them a question that every single Attorney General in the United States of America would unequivocally answer the same way, which was, do you plan on taking any enforcement action against us? That was the question posited to both of those AGs. And they said, as every AG in this country would say, we cannot tell you what kind of action we are or are not contemplating. That was enough to get them sued in federal court by the prediction markets, not saying, no, we won't take action against you. That's how absurd a lot of this has gotten. And then, of course, some of it is just based on public comments. AG Brown and Governor Cox in Utah made strong statements, but again, no actual legal enforcement action to that date, and that got them sued. So this is the type of landscape, unfortunately, that we're dealing with. Sometimes the lawsuits start with litigation. Sometimes they start by just an investigation into the products and the operations by prediction markets that generates organically from AG's offices. For example, in Massachusetts, they were the first state to sue prediction markets in state court, and that was just, again, based on an investigation that they did into the laws that they believed that prediction markets were violating. And then in other cases, again, you have litigation being started by the prediction market companies simply because an AG has said, we cannot confirm or deny what we plan on doing, which again, every AG in this country would have answered the exact same way. And so that's the type of litigious nonsense that unfortunately that we're dealing with. And they are trying to take advantage of a moment in time. But at this point in the game, there have been 37 different federal and state rulings that have been issued both by federal and state judges across the country, many in the same states, multiple in the state of Nevada, and the states have won 31 out of those 37. So we're batting with an 84% winning percentage right now, and I think that's pretty good, and I hope that continues.
I can't help but make the joke that obviously it sounds like if I was on the prediction market, I'd be betting for the states. So that's kind of interesting. Another thing I noted, it sounds like some of these cases aren't ripe and they jumped ahead. My other question pertained to I know you put an amount of economic development that is being lost due to the situation. And I don't know if you have any charts. I know that's economic impact of $328 billion. And I guess you do have the tax impact of being $52.7 billion. Do you have any idea, if broken up by states, like potentially what the state of Nevada is losing due to these prediction markets?
So I should clarify that those figures that you're quoting is actually the economic impact that the legal gaming industry provides nationwide to the states that they're active in. So the members that are located in Nevada that the AGA represents, that's the amount of tax revenue and economic impact that the legal industry is generating, which has the potential to be undermined by the prediction markets. And I mentioned a little bit later in the presentation, I'm sorry if that wasn't clear, that the prediction markets, we estimate, I believe somewhat conservatively, that states have lost over $1.3 billion in tax revenue that is being siphoned away because of these prediction market activities. And so again, I think that is probably actually an underestimate. I think that there are some other smart folks that are looking at it and think the number is significantly higher. But states have lost over $1 billion in tax revenue that goes to fund extremely important things. Whatever the state decides it goes to, whether it's education, whether it's infrastructure, those types of things, that money is being siphoned off. And I think that state departments of revenue and certainly the agencies that are charged with overseeing the programs that derived a lot of their funding from sports betting tax revenue. I know of a number of states where that revenue is starting to dwindle, and I think we all know why that is.
Thank you for that. And when looking at your chart, it seems like that number will continue to expand unless something's done. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So, are you going to stay on, Mr. York, while Chair Dreitzer presents? Okay. So we're going to call.
I'm happy to.
Thank you. So we're going to call Chair Dreitzer up from the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Welcome to Interim Revenue.
Very good. Good morning, Chair Neal, Vice Chair Backus, and distinguished members of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Revenue. For the record, my name is Mike Dreitzer, and I serve as the chairman of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today and discuss prediction markets and the concerns they raise for Nevada. During my presentation, I also will be providing an update on our effort to protect the state of Nevada against these growing threats. The board has taken a very active approach to limit the operations of prediction markets in the state of Nevada. These prediction markets offer sports betting, and everyone who sees it knows it. That's what the federal court in our cases have said, and that's very obvious, as Mr. York has said. It is quite clearly an end run to allow sports wagering in all 50 states in the country. For instance, over 90% of Kalshi's revenue comes from sports betting, to give you an idea of the magnitude of what's happening. Last year, Kalshi, Crypto.com, and Robinhood sued the Nevada Gaming Control Board, seeking a ruling that they were allowed to operate unlicensed gaming in the state. The federal district court disagreed and ruled for the state. The prediction markets appealed to the Ninth Circuit, and a ruling in that matter is expected any day. We are hopeful that the court will see them for what they are and affirm the district court's ruling. At the same time, the board has also gone on the offensive. We have taken the position that, of course, these are activities that are unacceptable in the state of Nevada. It's unlicensed gambling. And we brought enforcement actions in state court against Kalshi, Polymarket, and Coinbase. The board did not bring enforcement action against Robinhood and Crypto.com because they agreed to stand down during the pending appeal. State court judges entered preliminary injunctions against Coinbase on March 26th, Kalshi May 4th, and Polymarket on July 8th. Each preliminary injunction order obligated these prediction markets to bar users in Nevada from placing prohibited bets by a date certain. The final deadline for any of these is Polymarket, which is August 22nd. The board's investigators have checked to ensure that the prediction markets are meeting their obligations. Notably, Kalshi was required to fully bar users in Nevada from placing prohibited bets by August 12th, but the investigators' work showed that Kalshi did not meet that deadline, and we are currently seeking penalties from Kalshi for its failure to abide by that court order in a timely manner. And I'm going to say this solely because this is really the important upshot of all of this. The result is that all prediction markets that were known to be operating in Nevada have been required to restrict their operations. And that of course, is critical. As has been indicated, we are pending additional court cases, both federally and in many states. And it's very important, again, to say that all prediction markets that were known to be operating in Nevada have been required to restrict their operations. We are not alone in our success. Litigation against prediction markets is occurring throughout the country, as has been indicated. The vast majority of courts have agreed with our side and ruled that states can regulate prediction markets like they regulate gambling. Specifically, 13 trial courts have favored the states, 4 trial courts have favored the prediction markets, and decisions are still pending in 5 trial courts. The only federal court of appeals to have ruled is the Third Circuit. In a 2-to-1 decision, it ruled for Kalshi. New Jersey has stated it will ask the U.S. Supreme Court to review the case, and the petition is due by September 3rd. Several other appeals have been argued in addition to ours in the Ninth Circuit, and decisions are expected imminently in those cases as well. These are the Fourth Circuit in Maryland, the Sixth Circuit of Ohio and Tennessee, and the Massachusetts Supreme Court Judicial Court. The legal arguments are quite clear. The state's success in our litigation is no surprise. It's absolutely settled law that the states, not the federal government, regulate gambling. It's a traditional police power of the states recognized by the U.S. Supreme Court. The court reaffirmed this in Murphy versus the NCAA in 2018 when it said that each state gets to decide how it wants to regulate gambling, full stop. Because gambling is well recognized as an area of traditional state regulation, there is a strong presumption against preemption. That is, a strong presumption that the federal law does not push aside state gambling law, which it doesn't in this case. If Congress wanted to push aside state laws on gambling, Congress would have to say that very clearly, and they most certainly have not. The prediction markets have argued that the Federal Commodities Exchange, the CEA, preempts state gambling law, meaning that if they list their sports bets on a market regulated by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, otherwise known as the CFTC, then the sports bets can only be regulated by the CFTC and not by any state or Indian tribe. The CFTC supports the prediction markets position, as has been indicated, but the CFTC previously took the opposite position and disclaimed any ability to regulate gaming. So this is a recent abrupt about-face. There is absolutely no evidence to show that is what Congress intended. The CEA is about regulating commodity derivatives such as corn and soybean futures. These are products that companies traditionally have used to hedge financial risk. Sports bets are not commodity derivatives. They are for entertainment. They do not hedge any existing risk, and the betting itself creates a risk. It simply is not true that anything a company chooses to list on a CFTC-regulated market is subject to the CFTC's exclusive jurisdiction. That is just not what the statute says. The statute only applies to commodity derivatives such as swaps, and sports bets clearly are not swaps. The CFTC's and the prediction markets position would take away the state's ability to regulate gambling and would shift all sports betting from licensed sports books to the CFTC, which is clearly an absurd result. The CFTC is not a gaming regulator. It does not have the expertise or the resources to effectively regulate gaming, and in the past it specifically disclaimed that it was a gaming regulator. The CFTC's and the prediction markets position is also absurd. The CEA says that if a consumer contract is a swap, then it must be traded on the CFTC-regulated exchange. If sports bets are swaps, sports betting would have to be done on CFTC-regulated markets, and clearly Congress never intended that. In terms of the state's interests that we are protecting, we are making the CFTC, the important state interests, if they move forward and are successful, the CFTC would be the nation's gaming regulator, which of course would be a serious affront to the state of Nevada and all states that otherwise regulate gaming successfully and have done so for many decades. As the district court in our case said, this is in direct contrast to decades of federalism principles. Taking away the NGCB's ability to fully regulate sports betting would be financially devastating to the state of Nevada. Gaming revenue is obviously a significant part of the state budget for Nevada. The CFTC and the prediction markets position could take that away completely. And so we are clear, it doesn't end with sports betting. This could very clearly over time, and the door has been left open to have this apply to other types of gambling besides sports betting, including casino gaming and, of course, online wagering of other sorts. It would take away the state's ability to protect their citizens. For example, Nevada bans people under 21 from gambling, and the prediction markets do not, allowing 18-year-olds to gamble. Other key areas of consumer protection that are of great concern within this scheme are money laundering protections, know your customer requirements, problem gambling, of which there are little to no protections with these federal prediction markets, patron dispute resolution, insider betting / lack of fair wagering. One thing we do know in the state of Nevada is that when someone risks their money at a casino or at another licensed gaming establishment, that they are getting the opportunity for a fair wager. I think that the news reports of the various events that have occurred the cheating that has occurred as it pertains to prediction markets is quite clear, and there's no protection or very limited protection in that regard. There also has, as been indicated by Mr. York, been misleading and inappropriate advertising. A broad coalition of 44 states plus the District of Columbia has been indicated, has filed amicus briefs to say that the CFTC and the prediction markets arguments are flat wrong. Many other individual and groups have filed amicus briefs in support of the states, including a broad coalition of Indian tribes, the AGA, a professor who is a CFTC expert, and multiple responsible gaming organizations. In conclusion, we at the Nevada Gaming Control Board have done everything possible to fight this matter and made our stance very clear that any involvement by our licensees in the prediction markets is a status that is incompatible with their ability to participate in gaming in Nevada. And it was important that we take that stand. We look forward to the court rulings because we most certainly feel as though and know as though we are in the right, given the history. Nevada last year, Nevada Gaming Control Board proudly celebrated its 70th anniversary as the gold standard of regulation, not only in the United States, but in the world. Gaming regulation is complex, gaming regulation is nuanced, but it is the underpinning for all those who invest in gaming and all of those who participate in the gaming industry. And it was necessary to preserve that. So again, I just want to repeat the one point that the goal has been achieved, and that is all sports prediction market contracts have been restricted from the state of Nevada. So the cases will keep going through the court, but importantly, as we head towards football season, which of course will be very busy for us, as it always is traditionally, there have been successful restrictions placed on the prediction markets, that's the sports betting. I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that. Senator Danyat.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, thank you for the presentation and for your commentary. I'm of the belief that prediction markets are the greatest threat to our state's economy. This is probably one of the most pervasive issues that has been rising in the last couple of years. And there are components of this that I think probably started off as frivolous and now have become nefarious on purpose by some of the bad actors, specifically Kalshi and Polymarket. I guess my question is, I understand the regulatory standpoint of the Gaming Control Board, and you're currently in litigation, so I'm not going to ask questions relating to that because I know it'd be hard to comment on them. I think my main question, I have two questions. First and foremost, in the moments that Kalshi and some of the prediction markets were operating in the state, so it's my understanding Gaming Control Board responded, sent them a cease and desist letter, but there were still active days that they were perhaps taking bets or so forth from any resident of this state. I guess my question is, does the Gaming Control Board right now have the ability to identify any potential victims retroactively that may have participated while those prediction markets were operating in the state before they closed their operations subject to the cease and desist? Is that something that we can gather within the current regulatory authority? I guess the reason why I'm asking this is clearly someone needs to go to jail, in my opinion. This has been pretty criminal in some of the actions that have taken place nationally. And if there was a minor that was trading under this prediction market that was located in our state, I mean, there has to be a level of restitution that needs to be paid for. And so I guess my question is, do we have already the regulatory authority to identify who these victims of, if there is such cases in our state?
Well, first of all, let me say that there have been certainly prediction market contracts that have gone on in the state of Nevada, and it has been a Herculean task and a strong task coordinated with the support of Governor Lombardo and with the Attorney General's office to support the Nevada Gaming Control Board to do what we can to importantly restrict them across the state. That's where our focus has been at this point, to put a stop to it, because again, these are not just contracts in the abstract. To your point, Senator, they hurt people, right? And they hurt minors. There's evidence across the country where people are putting money into these contracts, as was indicated earlier, to try and make the rent. Instances where they were put in as young people and they shouldn't have been doing it, even sub 18 in some cases. So I would say we are at the phase of this where we needed to conclude that, and that's right where we are right now. And so we're sort of at that juncture, because first and foremost, it was to reach a point where we could say that all such activity has been restricted. In terms of looking at victims, certainly that's something that is within our charge and is important to us, of course, to look at anybody who's been a victim of what would be a gaming crime. But right now, I would say our focus is effectively restricting the activity, which we've done, and we are awaiting further court ruling. And this is, I can say, too, a very dynamic situation, right? We could be sitting here today, and then a week from now, we could have more developments. So I would say we are still in phase one, which is focusing strictly on limiting and fully restricting the activities in the state, and that's what we've done.
And Chair, if I might follow up. So thank you for that. I think the question that I have is more so as a follow-up. Obviously, all of us are watching what the federal courts do in terms of their response. At some point in the near distant future, we will know what that answer is. My main concern, and this is something that we can talk offline, is one, when that decision is made in terms of what the regulatory standpoint will be for the states versus the federal government and so forth, is I want to preserve the ability for you all to be able to look at from the enforcement of being able to retroactively identify if there were any potential victims, whether underage or someone that made a wager and there was insider trading collected to it, right? Whatever the protocols that you established. But number two, I am very concerned that this is going to be a proliferation of the gray market, that other copycats are going to come and try to attempt the same. And so what I'm scared of, and perhaps there's a regulatory standpoint that I think I would love your feedback on technologies evolving. People have access to VPNs. They're circumnavigating geofences.
Right.
Kalshi is still, I receive the advertisements every day for my age group, right? Their advertisements are on my social media. And so even though they're not legal in their state and they still have the ability to practice, they're still clearly marketing towards consumers in our state. And so my point being is, it sounds like even if there is this court decision to be made, there's still some things that we have to look at from the regulatory standpoint. So if there's ideas that you may have on how to clamp it down, I mean, certainly to increase your enforcement, I think that would be something that we should talk about, but I don't know if you have any response to that.
I do. Well, let me just say a few things, because obviously all this is happening at once. Now, rest assured, we are extraordinarily aggressive at the Gaming Control Board around using our enforcement resources to make sure that there's no further proliferation in the state of Nevada. Again, importantly, we needed to say that we have addressed all of the known actors. But on any given day, without obviously going into the details of our investigative approach and investigative technique, you're absolutely right. There are other actors that pop up who say we're going to offer a statewide or a nationwide DCM, and we are constantly vigilant to make sure that they are not opening up in Nevada. And if they are, we pursue them aggressively, right? Because the idea is that we're only as strong as sort of our weakest link, so to speak. And if we've addressed the ones that we've addressed to make sure that they cannot continue in the state, we're always looking to see if other ones pop up. And I will say this, most certainly my charge as chairman of the Gaming Control Board is to make sure that we that any violations of the laws as it pertain to gambling are pursued and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And I can say on a regular basis, we receive all sorts of information in this space and other spaces, and we're tracking down every single one of them, right? So what I would say to you and to your constituents or to whoever was interested, if there is evidence that something was done that would appear to potentially be at core unfair or violate state law or have anything to do with underage gambling, bring that to us. And we will pursue it. We track down every single lead, every single thing that comes across our desks. So on one hand, we're stemming the tide and we're making sure that there are no new actors. I too see all the ads and all the pronouncements of the newer companies that come out and say, hey, we're going to go 50 states, and we make sure that that's not true, that no matter what, that we're going to protect Nevada and make sure that the new actors like Polymarket and Kalshi, that there won't be new ones, that we've blocked them. And if they haven't, then we've been very legally aggressive. We've perhaps been one of the most aggressively legal states in the country in terms of our legal posture. And then if there's evidence of something to do with a crime or something that is a violation of the Nevada Gaming Control Act, we look into it. So let us know. And obviously, this is going to continue as this all becomes clearer. But as a cornerstone, we need to keep going in court, right, to make sure that that the rights are protected and that the state of Nevada is protected properly.
Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you so much for the presentation and for the work you guys do from the whole gaming board. I'm an alternate on this committee, so I have not done as much homework as I should have to prepare for this. So I have numerous questions. But I think I'll start off first with the actual item right now that seems to me most concerning, which has nothing to do with you. That's the Commodities Futures Trading Commission. From what it sounds like, there's legislation that they are forwarding, and it's supposed to have 5 commissioners. Is it accurate that there's only 1 at this time? Can you dig into that a little bit more?
Yeah, at this time, it's absolutely accurate that there is 1 chairman of the CFTC. There is a designation or supposed designation for 5 commissioners, but there is only 1. And there has been, as a factual matter, an ongoing rulemaking process that he has moved forward with. And, there's different views about the legality of that, the appropriateness of all of that. But that is, in fact, the case, that he's moving forward with a rulemaking that, by all accounts, is very, very supportive of the positions of these prediction market companies who seek to offer sports prediction contracts. And again, fundamentally, that proceeds as it proceeds, and we in Nevada can control what we can control. But the reality is that it's sports betting. The outcome of the Knicks and the Pacers is not an investment. It's a piece of entertainment, and we have regulated this space successfully, in some form or fashion for over 70 years. And the other thing that I'll say too, that I've said many times publicly, is regulation is a key cornerstone to the ability of the industry to thrive, because they know they have certainty, they know they have fairness, all of the things that you need as a foundational element to support this great gaming industry of ours. And what we see is what I have come to call regulation by tweet, where there are pronouncements on social media about today we care about this, and today we care about minors gambling, and today we care about know your customer. Well, these are things that we've been caring about and have worked on and have knowledge and have successfully regulated for more than 7 decades, right? So that is just not enough. And then, as Mr. York pointed out, just the staffing levels that you see at the CFTC, they just don't have the people or the expertise. I think that, they say they're working on it, but it's a major concern. And from our perspective, you can be consumer friendly, which as regulators we are, but also engage in consumer protection. And so the idea is that, you have to have all of these things which combine to make for a robust regulatory system, which some have expressed significant concern that the CFTC currently doesn't offer with their 1 commissioner and their very limited staff.
Thank you. I mean, I've got so many questions, but I will not ask all of them right now. but I do have two more if I may.
Please.
Does that individual who is currently the only individual on the board and or other employees of the commission, do they have to file an ethics item as to if they're currently working with any organizations, which I believe the Nevada Gaming Control Board has had to do, like if you have any sort of other relationships with anything, which I don't think anybody does at this time, but does the Commodities Futures, do they have to file anything to say that they've worked in this area or who they are currently working with, or if they have stock in any of these companies?
Well, what I'll say is, as you pointed out quite correctly, as a state official myself and other state officials, we have a very extensive ethics filing that's required, even more so in terms of, from the perspective of the Gaming Control Board, in terms of holding of gaming stocks and, or the inability to do that in my position, the inability to wager, all those things, right? I cannot speak with any type of authority as to what the ethics requirements are for the CFTC. Happy to, as a point of order or fact, get back to you on that. But from my perspective, I could not speak with authority on that. But I can say that it's an important part of what we do to maintain our independence in this process and make sure we have all of the ethical boxes checked in accordance with state law, and even, frankly, go above and beyond that to make sure that the public can be confident that the decisions that we make in regulating the industry are done in such a way that they're even-handed and fair and are not subject to undue influence.
Thank you so much, and thank you for making that very clear about the Nevada Gaming Commission and the ethics that, at a high standard, that you all have to follow.
Both the control board and the commission at both levels, we have very high standards in that way, yes.
Thank you. And my last question, if I may, Chair. I see the commercials. That's about the extent of my knowledge of these prediction markets. Are these prediction markets usually owned by a corporation that is that has stock, or is it usually privately owned, or where are they licensed through? Is it done through a state? I'm confused as to how there's actually the corporation licensure and taxation as well that goes through that.
So many of them are private companies, which obviously reduces the amount of visibility into their conduct and their activities. So many of them are private. I suppose they could be public as well. And they are ostensibly regulated by the CFTC, which again, from our perspective, makes sense. And for years and years, this conversation didn't have to happen because everybody knew and sort of acted appropriately in terms of what the lines were. Economic hedges through things like interest rates and soybean prices and corn and those sorts of things. That's what this has been for many years until all of us, and even the CFTC had said so, and even Calshi had said so, until all of a sudden, within the last 18 months, they said, well, no. And there's absolutely, as I indicated in my testimony, no evidence to suggest that Congress spoke plainly on this. There's a saying that, you can't hide an elephant in a mouse hole, right? And so that the case here is that there's no evidence that the federal government on any level would have allowed them to take these contracts for sports prediction, right? If anything, what the case Murphy I cited, shows is quite the opposite. And so we feel really strongly about our legal opinion, our legal position. Obviously, that's in the courts. And to Senator Donate's point, when I took the job, there's an element to this, obviously, I can't talk about because we have multiple litigations going at once. However, I do need to have the discussion about public policy. And I do need to have the general discussion about why this is so wrong and why this can't stand and why it's an existential threat. I have to do that in my job and can't just hide behind this notion that, well, we're in litigation, I can't talk about it. There are certain elements of this that I can talk about, and I have talked about it, and I know we'll continue to talk about it. And to your earlier question, Assembly Member Anderson, around education, very important that we educate the state legislature, other state legislatures, the public, so they understand the dangers of all of this. It isn't just this harmless, fun idea of, hey, you can now do sports betting in 50 states. This is hurting people. This is taking students who otherwise would spend money on their tuition, and this is having them apply that to betting on an exchange. And, you know, I will say this back to your question, Senator Donate, you know, this is a story that has many more chapters to unfold. Again, right now, we're focused on where I can proudly sit before you and say that we have restricted this conduct in the state of Nevada. And if new actors come along, we're going to take them on too. Game of whack-a-mole in a way, right? Because they can come from any which direction. But there are many more chapters in here, one of which, you know, may include the things that you mentioned, disgorgement, other things that could potentially happen down the road, right? So a lot of chapters here. We're still in what I would consider to be the early stage of this thing. But conclusively, when the patrons go to wager at the first week of the NFL season, which is historically one of the largest handle weekends of the year, they will do so with confidence and with the inability to do these prediction contracts for the reasons stated.
So thank you for that. So I will ask the, I guess, final two questions and close out this presentation. So the first question is fairly simple. The second one is more like a legal thought question because I'm just super curious, but it's between, that second question would be between you and Mr. York. So the first question is, if a current corporation is currently in a contract with one of these actors, right, and making money post the decision, how would that information be shared? How would that information, because I don't want to out anyone, but I literally had a conversation like a week and a half ago where there was a corporation that currently has a contract with Polymarket, and they're currently doing business and making revenue with Polymarket. And I was just like, how is that possible, right? Because it had been for more than a year.
Yes, and well, let me just say this, Senator Neal, I certainly share those frustrations, and we in Nevada have been very strong saying that to participate with those companies, and we regulate our licensees, right? And to participate with those companies renders one incompatible to participate in Nevada's gaming industry. We've said that. But there's only so many things that we can control. It is frustrating to see sports leagues, sports teams enter into these arrangements, these financial arrangements. They do so under the color of this pending litigation, which obviously we disagree with that point of view. It's you know, a financially driven decision that, of course, I fully disagree with. Now, you know, the matter is going through the courts, and you know, I would expect at some point there'll be a reckoning related to that. But in terms of what we can control now, those things happen, and they hide behind high-priced legal opinions, frankly. Now, I'll say this too. You know, they get these high-priced legal opinions, but when you read the penal codes of the states that don't allow gambling, or you read our code, which allows gambling only under a licensed circumstance, those are the laws. So we have laws that must be followed. So I fully agree with you. I share your frustration, but in many instances, entities within corporate America are, you know, relying on these opinions and relying on this uncertainty, which I hope and expect, given the law, that will be settled here. But there's no more satisfying answer than that at this stage. But it's a concern, and we in Nevada, regulating our licensees, making gaming safe for the state of Nevada and the patrons in the state of Nevada, we do all we can within our borders. There's other discussions with other states. Certainly, if asked my opinion nationwide, I will give it and have given it, but other states have different pressures, different approaches, and we do what we can to keep, as I say, the state of Nevada, the streets are clean, these companies are out.
Thank you for that. And so here's more of the, I guess, legal thought question. So when you were doing the presentation, and also Mr. York, basically couple of statements were made. The statement from you, which is, you know, it's pretty clear that the states govern gambling, right? And so Congress has opened that door. And then the second comment that Mr. York had brought up, which was one of the examples, I don't know if it was Kentucky or Arizona, who then was sued by the CFTC, right? So then it made me start asking the question whether or not if the state itself was sued or parties, because, you know, I started thinking about two things, right? The Murphy decision, right? And what was listed in Alito's comments around when he was laying out PASPA and how PASPA works. And one of the like clear statements that he had put in the opinion was that the Constitution confers upon Congress the power to regulate individuals, not states, right? And then I started to read, you know, the Chevron ruling, which basically was overturned by Loper, right? Which then, in that decision, in Loper decision, they said the court held that when confronted with statutory ambiguity, a court should not defer to an agency's interpretation, but should do the ordinary job of interpreting statutes, right? So when I was thinking about those two pieces together, right, there appears to be some kind of reconciliation that needs to happen. Because I started thinking about the comments that were made on CFTC's rule, right? So I was provided a few weeks back on what NRA's comments were to CFTC's rules and the comments that were made around it would seem, I don't know if it would be ambiguity of the rule or just plain out ignoring reality of what they should be really ruling on, right? And so I started to wonder, have those arguments, and you probably can't even say that, but have those arguments been made about whether or not the CFTC is overstepping now with the Loper decision, right, which pretty much overruled Chevron? They no longer in the position of having the power to just say, you know, as an agency under this 1984 decision, I can therefore say X, Y, and Z, because pretty much it was removed with the Loper decision. So what has there been any conversation around that nuanced point around the CFTC's ruling and reconciling what the Loper decision pretty much said, right? I mean, that's what I want to know in a long way, getting there. And then I'll probably pivot to the PASPA thing too.
Well, Senator, that to your comments a moment ago, I have to be a little bit careful.
Oh, okay.
But what I will say is, you know, the state of Nevada has been working with Mayor Brown law firm, and obviously the NRA has been put in the case as well, and they are represented by McDonald Carano. And we have, so between all of this, in terms of Nevada's interests and then the interests of NRA, excellent counsel. And I can assure you that every single argument that needs to be brought forth is being brought forth. And we are aggressively making sure that all of the angles that need to be brought forth and considered are being considered. Probably is about as much as I should say on that.
Okay. Thank you for that. It's just a squirrely world where I guess legal principles that you believe to be sound and present are then being challenged and leaving everything to some, I guess, obscure, I would say obscure endings, right? And I guess that's currently the environment we're in, right? There are no straight paths. You're not following a yellow brick road. You're actually following agencies that are federal agencies that are overstepping, I think, and really not thinking about the dynamic between federalism and how states actually keep a certain amount of power versus what the federal government may want to tell them to do. But there is a fine line, and I think that is what the Murphy decision kind of set forth, right? They set forth what is the relationship between states and Congress, right? And they really spelled it out, you know, in the Alito decision when he really spelled out, like he went into that whole archaic principle around the anti-commandeering where we were all like, what is this? Like, why are we going back to 1868? But he literally spelled out like what the role is between Congress and what is the role between states and what Congress can force a state to do and what they cannot force us to do. And in this case, we have a private actor who, without the consent of the state, is running around doing business in the state of Nevada without our consent. And we're trying to figure out how to pull that back and how to put controls in that need to be there. And I would say that the federal government is not necessarily a partner in that, right? That's my opinion.
Which I appreciate. And again, you know, the focus from when it was Chair Hendrick and now myself, I took over about 14 months ago, stepped right into this. And the focus, the daily focus, has been to restrict and stop this conduct in the state of Nevada. Every day, that's what's on the bulletin board, to stop it, right? Now, we've achieved that, and the matter is going to keep going through the courts. We obviously, within the board, agree with you, and we actually agree with what Kalshi had said earlier and what the CFTC had said earlier, which is that sports contracts are not permissible. Then all of a sudden they change their mind. And I go back to my earlier comment when there was an individual who was interviewed who said something. He's in the prediction market business, and he said this is an end run around sports betting, plain and simple. So we agree with you. We agree with that concept. In terms of this issue, we're protecting the state of Nevada, and the things will keep going through the courts, but we have stopped the conduct, which is critical. And that was no small feat. We had to, some actors were easier to stop than others. Some have been very aggressive, and we stopped them too. And so, as I said earlier, there's many more chapters of this book, but we come before you at a point where we've stopped this. And the legal interpretation, obviously, you can see from our filings and our approach that we agree with much of what you've said. You know, we're doing the best we can within what's happening here. We definitely disagree with the CFTC's approach on this, and we will continue to fight. There may be 2, 3, 4 more DCMs which pop up tomorrow, and we're going to fight them too, because that is my commitment to you and to the state, that we fight that. So it has to unfold. So yes, I agree with what you're saying. We have kept this completely, you know, to the issue of fairness and to the issue of following the law. And, you know, it's our expectation that in the end, the law will be followed. It's just a matter of the damage that will be done until we get there. And that's unfortunate.
And Chair Neal, if I might be able to add one more comment to piggyback on the chairman's remarks, and to go back to what you were saying regarding the CFTC being kind of a small rogue agency where they're now taking this authority that was never expressly given to them, and they certainly are not equipped to handle it. There actually was a recent rebuke in a legal ruling from a federal district judge in a case that came out of Connecticut. And I think you will find it extraordinary, as I did, that there have been 2 cases recently, one in Michigan and one in the state of New York, where the CFTC has sought to call upon what they call their exclusive authority to basically say that a state court ruling on whether or not to prohibit sports betting through prediction markets, it can be ignored. And that is a particularly awe-inspiring thing for a federal agency like the CFTC, which, as the chairman stated, was originally stated to created to regulate soybean futures and wheat futures, is now basically telling the prediction market companies that they ostensibly regulate that they can ignore lawful court orders at some point. And a federal judge recently, within the last 2 weeks, in a Connecticut case, specifically called out the CFTC for even attempting to go about that line of legal reasoning, basically saying that any authority that the CFTC thinks that they have is not going to conflict with any court's rulings, and that they have to abide by them just like everyone else. And so it was a pretty extraordinary rebuke to a pretty extraordinary move by the CFTC, in my view. And the only other thing that I'll mention, to go back to the conversation about these companies that are now doing deals with sports leagues and individual sports teams, and the entire theory of the case, I personally believe for this, is they are attempting to get too big to fail as quickly as they can, and so that it just, in their view, it makes it more difficult for likely the Supreme Court to strike down what is 80 to 90% of their business if they are so integrated, or trying to get as integrated as they can into the fabric of American culture. And what I mean by that is it's not just individual sports teams or individual sports leagues. They also have information sharing deals with the CNNs of the world and the CNBCs of the world. And so, they're official sponsors for media organizations and all of these different types of things. And so I think they're burrowing in, they're trying to raise money at historic valuations. Now, they're looking at trying to get up to $30 to $40 billion in valuations. And again, these, at least the two largest prediction market companies, are both private. So this is private raising. They may go public at some point. But all of this, again, is to just try to get to a point where they appear to be too big to fail. And, at the end of the day, I believe and I hope that the United States Supreme Court is going to look at the law and make a determination on what the law is. And I think at the end of the day, the question will come down to not how broad a definition of a swap is, but what it's going to come down to is, what did Congress intend? Because, as the chairman said earlier, hiding elephants in mouse holes. That's kind of like the legal principle, and that if Congress intended to preempt a traditional area of regulation by the states in any industry, but in this case, gambling, they would have expressly done so, and not simply expanded the definition of a swap. And it took someone 15 years to realize, oh, by the way, Congress authorized nationwide sports betting. It literally defies belief. And that's why, at the end of the day, I think we're going to win. And I commend all of you for your engagement on this, and as well as Chairman Dreitzer's leadership, and General Ford and Governor Lombardo as well.
Could I make just a couple of points to follow on that? Certainly we have heard, and it's been said, and it makes sense at some level, this idea that they're trying to become too big to fail, so they're doing all these contracts. I think that's a red herring, in the sense that we're not out to pursue their failure. It doesn't have to be one or the other. They can, they'll never be too big to regulate. The point is, all of this conduct, if they choose to, not all of it, but they can come to Nevada. We would be, willing to have them come to Nevada and get a license like everybody else, and potentially pursue some of the things they're doing in Nevada that they otherwise can't do without a license. So we're not rooting for the prediction market's failure. We just want them to come in and do it the right way and get a license and be vetted to ensure that they meet the standards of the privileged license of gaming in the state of Nevada. And of course, they to date have shown no interest in that. So the point is, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. It doesn't have to be, they're too big to fail. They're not too big to regulate. And we should, as other states should, have the ability to regulate them and to make our decision about the best way to make sure that they are suitable to allow them to engage in the gaming industry in the state of Nevada. And to the extent that they continue to have no interest in that, we will continue to fight with everything we have to make sure that our rights are protected.
So thank you for that. And I just, it's a short question, and then it's really my final question. Then we're going to close this out and move to the next presentation. But if we bring them in under the regulation, like let's say, you know, all the fighting ends and it's like, all right, we agree to be regulated or punished or whatever. What do you think the rate should be? Should they roll into the existing 6.75 or should it be a higher rate? Because technically, I mean, I'm a revenue chair, right? So I'm always thinking like, if they're outside and like in addition to, should that be a higher rate? Because technically they're not a casino. They're not, they would become a form of licensee, but that would be defined on what that licensee is.
I'm going to, Senator Neal and committee members, I'm going to defer to the legislature and to that process.
Oh, okay.
It's not my place to say what the rate should be. It's my job to dutifully execute on it, that which the legislature and the governor ultimately decide. So I'm gonna sidestep that. But what I will say is this, and I think this is an important point. When you talk, there's this notion that somehow their technology is so different that it couldn't be regulated in the state of Nevada. That is nonsense, right? Now, I'm not suggesting that we might not need some changes to our regs to somehow allow some sort of, prediction type product in Nevada. It's possible, right? We'd have to look at that. But this notion that we don't have the ability to regulate their conduct is absolute nonsense. And we, look, if it's the will of the state and then ultimately the will of the players that they like these types of products, and there's a way to bring them in under our regulation, which I believe largely there could be, and whatever tax status is decided upon, we can regulate them. They try and say that they're something completely different. The reality is it's a betting exchange, and we're very capable of regulating that, making sure it's safe, making sure whatever taxes are decided upon are paid properly. All of that. We can do all of that. We've shown for 70 years we can do it, and we can do it. They're not that special, right? We can do that. So we would welcome that technology into the state if the powers that be decided they wanted it, and we could faithfully regulate it in the state. So this notion that we wouldn't know how to do it, we've been insulted. We've been called slot regulators, and who are not sophisticated, who don't understand how what they're doing is different. That's nonsense. We can absolutely regulate them, but of course, they've shown no interest in that.
Well, I appreciate that comment. Maybe there'll be a sophisticated tax rate. No, I'm sorry. Okay.
As you wish.
Raising revenue is the thing to do. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. York. Thank you, Chair Dreitzer, for coming in and doing this really thoughtful presentation. Wanted to make sure we got that in. And this has been very informative and educational. So I'm hoping that, I know there's going to be some legislation on this, but I just wanted to make sure we got this on the record. If there was any future action that the Revenue Committee was considering something. But we appreciate your time this morning, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
So with that, we will close agenda item number, what is it, 5, 6? Yeah. And then we will go to agenda item number 7. No, did we already do that?
We didn't do 6.
We didn't do 6.
An overview of the taxes collected.
Are you doing the overview of the taxes? Can we, I know, Mr. Nakamoto, can we do the workforce folks and then come back to that?
Madam Chair, Michael Nakamoto with Fiscal Analysis Division, for the record. I am not doing the presentation on the gaming, but it is your call.
Yeah, let's do 7, and then we'll come back to 6. Because it flows in with the overview of the sales tax rate anyway. So members, I'm gonna rearrange this. I'm gonna take 7, which is the overview and discussion of workforce development programs in the state of Nevada, because it's a very narrow conversation. And then we'll combine the gaming tax fees and then the sales and use tax rate conversation together. Okay. All right. Thank you. We have a member that went to the wrong place, and we didn't know he was coming. But okay, let's move on to agenda item number 7. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Irene Bustamante Adams, and I'm joined by my 2 colleagues, Ricardo Villalobos here on my left, our Chief Program Officer at Workforce Connections, and Brett Miller, our Strategic Analysis Manager. We have many requests from our leadership team, and unfortunately, our Executive Director representing our team is at another event. We are dividing in order to address the many demands of our time. He asked me to convey his regrets to the committee for not being present, and he appreciates the opportunity for us to share the work with you all. So this is a picture that I've shared before. It is a picture of the workforce ecosystem that is funded through Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, or WIOA for short. These are federal funds given to 17 different entities in this ecosystem. We are referred to as Title I. Each entity has a formula attached to how that money is allocated from the federal level. Here's what I want you to remember. Workforce Connections is a small portion of the funds. We do not control all 17. That is an entire ecosystem. And so Workforce Connections is responsible for the southern portion of the state of Nevada. So it's Clark, Esmeralda, Lincoln, and Nye. And so you'll hear about the northern portion right after us with our counterpart from Nevada Works. And our mission, we've stated it before, is to connect employers to a ready workforce. So your committee asked us to answer 3 questions: programs and employment outcomes for foster care. Number 2, how did AB 354 from the 2017 legislative session was used to guide our workforce planning and service delivery? And 3, how does Workforce Connection support workers and employers as AI and automation reshape jobs? So in the question regarding foster care, you asked us to focus on a couple of things. Efforts over the last 10 years, our outreach efforts, demographics, statistics, and placement of employment. And I'll hand it over to my colleague.
Yeah, thank you, Irene. Ricardo Villalobos for the record. That's R-I-C-A-R-D-O, Villalobos, V-I-L-L-A-L-O-B-O-S. I think what I wanted to do here was set context for the work we do as a local workforce development board for the Southern Nevada region. And just to provide some context and perspective, it notes here that there's over 36,000 disconnected young people. Those are young people who are neither working nor in school between the ages of 16 to 24. WIOA, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, Title I funds that Workforce Connection receives, has the opportunity to serve approximately 1,000 young people per year. However, it works out to about 600 to 700 young people that are enrolled in programming as new enrollments, and then about 300 to 400 that actually carry over year after year, because it's not that they start July 1, all 1,000 and then continue throughout the year. Enrollments happen on an ongoing basis. WIOA requires us to provide services to various youth population facing significant barriers. Youth who are justice involved, homeless, parenting, pregnant, youth with disabilities, and high school dropouts. And we know that as a local workforce board only having the capacity to do 1,000, that it takes a coalition and partnerships in the community to focus on serving those youth who are most in need. And of course, we serve foster youth. This is focused about. But I think it's important for this committee to understand that our legislation mandates us to not just focus on foster youth, but youth facing significant barriers to employment. And so, and that happens with us through the Employing V Youth Hub Network. So next slide, please. The way that we engage youth before they age out is through our Employing V Youth Hub Network. And just to mention a few things that have happened that I wanted to make sure this committee was aware of is as far as engagement with organizations serving youth in the foster care system about to age out. There's partnerships and engagement with on a monthly basis with Child Haven to provide career readiness, bi-weekly orientations with the Clark County Step Up program, and then annual Clark County Department of Family Service foster youth graduation outreach that we are engaged in. There's a referral network working with organizations that refer foster youth to the system and youth who are about to age out. And again, a few that are noted there is our participation in the Foster Care Chamber on a quarterly basis, attending Sheriff Joy and Whaler's Creation events and job fairs, working with Legal Aid of Southern Nevada, iFoster, Eagle Quest, Olive Crest, and we're currently in the works to partner with St. Jude's Ranch to open a restaurant titled the Blooming Bistro, where foster youth who are there and are about to age out can gain work-based learning experiences. In our rural communities, we also have Employing V Youth Hubs where they work to serve foster youth and those about to age out. ACORN, which is Advocates for Children of Rural Nevada, is our Nye County Employing V Youth Hub, partners with them, focused on youth who are about to approach adulthood and wanting to capture them before they transition into adulthood and out of services. Nye County School District McKinney-Vento program is a referral partnership, and one particular focus there is to key in on through the Employing V Youth Hub in our rural community on youth who've been abandoned as they near the age of 18. And then, as it notes here, the Ron Wood Family Resource Center, where staff coordinates co-enrollment with workforce programming, and that's just them doing their services and us doing our part to provide workforce development through the Employing V Youth Hub. A couple key demographics of the foster youth served, again, they're noted there. 58% are between the ages of 18 to 21. It notes the gender breakdown, 39% are 15 to 17, and then it notes the ethnic breakdown amongst whites, African Americans, and Hispanics. And then it knows some of the barriers that they've faced coming into the WIOA program that we actually capture. 100% of the population is identified as low income and or receiving public assistance. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Brett Miller.
So moving on to employment placements and outcomes, WC identified 172 businesses where foster youth, Brett Miller for the record, Workforce Connections. WC identified 172 businesses where foster youth in our system were placed for employment. Second quarter employment was 65.3%, which means they were employed roughly 6 months. Fourth quarter was 57.1%, which is equivalent to roughly a year, and median quarterly wages were $3,524. By industry, the largest concentrations were in retail, 35 businesses, followed by restaurants and food service, hospitality and gaming, staffing services, healthcare, social assistance and government, education, and nonprofits. Top occupations included fast food and counter workers, stockers and order fillers, cashiers, security guards, retail salespersons, and customer service representatives. This tells us where the placements are landing, largely entry level, service sector roles, and it's the baseline we use to think about wage progression and where to target training investments next.
So the next question that you asked us from this committee had to do with AB 354 from the 2017 session, which you sponsored, Madam Chair. And this bill required the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation, DETR, to compile certain data in relations to unemployment. It required agencies providing workforce development to coordinate efforts and resources to reduce the unemployment rate for certain demographic groups. Mr. Miller?
So how does AB 354 continue to guide our workforce strategy? The report doesn't sit on its own. We use it alongside labor market information, employer demand, and local economic data, and it drives a specific sequence of decisions. We use it to identify unemployment trends by demographic group that lets us prioritize investment towards populations with the highest barriers to employment. From there, we align our workforce investments with the occupations and industries where employer demand actually exists, and we use the geographic data to decide where to locate our employee NV hubs, close to where the need is, not just where it's convenient. We also factor into how we select and coordinate the service providers we competitively procure, so they're capable of serving the populations the data flags. Finally, we track participant outcomes against that same data to find service gaps and refine outreach and funding priorities going forward. So it runs full loop. Understand the need, invest, target services, and measure whether outcomes are improving.
And then here's the third and final question. This one is related to AI and automation. In 2024, when we presented to this committee, we were asked how these two things were changing the employment landscape. This time, you wanted us to dig a little deeper and talk about our efforts to mitigate job losses, the number of state job loss by automation, the number of private sector jobs we believe have been lost, and future strategies.
So with regards to mitigating job placement from AI and automation, our approach here centers on investing in employer-identified training rather than workforce connections prescribing which AI skills matter. We do that through two channels. Industry sector partnerships convene employers in our region's target growth sectors to identify emerging workforce needs, skill gaps, and technological change, which supports proactive preparation before a job requirement shifts out from under someone. Incumbent worker training previously funded employer-led upskilling of current employees. That function continues to be funded through DETR and Workforce Connections as worker upskilling. Both are built to help workers retain employment and stay competitive as new technology enters their workplace. Summarizing, we don't set the AI skills agenda, employers do. Our role is to fund the upskilling and reskilling they tell us their workers need to adapt, stay employed, and advance as the technology changes around them. With regards to job loss estimates, the committee asked for two specific figures: the number of state jobs lost to AI and automation, and the number of private sector jobs believed lost, broken out by lower skill and professional occupations. We're not going to offer any estimates to this number. DETR Research and Analysis is the appropriate source for statewide job loss data of this kind, and that's where those figures should come from. We'd rather point the committee to the agency position to produce a reliable number. And then moving on to future strategies to help Nevadans work alongside AI. Three basic strategies going forward. First, build AI-ready skills, short-term industry-recognized training in AI literacy, data analysis, prompt engineering, and digital workflow tools, and expand the capacity of training providers in our region to actually deliver these basic AI skills training. Second, we'd augment workers rather than replace them. We use industry sector partnerships to identify productivity gains from AI that let employers retain their workforce. And we push for jobs to be redesigned towards customer service, critical thinking, and relationship management, the things that AI still doesn't do very well, while the incorporating AI into workflows in ways that worker productivity rather than, that enhances the worker productivity rather than eliminates workers. Third, proactively anticipate change. We use labor market information, employer surveys, and analytics to identify occupations that carry the greatest automation risk, and we target early retraining towards pathways where demand is strong before displacement happens, not after. So basically, skills, redesign jobs, and early warning. That would be the strategy.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. We appreciate each one of you for your service to this community and to the state. And thank you also for allowing us to share our work, and we are ready for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, any questions? Okay, I do. So on question 2, well, no, let me start with question 1 on the foster youth. So I'll explain, and I know that in the presentation, you mentioned, we just don't focus on foster youth, which I understand that too. So I would say well, there are 2 things that are driving this conversation. So I would say about 2 years ago, I went through and I looked at all of the workforce reports from 2012 forward, right? And one of the groups that consistently stayed in outside of veterans was foster youth. So year over year, for every workforce report, foster youth were still the category that seemed to be the most challenging and seemed to be a group that was constantly in need of employment services, right? Second thing that drew this conversation, few months ago, I was invited to meet foster children who were aging out. I was invited by her name was Tara Raines, who, had been taking children out, and we met, and it was a whole meet a senator, whatever, at a bowling alley. And as they were, the young girls were talking to me, which was a mix of Latino and Black girls. They, one group was talking to me about politics, which were the Latino females. And then the Black girls were talking to me about how the system was, not necessarily nice to them. One of the adults was worried that one of the girls who was aging out, that her only job opportunity was going to be either to be sex trafficked or prostitute. And I was like, well, why would that be an outcome? Isn't she in workforce programs? I mean, if we know that she's getting ready to get out of high school, why haven't we put things in place? So, of course, I reached out to the county. We had a series of conversations on why does this conversation exist? Because it should not exist. I should not be faced with a dialogue where I'm trying to figure out why a 18-year-old girl, and then another chimed in saying that they had not had any opportunities for workforce. Then I found out that the county, I guess, had offered them Job Corp, right? And then the girl didn't accept Job Corp, which is in Reno, because she lives in Vegas. So why would a child move from her current environment and go to Reno, to a place where she doesn't know? She's already a foster youth, which means she has limited family contact. So whoever her contacts are her friends, right? The circle of influence, which happen to be other 18 and 17-year-old girls. So it got me on this rabbit hole, right? Because I was just like, well, the data says this is a constant group that is in constant need of services. So I wanted to ask the question, where are they going? And then my conversation with the county, I started asking What about, the virtual reality goggles? Because I remember when that was presented and they're at the libraries, right? And then they were like, oh, I didn't know about that. And I was just like, how is that not possible? That it's unknown that, VR goggles are out here, right? That it had been over 4 years. It was pre-COVID, or it became a real thing in COVID. Like, how do you get a real life experience on job work? By using the VR goggles. Because I distinctly remember when Dieter came in asking for the money, the library in North Las Vegas was saying, oh, we're going to put this in our libraries. And we were like, okay, cool. We'll give you the money to pay for it. So it started this conversation because either there is a gap or the vendor who is receiving money, right, to do X is not connecting with these children, right? And I don't know if you guys were at the recent event at Child Haven, because I didn't check all the tables, you might have been, where SEIU took it upon themselves to then host a career fair to then bring, I think, over 20 different partners into the juvenile justice gym to meet the Child Haven students and also to meet the students that are within juvenile justice that may also be incarcerated, not Child Haven. And from my understanding, this was like the first time that there had been a major event where 20 different career vendors had came into that space to then talk about what you can be, right? So of course, me being me, right? I wanted to get on the record what is the work that's being done, number one, because if anybody out there that's a government agency, whether or not it be or subdivision within a agency or sub-department within a city is saying, oh, I don't know what services are there, I can then point to this legislative record to be like, well, you just got a listing from not everyone, but majority who are vendors or who are giving contracts to vendors on what is available, right? Because I should never have a conversation where the option is prostitution and there was no conversation on whether or not you can be something else, right? And so just to give you the background, and yeah, of course, you guys have met me before. I get really passionate on social community issues because I spend my days in the community, and for whatever reason, I get found in spaces that I never imagined I would be in, right? Because even when I was sitting in the bowling alley at Red Rock, my sister was with me. She's a pharmacist, and I was just like, did I just get handed a set of problems that I may not be ready to shoulder and walk around, and try to solve, right? Because of course, if a problem is presented to me, right, a real human scale problem, my heart goes out and I want to fix it, right? I want to engage. I want to use whatever limited power I have to convene conversations around the issue. And workforce is one of the issues that is a topic in revenue. So with that background, that is why I asked question 1. So for everybody else who's going to come to this table and present, now you know why I was asking question 1. And so hopefully, we can build a record of if I talk to anybody next year while I spend the next 6 years of my reality potentially in the legislature, that I will not be faced with this question again, right? Because now everyone should align themselves to the services that were listed in this document and get yourself together and figure out how to get young girls and boys who are aging out of the foster system successfully employed, and at least provide them the opportunity to imagine that they can have a better life and a career. And that's the least we can do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love the question. And I appreciate your passion because you're fiercely an advocate for things that need to come to fruition. So my colleague, Ricardo Villalobos will start the conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Irene. Ricardo Villalobos for the record, and I want to ditto that, Madam Chair. Thank you for caring, about our young people, and for the committee, caring about our young people. I mean, I think as I mentioned to you, there's 36,000 disconnected young people in Clark County alone. Our funds are finite. We serve 1,000, as I said, 600 to 700 per year. It's barely a dent. We've started to convene a coalition of partners that is the Opportunity Youth Coalition. And basically, they are partners that are serving in the youth space. Now, not all of them are foster care centric, but Eagle Quest, iFoster, some others partners, that are in the foster care space are there. They're not necessarily funded partners from us, but they're doing their things in their space. We don't direct them or tell them or have accountability with them. They're partners, part of the coalition. So we're definitely trying to do what we can for the 36,000 as a whole, right? I think as far as young people not hearing about it, we have over 27 American Job Centers branded as employing V-Hubs in Southern Nevada region. That's, Lincoln, Nias, Morel, and Clark County. We have a presence in various communities, as my colleague Brett mentioned earlier. There's no dearth of need. If we had more funding, I'll just be frank, if the state provided us funding and wanted us to specifically key in on foster youth, we would gladly do that. If the state says we want you to focus on juvenile justice youth, we would gladly do that. We're barely scratching the surface. And so we've never been under-enrolled. We've never, matter of fact, we tend to over-enroll our young people in programming. As I mentioned, just for foster youth, the things we're engaged in, the referral partner network is just specific to foster youth that I noted in this presentation, but it's also with juvenile justice youth, homeless youth, the barriers or the populations that face these significant barriers. And so we do get the word out. Will you come across an individual that has not heard about it? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd love to get the word out to 36,000 young people. And a matter of fact, at Workforce Connections, we're bringing on 2 young people to be content creators to specifically target through social media platforms our outreach to young people. It's that kind of idea, by young people, for young people, by young people. And so, and not that, folks in our generation need to be doing that stuff, but we want the young people doing that. And we do believe the word needs to get out, but unfortunately, there will be a time where we reach our cap and our funds are finite. We would love to do more. And we're working with various organizations to try to bring in additional funding. But if we were given funding and said specifically focus on foster youth, again, I want to be clear, we would gladly, willingly do that.
And if I can add, Madam Chair, for the record, Irene Bustamante Adams, I think that paints the picture, right? So that you know that those funds, that we owe funds, are federal dollars. Our threshold is 1,000 young adults. That's not even enough. But strategically, and you're going to hear from Clark County later on, they approached us to do some pilot around career pathways. And so we are ending that pilot and we'll have a report for them by the end of this year on the success of our efforts. And that's intentional. It wasn't that it was mandated, it wasn't in the legislature, but it was just intentional, picking up the phone and calling and saying, how could we, if they made that investment as a local municipality, how could we? And that's the kind of strategic approach we have been taking as an entity to have these conversations with local municipalities. But we would also welcome a conversation with the state. Dieter has tried some pilots with us based on the demographic data, but could we collectively do more? Yes. Would we want you guys to be intentional about saying drive in this direction? Yes. And so I just say that there's a lot of room for collective impact. We're not being mandated, but what we are doing is being intentional, and there's just a lot of room for growth.
So Assemblywoman Backus and then Senator Duniate.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. When you were talking about like state resources, a couple of us obviously sit on our money committee as well, and we start, where can we find money to invest in these programs? Because some of my pro bono work, I mean, before I got really entrenched in the legislature, was representing students in our foster care system. And it makes me sad because I do know, like, I've seen the progression of some of our youth when they age out, and they may not be college bound, because we do a lot in that good space to provide free college tuition for those that do age out of the system. But there's really, those that just kind of are like not lost, but they have to either go through a work path or not. And so I've had kids that have gone up to Reno. But I keep thinking about different pots, and I'm not sure if they're appropriate. One pot we immediately thought about is the funding that Dieter gets off of the wage assessments. And I wasn't sure if that was just limited to rehabilitation, or if that is a pot that we could look at. In another pot, and my Clark County people are sitting back there, and this may not be appropriate, is we also have to reinvest monies from the state that were intended to, limit our foster care youth. Usually, and I know we have a lot of money out there that we need to reinvest, and I wasn't sure if this is an appropriate space because now these children have already aged out of the system. So we were just kind of being creative on some thoughts. Not sure if you guys have any thoughts on either of those.
I would say yes, yes, and yes. That's it, Assemblymember Backus. We have got to be creative. I'm not talking about new revenue. I'm talking about the existing revenue. And how do you look at the first agency that you spoke about? They have been intentional to build a relationship, and that takes collective impact leaders that want to be at the table and figuring it out. So I'm not talking about new money. I'm talking about the existing money and how are we more strategic in the investments of those. Now, some of it has to be a pilot. Like, we can't just throw a large amount of money. So it has to be strategic, it has to be intentional, and then demonstrate that the needle can be moved. And we have that already in existence. We've done small pockets of that information, but I would just say on your AB 428 from last legislative session, that's a vehicle that's being used. And so the short answer is yes and yes.
Yeah.
I'll just make a comment. I think there's probably some pockets of money, and maybe these conversations are appropriate offline so we can kind of re-examine how we're investing funds, and maybe we use them the best that we can use them from other spaces that maybe not appropriate. I'm so sorry. Did I cut you off? Did you have something to add?
No, ma'am. I just wanted to add a comment. Ricardo Villalobos for the record. Thank you for that. Again, just to piggyback on my colleague Irene's comment, Dieter's been a great partner in this space. Dieter funded us last year $500,000 to focus on opportunity youth. Again, when I say opportunity youth, it's that whole subpopulations, foster youth, juvenile, et cetera. And then there were some great outcomes from it. And so they reinvested $1 million this year for Southern Nevada, and I believe my colleague will share invested $1 million for the North to focus on opportunity youth. We have one of the highest disconnection rates in the country. And so Dieter has been a great partner, a willing partner, and they've shown it by their actions. So I do want to commend them and recognize them publicly.
I would just echo that. I know Director Sewell has done some good work, so I'll echo your comments. Thank you.
Senator Ginyatt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. Quick first question, because it's more of a, this is going to be more commentary that could result into like data requests. Does Workforce Connections right now oversee the Employ Nevada hubs? I didn't know if I caught that in it. Like, what's your relationship to it? Do you control the funding for them? Are you the board? Like, I'm trying to understand more of the regulatory structure.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. So at a federal level, they're labeled or recognized, identified as American Job Centers. So that's kind of the federal recognition. What we did in the state of Nevada was brand them as Employing V hubs. And so Employing V hubs, that's where, and there's career hubs that focus on adults, youth hubs that focus on youth, and then business hubs that focus on businesses. And so as the local workforce development board, we receive the WIOA funds, and then through a competitive procurement process, have service providers that actually deliver the services to individuals throughout the state. And so our role as Workforce Connections, the local workforce development board, is monitoring for compliance and providing technical assistance to these service providers.
But if I could add, Senator, I would just say that what's been magical is the strategic partnerships. So that 27, that doesn't occur in every other state. It occurs here. And the reason why is intentionality and partnerships. So those entities like the libraries, like the chambers, like city halls, they don't have to have an American Job Center, an employee NV hub in their place. They invite us. And so we are in there and are able to expand our footprint because of those relationships. So that means that they don't charge us for infrastructure. They don't charge us for electricity or for water. They invite us to be able to serve the constituents so they don't have to travel far to be able to get the services. That's happening in this region, and it's a state best practice. And that's been our key magical thing, is to be able to expand our footprint, because most states just have one. And everybody has to travel to that one center, not here. You are
Thank you.
firing me up. Sorry, I'm just like,
So
thank you.
now to give you the commentary of the challenge. So I have actually gone through the employee NV hub. I was unemployed not too long ago, so I've seen the challenges. Just in full transparency, hopefully the voters don't penalize me for this, but I have navigated this difficulty, and I think that as you all are thinking through the strategies of how you meet workers where they're at in this, if they find themselves in that precarious situation, I will be honest that the current system that we have does not work. When you are, and I've had this discussion with Dieter as well, so I'm just telling you guys because this is gonna be a data request. When Dieter requests you to go to an employee NV hub, right, you get the email notification saying you have to be there at a certain time, you can't miss it. As part of that circumstance, when you are triaged, when you arrive at the employee NV hub, you're asked to do some mental health questionnaire, which, by the way, no one reads. And then after waiting in line, you wait for your appointment. Then you get your appointment, and then they just ask you about your situation, what you're dealing with. And then they schedule the next one, and they say, make sure that you apply for 2 jobs, and we'll see you at your next appointment. The reason why I'm explaining that to you as a circumstance is because I do not believe our state, including the work that you guys are doing with Employer NV, and I don't know who is responsible. That's why I'm asking who is responsible for overseeing how these programs are facilitated, is we are not actually doing the triage services that we need and looking at the workers based on the skills that they have. There are going to be, to the questions that we're seeing in these presentations, there are going to be displaced workers that are working professionals, white-collar jobs that were doing law, accounting, and so forth. And we are treating every single person that is unemployed as a cookie cutter. Here's your application, here's the next stop. And I don't think our current infrastructure, including through the work that you guys are doing, are meeting that demand. And so what I would like to see is a plan of how you're going to reform how we do triage for workers as they're coming through, and what wraparound support services we're actually looking at per worker, because unfortunately the placement of working professional into a job in retail and so forth might not make as appropriate sense. And I think this is going to become a worse issue that we're going to face. I think obviously that comes more into conversation with how we work with higher ed and making sure that workers are retrained and that they actually have the resources, or supporting entrepreneurship in a different manner. But I will be honest, I don't think you guys are doing the work that we need to be doing right now, and I would be happy to figure it out, because I don't think, certainly there are taxpayer dollars that could be expended better instead of treating everyone like a factory line. But I don't know if you guys have any commentary to that.
Madam Chair, through you, Ricardo Villalobos for the record. No, thank you for that, Senator. We always believe in continuously improving, our efficiencies, right, for the human being that comes in for services. I'm not exactly sure which employee V hub you went to, or there's nuances in it, as far as which direction you went. And we don't want to get the conversation with the human about, oh, you're here for this, so you need to go see Title III. Oh, you're here for that, go see Title II. Oh, Title I. We just want to provide services based on what the human needs, right? But it does make a difference what your process is depending on which one you go to. So that's number one. Nonetheless, it needs to be more efficient. I absolutely agree with you. I think the other thing too is that that I would share. So we keep a track. We track customer traffic at our American Job Centers. We have, on average, on a weekly average, 400 to 500 touch points on a weekly basis. Let's say, so it's about, if you round it out to 52 weeks, it's probably about 13, 14, maybe close to 15,000, humans, and somewhere or another are kind of coming across our system. The funding that we have in Southern Nevada only has the capacity to serve 1,500 people, yet about 15,000 are coming across the system. The staffing capacity, is an issue that we look at, and so sometimes, quite frankly, to address it, we either say, hey, serve more or serve less people so you can be more efficient, right? Or continue to serve the need, and it creates bottlenecks, quite frankly, and so we're looking at it to create efficiencies for sure. And so I appreciate that feedback. I appreciate that insight, that insight, and we'll definitely take it to heart. And we're looking at it, though, because this isn't the first time we've heard about our efficiencies. But that's the context we deal with.
If I could add, Senator, one of the things that I learned in coming into this space is that the WIOA funds, at least from a Title I perspective that we have ownership over, is to serve those that have the highest barriers that need to be removed. Like somebody doesn't have, right, myself, a migrant farm worker, right? I didn't have mentors in my life. I didn't have my first job that, my parents got for me. It was just me. And so compound that, if I were to have kids at a young age, I was homeless, I was in a foster care system, that's our clientele. Now, if you're an accountant, maybe looking for work, if you are, you said something about law, yes, another entity in the ecosystem, that's their target market. Could we do better? Absolutely, and that takes intentionality. It is the willingness, and we're headed in that direction. Are we perfect? No, but thank you for exposing where we need to improve.
So, no additional questions. I will, because we have probably some additional conversation we'll probably have offline. But number one, thank you guys for coming to present. I care about several topics, but 354 is just something I'm just going to keep checking on while I'm in the building. The AI is, I think, going to be a constant conversation because there are serious projections out there on huge job losses in several sectors. And I just think it's something that has to become a part of our constant topic as a legislature, being proactive and making sure that we have systems in place when those losses happen. And because not everybody is going to be upskilled into a new area, right? And so there's a huge question on what that looks like, how we're going to mitigate that, how we're going to slow this down to try to keep some normalcy to employment, which is my goal, how to slow it down and keep some normalcy, right? Not complete wipeouts. And so I think that that's why I to bring up question 2 and 3, why that's on the agenda is because, I think it's just a need to constantly monitor and be proactive, right? So we thank you for your presentation and for your time waiting this morning and listening to our prediction markets.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. So we will go to the next presenter, which is Milt Stewart of Nevada Works.
Hi, good morning. My name is Milt Stewart. I'm the CEO for Nevada Works. Nevada Works is the local workforce development board for the 13 counties that Workforce Connections does not cover. So as you heard, Workforce Connections covers Lincoln, Nye, Esmeralda, and Clark, and we cover the rest of the state, which is 70,000 square miles, about 750,000 people. And so most of what you're going to hear me say today is very, very similar, right? Because the ecosystem is very similar. But we have a unique set of challenges due to that 70,000 square miles. And so I'll kind of contextualize that just a little bit, please. So the questions that you asked, and I'm not going to kind of repeat some of the same things that you heard. I want to really get to some the meat of what I think it was that some of the questions that you're asking. So next slide. So as you heard Workforce Connections say, foster youth, yes, right? Yes, thank you for having this conversation. We think that it's vital conversation to have. The foster youth are one of multiple barriers or different kinds of barriers that individuals can have and need our support, right? You need our service. So foster youth are served through that broader ecosystem. And, when we're bringing them into the ecosystem, if we go to the next slide, we don't always know that they are foster youth, right? I mean, they have to self-identify. They have to tell us that they're foster youth. And quite frankly, as we think in terms of eligibility, right? When we're talking about federal funding or funding in general, there's eligibility requirements associated with that. And there's multiple different thresholds or eligibility thresholds for out-of-school youth, for those 16 to 24-year-olds. And so there are times where, I check a box, right? I was made eligible because I am pregnant and parenting or what have you, and we don't capture that. So rather than, have the conversation around the foster youth in general, I think it's the conversation is, to your point, Senator Neal, how do we, that's a terrible story, right? And everybody in this room hears that and says we need to be better, and 100%. So how do we do that, right? So we're developing a system that anybody that can come in the door, and then we help them accordingly. And so next slide, please. So again, they don't always necessarily tell us that they are foster youth, but that doesn't matter, right? So we're going to serve them in a way that meets their needs, and irrespective of whether they've identified as foster youth or not. Next slide. So with regards to AB 354, I mean, the easiest way that I can put this is that when we get the AB 354 report, 12 of our 13 counties meet one of those thresholds in one way, shape, or form. And so what does that mean? It means that that's our delivery of service model. I mean, we have made this delivery, our service model be reflective of the greater need. So if we think in terms of for example, 92% of the folks that across our region are meet one of the barriers or one of the thresholds for eligibility for the services that we provide. The 20 to 24-year-olds, because the report's broken up into certain categories, but that 20 to 24-year-old across, again, 12 of the 13 counties, they rise up to that level where it would trigger the AB 354. So I say that to say this, that is our model, right? So we use AB 354 to help us focus investments. But if we have to use in order to have an impactful model, we have to really build the model or the ecosystem to be able to serve all those different demographics. So one of the things that we were able to do as an example, we saw that across 9 of the 13 counties, Native Americans, tribes were met that threshold for AB 354. And so 4 years ago, Nevada Works applied for and received a Good Jobs Challenge grant through the U.S. Department of Commerce. And so what it allowed us to do is really transform our organization from a kind of a compliance type organization to an organization that really is trying to be innovative and continuously improve and meet these types of needs. So it helped us to stand up industry sector partnerships, which you heard this morning from Workforce Connections. But what it also did, we had a very specific focus on rural communities and the tribes. And so there are 22 tribes across the Nevada Works region. And so we were very intentional about it. We used a navigator model where you heard the Workforce Connections team say that I think 27 different employee and V-hubs or touch points throughout their region. We have 9 official across 70,000 square miles. And so we recognized that that's not going to do it. That's not going to cut it. And so we took a navigator model where we put our employees in those communities And so with laptops and have Wi-Fi, we'll travel. And so we go into these libraries, we go into these community centers, and we serve individuals not only through the Employee NV hubs, but also wherever we need to be, in schools, high schools, and so on. Next slide. So we didn't wait for the tribes to come to us, right? We went to them. And so the model is recognizing that AB 354, fed into the idea or the concept that we needed to serve the tribes, have a specific tribal navigator. His name is Thurman. He is a tribal member, and he does a great job of building trust with the tribes. And so that has evolved to the point where we have now developed 3 memorandum of understandings with 3 different tribes, where we are their workforce development partner, if you will, or helping them lead their workforce development efforts. We've also worked with the TARO offices in the tribes and so on. So without boring you, I'll say that that AB 354 has really fed into our delivery of service model, and the tribes are one specific place that we can point to where that happens. Next slide. Oh yeah, sorry, I got ahead. Please again. Yeah. So with regards to AI and automation, really the same conversation, right? How do we predict? So one example right now, literally right now, is happening. I think literally the meeting's happening right now, which is a partnership with Truckee Meadows Community College, Washoe County School District, and they came to Nevada Works and said, look, you guys have industry sector partnerships, you're convening employers, and so you have that ecosystem pre-built. We want to talk about AI. We want to talk about how we can educate our students. We want to talk about with employers to figure out what type of training that they need. And we also want to get the signals from employers on where they see the puck heading, where they see, where there might be some jobs that are going away. And so we've convened 8 different industry sectors and are having those conversations right now. And so again, it's recognizing what the needs right now, but also trying to project those out into the future. And I'll kind of pivot to some of the kind of conceptual questions here, right? So the model in Northern Nevada is different. The Employee NV Hub model in Northern Nevada is different than here in Southern Nevada, not only in the quantity of hubs that we have, but also in order to develop some economies of scale. If you recall the former Job Connect offices, right? So Nevada Works and Deed are basically repurposed or rebranded through this Employee NV Hub branding the existing Job Connect offices that were throughout the region. And so we designated those as through WIOA. It's called an affiliate site, and so that means that WIOA services are available there. We do have what's called a comprehensive center, where we're required to bring in multiple partners and convene those. Nevada Works is the leaseholder, the operator, making sure that we're pointing people in the right direction, but also recognizing that. Senator, your experience, as unfortunate as it was, is a lesson for us. But at the same time, and this is, this is tough because the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act allows for the creation of these local areas, these local boards. What it doesn't give us is authority to tell these partners what to do. And so we convene these hubs. And we develop memorandums of understanding and how we're going to deliver services. And the local boards are responsible for these American Job Centers. The challenge is, and I shouldn't say challenge, where there are maybe better opportunities is that, we have to rely on good graces and memorandums of understanding and so on. And so if a partner is serving someone in a particular way, we can help. We can, we talk about continuous improvement. We talk about best practice. We talk about the customer experience. We talk about human-centered design. We talk about what should happen when somebody walks through that door. and the routing that they should receive based on a questionnaire that they start with, but then continue to, as they meet with partners, that partner may uncover something else. And so we route them through not only the literal physical location, but throughout the ecosystem. And so we're actually obligated to do warm handoffs. We're through these centers, we're obligated to say, it's not just a business card and go across town and good luck. It's actually making those connections. And so one of the tools that we've adopted in Northern Nevada is a product called Atlas. And they also use it here in Southern Nevada, I think, for youth. Is that correct? Is that right? So basically, it is this virtual ecosystem where non-co-located partners can be part of the system, and we make those referrals. They're trackable and so on. So I say all that to say that there's a lot of good work that is being done. Dieter, again, is a great partner. You heard that from Workforce Connections. I'll echo that as well. One of the things is we think in terms of funding. You heard us this morning say eligibility. You heard us say barriers and so on. And the federal dollars are the ones that generally are the most prescriptive, right? Here's the money, and here's the eligibility thresholds. And so Dieter has been quite generous to both local boards. But that funding allows us to do things like the industry sector partnerships, like some of the other efforts that it's really hard to do with WIOA funding. And I'll pause there and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for that, Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I'll just give you a little chance to get some water. I actually have two questions. The first question comes from slide 8. I really like the fact that you made it very clear that you came out and worked with the tribal councils on your own. When it came to creating a dedicated tribal navigator, was this somebody that you worked with through the department with Stacy Montooth's department, or was this something that you found somebody on your own with?
Yeah, Miltzer, for the record, thank you for the question. We actually predated really the formal establishment. So it actually it's kind of a little bit in reverse. So yeah, we did hire a tribal navigator. And so part of what our tribal navigator does is works with Stacy, but also UNR Tech Hub has as part of that, they have a tribal component. And so we actually, we provide a great deal of assistance to both Stacy and to UNR Tech Hub.
Thank you. May I ask a second question, Chair? Thank you. My other question had to do towards the end, where it had to do, we turn employer signals into targeted training. Is this done by a questionnaire that is asked about, or is this done by voluntary? Because you had mentioned earlier in the program, finding out if somebody had been a member of the, I think the foster care.
Sure.
So is this a voluntary thing, or is it that you expect everybody to fill out questionnaires? How do you find out?
Yeah, Miltzer for the record. So a little bit of all that. And so as we convene employers through the industry sector partnerships, the model is we have to start from somewhere. So we have economists that basically does some research and tries to identify the signals that are seen, at the federal or even state level, and then we take that to these industry sector partners and say, validate this. Is what we're seeing, is this data resonate? Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes, as we think in terms of regions, there are times where, as an example, is this the wage? This is what the federal says, and some of the employers are like, I wish I could pay that, right? There's no way that we could hire somebody for that wage, and I just use that as an example. But we do provide surveys. We do have conversations. We do that not only in the formal convenings, and we have multiple different levels where there's the employers are involved, and then we have a separate meeting where we have the ecosystem say, okay, this is what we heard. Now, how are we going to react? And we do that intentionally because what we don't want to do is have this model where we're here from the government, here's what we can do for you. That's not the model, right? The model is let's listen to what the employers are signaling and what they're actually telling us. And then how do we activate the system, activate partners to meet those needs? So short answer is a little bit of all that.
Thank you. And so that brought up a follow-up, if I may. I'm just going to go forward, especially with the fact that this is around the Pyramid Lake area, so that it automatically made me think of how there's a large boom in that area of numerous different organizations coming out there. So is this more employee driven or is this more employer driven? That's number one. And then number two, as I look out and I see a few friends that are involved in some other things, do you ever work with the unions and apprenticeship programs?
Yes, to the second question, but and I'll elaborate just about. Can you? I'm not sure I understood the first question completely.
Are you asking for when it comes to the listen to employers, actually, you say right there that like with AI changes that you need to make on training, is this based upon what the employers need or what the employees need? So like sometimes.
I'd love to think it's both, honestly.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is, we're getting these signals or the data directly from employers. But as part of these conversations, we're asking them to kind of tell us what the ecosystem needs to do for those employees that may not survive or might need to transition. So it's the industry sector partnerships are definitely employer driven. The rest of the ecosystem, as we think in terms of our two sets of customers, employers and career seekers, the career seekers can also be a source of knowledge, and so we tap into that as well. With regards to the unions, the short answer is yes. And so we have the Builders and Trades Union of Northern Nevada is on our board. Rob Benner is a trusted partner. We work with Rob all the time. Nevada Works, and one of the things I hadn't mentioned yet is that Nevada Works is so much more than WIOA. We have 5 years ago when I came on as CEO, we were, let's, for purpose of this conversation, say we were 100% WIOA, which is around $6 million a year. We have received, I just mentioned a Good Jobs Challenge grant. We received a Apprenticeship Building America grant, which is a statewide grant that we work with Workforce Connections on. And I could go down the list, but so WIOA is now about 20 to 22% of our funding. So we've really cast a wide net. And I say all that to say that, we think in terms of capacity, right? As we have somebody come into the ecosystem, how can we bring additional capacity to bear? And so apprenticeships is part of that model. But I'll actually take it one step further. The answer is yes. We are unions and trades, but that the Apprenticeship Building America grant is also non-traditional and non-union. So we're very, very intentional around working with UNLV around the paraprofessional, the teacher paraprofessional apprenticeship. Have also Nevada Works has become what's called an intermediary for a couple of different apprenticeships, and the idea there is that reduce some of the friction and paperwork and whatnot that goes in. So we've done that for CNA, we've done it for CNA, for early childhood education. We're working with children's cabs. So, and I can just go down the list.
I really appreciate that. I think when I was listening to that answer, though, it did come up with one more question. I'm not sure if this is actually in your purview or not. Do you ever work with companies that basically are doing this hire to fire practice, which unfortunately is a reality in more and more manufacturing areas?
Sir, for the record. So that is antithetical to our model, right? So if we think in terms of WIA, for example, so all the funding that we get has metrics associated with it. And so we do the good work because it's the right thing to do, but we also have to make sure that we check boxes so we can continue to get that funding. And so if we think in terms of WIOA, you saw that, Ricardo mentioned, employed second quarter after exit, employed fourth quarter after exit, and so on. So we would never want to deal with those hire to fire, but the system, the way it's developed, we have to be very conscious of that. So the short answer is no. We does it happen? Sure. I mean, but really the model that we're trying to create is this is a collaborative and ecosystem, and quite frankly, those organizations, those businesses that are hire to fire, they're going to get selected out over time for sure.
Just want to make sure that that's on the record, that they should not be working with
100%.
Yep. Because that is taking advantage of employers.
We would go out of business.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. We appreciate you coming. We will close the presentation from Nevada Works and call Mr. Corbett up Executive Director, the Division of Workforce and Economic Development of College of Southern Nevada. For the record, we will go to lunch at 1:30. We will try to fit in as much as we can, and then we'll break.
Good afternoon, everybody. Stevan Corbett with the College of Southern Nevada. I currently serve as the Executive Director for the Division of Workforce. Madam Chair, honorable members, thank you for the opportunity to come and share about the great work that is happening, not only with the two presentations that you heard prior to myself, but also within the College of Southern Nevada as a whole. One of the things I do want to associate up front is in the WIOA space, College of Southern Nevada, particularly our adult basic education program, serves as Title II when we talk about the WIOA ecosystem. And so you've heard a lot of Title I, Title III, et cetera. And so we're number 2. And that is through our AFLA, which is the American Education Family Literacy Act. The state that is funded, that is federal dollars from the Department of Education that runs through the Nevada Department of Education. Goes to all the community colleges, Clark County School District, some of the universities. College of Southern Nevada receives about $2.3 million of that to serve approximately 1,000 students, which are individuals who do not have a high school diploma and looking. So just want to preface that role and what the opportunity is and what Title II and how it's narrated for the support. Just to give you a brief overview, we are the largest workforce training provider in Southern Nevada. Again, College of Southern Nevada has close to 35,000 students. We do have what we call community embedded or satellite campuses. We have about 13 of these campuses across the geographic area, all in Southern Nevada, all the way from each municipality to unincorporated to unincorporated, all the way out to Mesquite. Our newest workforce center is called the Westside Education Training Center. This is embedded right off of the historic West Side. It is also in line with the census data in terms of where the highest number of individuals who are unemployed and also along with individuals who have opportunities for social and economic mobility. This was a huge opportunity in collaboration with not only the local workforce board, but also the City of Las Vegas, the Governor's Office of Economic Development. We've been open about 6 months now, and to date have served about 300 individuals. 123 of those have already completed short-term industry recognized credentials. Approximately 90% of those individuals are employed. This also is in collaboration with local workforce board as well as Dieter, who has been mentioned, who is also a partner for us. I mentioned a little bit about the adult education workforce training. One of the things that makes our workforce training a little unique is we use what is called an IET, which is an integrated education training model. So about 99% of the students that come to us are individuals who cannot wait 2 years, 4 years for a degree. These are individuals that are providing for their family. Economic stress is alive and well. And so they come to us for these short-term trainings so that they get into employment as quickly as possible. We have programs that last as long as 4 weeks, all the way up to 16 weeks, but nothing longer than that 16 weeks. So again, those individuals come to us just in the Southern Nevada region alone. There's about 230,000 individuals that don't currently have a high school diploma or of equivalency. And so this also allows the population to simultaneously work on their high school equivalency while they're becoming trained. The IET model contextualizes the academic components of what they need with the workforce program. So rather than say, hey, go take Math 97, and all of us were there, we're like, where am I ever going to use this in life? The integrated education training model says you're going to have applied math specific to the workforce training that you're engaged in. So if you're in a health science program, the academics that you're absorbing is directly in line to that profession. If you're in advanced manufacturing, the mathematics is directly in line to that. So you see instantly as a student, oh, this is why I need to learn it. And it's directly connected to their own future orientation. We have the pathways, which are very diverse from rapid response. I just talked about non-credit. We also have credit-aligned educational paths. What I will share is that those students that come to us, become employed, get their training, their industry-recognized credential, get employment, the average matriculation rate across the United States is about 18 to 22% of those individuals go on to a degree. At the College of Southern Nevada, we're at 30%. That means 30% of those students who didn't even think high school was for them are now going into a degree pathway because they've had a positive experience. A financial strategy, when I talk about braided funding, this is something you've heard from Milton, Irene, and Dr. Villalobos and Brett. What we are able to do is over at our centers that I talked about, we do have Title I representation that sits within the facilities at the College of Southern Nevada. We have Title III Wagner-Pizer through Dieter that has an individual. And then, of course, College of Southern Nevada has our own philanthropic and our grant funding as well. So when we receive a grant, we usually have a target to meet. Hey, you have to hit 60 students. 9 times out of 10, we'll go 20 to 30% above that because we co-fund those students with Title I, Title III, and other philanthropic dollars. So by braiding, it allows us to extend those dollars. But remember, just like Workforce Connections, Emil said, hey, you have their millions of dollars serves up to 1,500 people collectively, 231,000 individuals without a high school diploma. Our funding allows us to serve 1,000 of those per an annual basis. When we talk about the AB 354, very similar to what Milt said, that is our delivery strategy. We're in the places where we have the census tract that say, this is where the highest poverty exists, this is where the highest unemployment exists. We work very closely with the city where we do targeted outreach and targeted recruitment. So in conjunction with the city of Las Vegas, they have an internal messaging system where based on their wards, they have a direct audience of individuals, whether it's Ward 1 and Ward 5, where we currently reside for our first 2 training centers, goes out, does targeting surveying. What are you interested in? They get a response. We then develop the training and with the employer based on that. First example is we have a cohort of about 24 young folks going through an EMT program. City of Las Vegas deployed this mechanism identified within Ward 5 and in particular 89106 area code where this high poverty, low employment exists, got 240 responses. Out of that, we were able to fill the course at capacity with 24 students who are now paid through Title I, Title III, CSN, and taking class. In December, they will graduate. We're talking to the chief of the city of Las Vegas, who's already guaranteed, as long as they pass and they do well, they'll be able to put on a city of Las Vegas EMT uniform come December, January. So that I just wanted to share that as one example of the intentionality to make sure that we're highly targeting the community that we're in and that we know these economic factors have impact on. For us, everything is data driven. If it doesn't show up in the data and it's somebody's opinion, we don't do it. It hasn't yielded us the outcomes that we're looking for. We'll talk about a human-centered design process. That's exactly the practice that we follow. We make sure that those young adults that are entering the workforce because of the sources with Title I, Title III, and CSN, it's a holistic approach. We're not just looking, hey, we're just here to train you, and if you get it, great. No, it's also about that contextualized component that I spoke about. The number one thing that we hear from employers that's missing, soft skills, self-leadership, being able to have communication skills, being on time. So we incorporate all those and integrate those or contextualize those into all our training programs. When we talk about the different interventions, AFLA, which I referenced earlier, Roads is also was a pilot that was funded through Dieter. It was about $500,000 to serve about 70 students in this exactly workforce ecosystem. We end up serving over 100 because of that braided funding approach. Average of 90% training completion, average of about 80% employment. So again, one of the things that you'll see a theme here is if we don't meet those numbers, we lose our funding. It's not a model that just says, here's money, go train. If we're not meeting those numbers, the board will come back to us based on what is on the eligible training provider list, says, hey, you're not meeting that threshold. Some of you may be familiar with short-term Pell. First time, that'll be an additional funding stream, but it'll just be a last dollar type of component. But same thing, these metrics are across all workforce training. Minimum, their request is 70% completion, 70% placement. We're already exceeding that here in Southern Nevada. This had a significant impact. Some of the images you're looking at now are from the Westside Education Training Center. All of our trainings are in line with what we see as the in-demand occupations. So this is from the LVGEA, the Workforce Connections, the Chamber Blueprint. We also do work with David Schmidt from Dieter, who provides us labor market information as well on a continual basis. One of the things we do is there was a lot of, hey, CNC is coming down the pipeline. We started a CNC program. We were overproducing talent. We stopped the program. If the program does not lead to employment, that's not how you treat people. You don't put them in a training for 8 weeks. They develop a skill, and now the employer is not there. Now, if that comes back in demand, we'll re-implement it and move forward. And so our areas are health sciences, advanced manufacturing, computer information technology, and the skilled trades. CSN does serve as a school of record for 16 building trades. We have a very close relationship with the Southern Nevada Building Trades. What that means is serving as a school of record, when people say, hey, don't go to consider the trades instead of college, here, the trades is college. They are earning credit through their apprenticeship program. They're literally 6 credits away after they complete their journeyman or their apprenticeship program. These individuals are 6 credits away from getting their associates in apprenticeship studies. And so it's making sure that individuals go on, and you'll see some of the trade leaders who are retired use that and now have a 4-year degree and have a whole nother life because of utilizing that strategy. I already talked a little bit about roads. One of the things we're most excited about is our Resilient for Nevada. This is also a workforce grant. It is the only workforce grant specific in Nevada through the Department of Health and Human Services for individuals who have passed or were in recovery. And so, as you know, there are some, if based on your background related to recovery, you may not be able to be eligible for employment. So we work very closely with the local municipalities. If we can work with those judges to seal or modify the record so they can get employment, we have case managers that work with the judicial system to be able to do that. We also work very closely with what we call as recovery-friendly employers. So they're straight out. Hey, yes, we hire individuals who've had this experience, this lived experience in the past. And so what we see a lot of those in are peer support specialists, advanced manufacturing, and some community healthcare workers. We just finished our first year. We were supposed to serve 65. We actually served 95. But again, average 80-85% employment rate. This also is now causing us to look at CSN as, are we also a recovery-friendly entity? Because a lot of these roles that we're building and working with the recovery-friendly recovery community requires lived experience. And so we're beginning to navigate what that looks like in terms of that infrastructure. Shared intake, again, I talked about the integration with Title I, Title III. What does that look like in terms of a streamlined experience? Also making sure that what we recognize with these grants that have been provided directly to CSN, it eliminates the redundant processes. We talked about, Senator Deontay, you talked about efficiencies. This type of opportunity does eliminate redundant processes, significantly accelerates the time that we can see a student. If a student says, hey, I'm unemployed, I need to go to work like now and get them trained, it allows us to be able to support them that much quicker. And again, it's a complete wraparound service to make sure that these students are successful. Again, with our 13 sites across the different areas, also allows us to be where everybody is. Again, this is the grand opening when about 6-7 months ago at our Westside Education Training Center. There's another one being built called the ETSI, which is, you guessed it, the Eastside Education Training Center. And then a couple years down the road, and these are all in partnership with the City of Las Vegas, we'll have a METC, which is a Medical Education and Training Center. So the beautiful thing about these is we're building brick and mortar and infrastructure. And what that does is allow us to expand the services that you've heard here between all three presentations this morning. So the model that we're talking about will exist at the ETSI, will also exist at the Medical Education Training Center. Again, the biggest thing is what we're realizing is collectively, we need to look at more dollars. It's very easy if we were to step on the gas, we can run through our money probably 6 months through the annual money that is provided. And that's why we started braiding these funds so that not only can we serve more, but we can also stretch the dollars. All of us have been in place where we braided funds. Some call it other things, but exactly to extend resources and make sure we can continue to deliver those high services. I talked already a little about AFLA, what that does, what that provides. In a perfect world, somebody comes, works on their high school equivalency, is enrolled in a short-term training, becomes employed. CSN is also the only college in Nevada where you have dual enrollment for adults. It's a federal program called Ability to Benefit. We have great philanthropic partners like Bank of America and MGM who covers the first 6 credits of these adult learners. They then become eligible for FAFSA. So just like there's dual enrollment for high school students, this allows us to also have dual enrollment for adult learners. Washington State has had this program in place probably the longest, which means about 10 years. What they have found is individuals secure their 2-year degree before they actually secure their high school equivalency. I don't know about you, I'm a horrible test taker. In order to pass your GED, you have to take a test. If you're not a great test taker, a lot of people give up, never get their GED. But if you're enrolled in a 2-year degree, which is not, your destiny is not based on one test, but a series of courses for you to develop your knowledge base, we see a higher population. So now they don't even have to look back at their high school equivalency because they have their 2-year degree, they have workforce training, and they go on and have a successful life. Last thing I'll share is about our business development. We also do provide, you've heard the term incumbent workers. We work very closely with Dieter and Workforce Connection on their industry sector partnership dollars, as well as their upscaling training dollars. So what we do is work with local employers. They identify what are the talent gaps in their businesses to keep team members, to stay competitive, and also to be relative in the workforce. Our workforce trainings have about a 15% variance every 16 weeks. That's how quick business and industry moves. So we make sure that whatever that student is from class to class, they're experiencing the most updated techniques, strategies, because we want them to be the most competitive individuals as they go into the workforce. And so that's where the customized training comes in. If you go and you ask for a suit and you tell us as the employer, you want one sleeve longer than the other, that's what you're gonna get. We're not gonna argue with you. You're the employer. You know how to run your business. Excuse me. And so that is also a way that we contribute to workforce and economic development and business and industry competitiveness and sustainability. Lastly, and I think I said that last time, so past tense. Henderson Chamber, we work very closely with Scott in the Henderson Chamber. He has a consortium of manufacturers. We actually have about 6 or 7 manufacturers that we currently work with, not only for entry level, but also for this upskilling component. We meet on a monthly basis. This group of manufacturers tells us to our face, this is the training we want. Here's the job descriptions. Here's the contact with the HR. So when your students graduate, I'm giving you the name of that HR rep. So there's that warm handoff and that direct connection. It's those type of intentional strategies like Miss Irene was talking about that leads to that success. Non-credit health sciences, again, is our fastest growing sector here in Southern Nevada. And so a lot of our short-term trainings, our entry-level positions, we don't fund a training that is not going to yield a minimum of $20 an hour. We don't do $12, $15. Individuals normally can do that on their own. The trainings that we have make sure that at a minimum, they're walking out of the door making a minimum of $40,000 a year. That's not a lot. 15 years ago, maybe, but still, that's the threshold that we want to make sure. That's part of the business industry to say, hey, what does competitive wages look like? AI, there's college-wide, we have an AI ambassador that is informing and meeting with what does artificial intelligence look like within the College of Southern Nevada. INCHI has a task force on AI where all the institutions meet and talk about what this component looks like. It is already embedded, it's here. It's embedded in manufacturing, it's embedded in healthcare, it's embedded in business operations. Our responsibility is to make sure that where it's embedded, these are incorporated into our trainings so that individual has competencies, awareness, and success based on what it is those AI skills are that are required so that they're also successful. So for us, AI is another tool and another skill that is incorporated and contextualized because the job requests it. And again, the goal is to make sure our students are successful. I talked about the digital integration, employer-driven curriculum, short-term training, rapid upskilling. And again, for us, the AI dialogue has actually, we've had an increase of companies that have reached out to us to say, hey, because we've incorporated AI into our business model, what does that look like from a training perspective? Our SMEs meet with their SMEs. We take directly from the job description and the roles that the business give us. It's incorporated and contextualized as part of the training. That student comes out with that skill that that employer has asked for. I talked about, again, this is probably being a theme, to diversify it. Does it have to be new funding? No. Could it be more strategic funding, like Irene said? Absolutely, and I think those are worth having some conversations. The pipeline, again, 231,000 individuals. We get about 1,000 of those that come to us a year. We have ongoing within the Division of Workforce about 7,000 students who are someplace in their trajectory of their learning and in career experience. Again, going back to AB 354, we are intentionally in those areas that AB 354 narrates, talks about, says that should be reached. We have direct conversation with those employers all the time. One of the things we preface is to make sure that, hey, as business industry is growing and is diversifying, so should the talent pipeline. So that's where the city of Las Vegas comes in with their direct targeting, outreach, being able to pull individuals who've already identified an interest. The employer's already lined up. We reverse engineer. We don't do a training and then go find an employer. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie Arthur, where he shoots and then says hit, and he says pull and then shoots and says hit the bullet, hit the bullet. We don't do that. We start with the employer first and then develop the training from there. I know I aged myself with that movie.
I was just like, are we talking about the cartoon Arthur? Like what?
No, it was an 80s movie.
Oh,
That was
okay.
my bad. Again, our whole thing is about equitable social mobility. Individuals, if you make less than $40,000 a year, you're going to qualify for the training and the support. One of the biggest successes that we've had is when the employers embed the training that CSN delivers into the job description. Once a job seeker sees that, hey, it's not just I need a 4-year degree, but I can take the 16-week CSN class and you're going to hire me. We get people that are willing to pay out of pocket. They saved up. However they got the money, that's not us to ask. But we do see a lot of out-of-pocket pay when they know if they take the training that employer is going to accept that training. That's huge in the health industry. CCSD does that for several of our trainings. We're now starting to get manufacturers to list that our CSN customized trainings are part of that process. And so that's how we sustain that employment and that talent pipeline. Thank you.
We have one question. Assemblyman De Silva.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Corbett, it's always good to see you, my constituent and my neighbor. I know you quickly glanced on this, but the Eastside Training Center, I had just a two-part question about that.
Yeah, of course, please.
So firstly, what's the actual progress with that? Like, how is it looking like? What's the program looking like? When is it set to be opening?
Yeah.
What parts of the workforce are you going to be specifically focusing on there, if there is going to be a specific focus? And then secondly is the fact that I think that training center is ideally located. It's on the corner of Bonanza and Pecos. There are over 5, potentially 6 high schools within a 7-minute drive. Sure. We're talking about anywhere from 10,000 to 12,000, 13 to 18-year-olds who are looking for some kind of a step that they can take after they graduate. So I was wondering if there's any relationships that are being built with those particular schools within that area there.
1,000%, Assemblyman. And so we're looking at breaking ground probably January, so 6 months. What we know about the WETC, it took them about 12 months construction. And so I foresee us at the earliest running programs as early as January 2028. So about 16 months away, 17 months away. I'm glad that you mentioned the high schools. We're working with several high schools now on an intervention-based workforce strategy, which is we'll identify those high school seniors who said, they're on target to graduate, but they're not really interested or either in post-secondary anything. They just don't know. And so what we've been able to do at Western High School, and we're opening it up to a couple more high schools, specifically in the historic West Side area, is go in and provide training the last quarter of that student's high school year. So when they graduate, they're also receiving an industry recognized credential. And so it's bringing the CTE model to them at these comprehensive high schools where those CTE programs are not as robust. So we'll do that similarly with Desert Pines, Rancho, El Dorado, Vegas, and Sunrise. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. We appreciate your presentation and you spending your morning with us. We will close this out and we will try to fit in the gaming taxes and then we'll break for lunch. So we'll go back to agenda item number 6 and then we will break for lunch. I think everybody's hungry.
Chair Neal and members of the committee, thank you for having us today. My name is Shelley Newell. I'm the Senior Economic Analyst for the Nevada Gaming Control Board. And we've been asked to give an overview of the gaming taxes and fees that are imposed by the state of Nevada. And with that said, I'll go ahead and start our slide presentation. Often in the gaming industry, we break our licensees down. So you're going to see in our taxing labels, you're going to see that we've broken them down into restricted and non-restricted. I thought it was important to point that out because as you look at some of the fees, you'll see that in the name. Our restricted licensees are those who have 15 slot machines, not more than 15, so it's 15 or less. And then if you have 16, it moves you to the non-restricted licensee category. So anybody who has 16 or more slot machines, or if you want to do game and tables or any combination thereof, you'll fall into that category. Additionally, you'll hear in the gaming industry that you hear us refer to Group 1 and Group 2 licensees. Group 1 licensees are those having gross revenue over approximately $8 million, and they'll fall under the purview of the audit division. Anyone in the non-restricted falling under that $8 million threshold approximately will be under the purview of our tax and license division. So moving on to our next slide, our revenues are broken down into majors and minors. As you had a chance to maybe go through our slide, you saw some of the percentages. Majors are obviously major because they bring in over 90-some% of the revenue. Right now, they're around 92.5%. The two majors are our percentage fee collections and our live entertainment tax collections. In February of this year, we had a presentation by Michael Nakamoto, who gave a presentation on the LET. We are also here to answer some of those questions. Percentage fee collections is what we're going to focus on here. We didn't re-enter any information on the LET since that was back in February. Our minors, we have a number of minors there, from annual fees to quarterly fees, and then operator, so to speak, type license fees. And then we'll go through each one of those briefly as we touch on the slides as we move forward. Our first one here is the percentage fees. This is obviously the largest one that we have. It's approximately 85.2% this last fiscal year of what brought in the tax dollars for gaming. Those are the numbers that you see there for fiscal year 25 and 26. It is based on the monthly taxable gross gaming revenue, and a licensee will pay it in the following month. It's due by the 15th of the following month. It is a tiered structure at 3.5% for the first 50, 4.5% of 84, and then 6.75 of everything after that. Oftentimes when we're talking, though, you're just going to hear us say 6.75. There is still that 3.5 and 4.5, 5. We just don't say that because it's cumbersome to throw that out there. The last fee update was in 2003, back during the 20th special session of the legislature. Due to the budget deficit, we went from that smaller percentage, the 6.25, to the 6.75. Nothing else in that structure, in the tier structure, changed for those lower levels. So moving on, we also have our quarterly non-restricted slot fees, our quarterly restricted slot fees. The collections for both fiscal years are there, as you can see. For the quarterly non-restricted slot fee, it's a fee that's based on a per slot machine basis, and that's for our non-restricted licensees. The last update was in 81 when it was $10 a slot machine. Then we have our quarterly restricted slot fees, and there's a range there. And again, back in the appendix, we give you the breakdown of how those are paid by our licensees, and it's on a per device type tier structure there. Other than that, because it's a long appendix, I'm not going to go through that. I'll let you do that as you peruse the appendix there. Then we have our quarterly non-restricted game fees. This payment is based on the number of games a non-restricted licensee is operating each quarter. If you go to the statute, if you try to tie the dollars to our appendix, you're not going to do that because the statute has the rate in there at an annual rate. So it's applied at a quarterly rate. So you take 1/4 of that number, you'll get to what you see in the fee structure. Again, the last update was in 1981. And I'll move on to the next tax. And the quarterlies combined, the three that we just kind of talked about, they bring in about 2% of the collections overall. So it's not a material number. The unredeemed wagering vouchers is also one of our minors. This is where 75% of the value of the unredeemed wagering vouchers on a quarterly basis go on to the tax return filed by our licensees. They remit. What they do is they place basically 100% of the value on there, take 75%, that gets submitted to the state in whole. The other 25% gets added back into the respective revenue. So whether it's slots or sports and or Keno, where there's vouchers, it will get added back to the respective revenue. And then the percentage fee tax is paid, where you'll see that 6.75% component hit. So it's not that they keep it and don't pay tax. Some people think that they don't pay tax when it goes back to them. They do pay tax. It's just a percentage fee tax. Then we have our manufacturer and distributor license fees. For those coming in the door that want to be licensed as a manufacturer or a distributor, they have to pay an annual fee. The rates are right there, where you have the $1,000 and the $500. And again, last update was in 1983. And we'll move on. Those were implemented more so for oversight, not because they were bringing in revenue dollars. It was to give us oversight so that we didn't have nefarious individuals putting equipment and technology out there. Our operator of an interactive gaming license is our next fee. Those wanting to be licensed for interactive gaming will pay an initial fee of $500,000. That gets them 2 years. And then from there, the annual fee thereafter is $250,000. There hasn't been any change. This change here would occur at the commission level, the board and commission level, where they would change it as opposed to the legislative level. Moving on to our next one. We have the manufacturers of interactive gaming systems license. So if you want to manufacture one of those systems, you can also be licensed. Your fee is $125,000. Thereafter, it's $25,000, and there has been no change to that fee since it's been implemented. Another one of our minors is the slot route operator. This authorizes the holder to place slot machines in a licensed location and share in the profits therefrom. There are individuals that basically will go around where a small business doesn't want to have the manpower to do it, so they take on a slot route operator. They come and do all of the work, and they get in that profit sharing and share the funds that come in from those devices. And again, it's not a large tax dollar that comes in the door when we get to those latter pages where I break that out for you. Then we have an operator of an information services license, and this authorizes a person to sell and provide information to a licensed sports pool. This, in essence, is the data feed. So it's basically an information services just saying, hey, here's what I think the lines, the odds, the point spread should be. And then the licensees actually do the work to accept or alter those lines when they push it through. Again, the annual fee is $6,000. There hasn't been any change. The idea behind this was that while we do have the data feed going in, it's the wager where the taxes are still going to be paid at the licensee level. So again, that's why there hasn't been a change to that. Interactive gaming service provider license authorizes the holder to act as an interactive gaming service provider. They help keep that platform. A service provider is not the one who's necessarily operating it. They'll sort of push the payments through the cycles, just making sure that it happens so that the interactive gaming operator has it functioning properly. Again, no fee update to that, and not a large tax fee there. The other tax collections that we have the non-restricted, restricted annual slot tax, and we have the non-restricted annual games tax. Both of those are ones that the Gaming Control Board administers. The amount that the annual slot tax brought in is the $37.9 million in fiscal year 25, and in fiscal year 26, it was $37.8 million. Again, that money, we just administer it, and it goes back out to the respective parties that you see. The annual games fee, we have that. The proceeds are retained. We have a portion that we retain. It still goes to the state. We do a calculation every year. We reconcile with the controller's office, and it's a small portion where the $97,000 and the $101,000 are the portion that was retained for the services of administering the tax. And then the rest goes back into the general fund, and it's divided to the county. So every month, our tax and license division will process and send money out to our counties. There's an undistributed portion when they get to year end. They true it up. They calculate what our portion is for administering it. They push that back and then over to the state. So in looking at our collections for the last 10 years there, you can see what the growth rate has been, or the decline has been, on a year-over-year basis. That's how those are presented. Then moving on here, the majority of the collections come from Clark County, where you see 86.7% come from the Clark County market, 6.9% comes from the Washoe County market. Again, those are the primary, total collections being that $1.2 billion figure that you see there in our recent fiscal year 26. Moving on, let me move back here. When you see the breakdown there, you can see the percentages. The percentage fees, again, was a major. Live entertainment tax was one of our majors. Those two in total there make up that 92.5%. Again, it varies when the fees come in, where that percentage would be, but it's been over 90% for a long time. Our annual taxes range around that 3.1%. Our quarterly taxes in total about 2%, getting us to that 100% of our collections. On the back, I provided the license information because when you're looking at if it's a non-restricted or a per device type fee, it's important to know the breakdown. We have over 2,000 restricteds this past fiscal year. We have over 465 non-restricted locations. Of that, about 133 are Group 1. The remainder are Group 2. And again, you can see the manufacturers, distributors. So those are the groups that fall into those categories where you see the fees. If you wanted to look at how those calculations are done. Our next breakdown has the slot machines by type. So again, that you can see how many devices are coming in on those tax returns when those are filed. And we follow those. Again, the number is climbing in the multi-denomination category simply because you have a variety to offer patrons. That's what our licensees have said in our conversations. Going on to the next one, again, this is for our restricted locations. This is the breakdown of their devices. Just wanted to have you be able to see the totals there. Again, the multi-denom are the largest groups for the restricted as well. Then we get to the page here where we talk about our table counter and our card games. We just have a breakdown there because, again, if you're wondering on the games and how those fees are paid, if it's on a by game, you have the totals there to do those calculations, and you can see what's popular out on the floors throughout the state of Nevada by seeing those numbers.
I know you're still presenting, but I guess go ahead and finish.
Yeah. Are you sure you don't want to ask?
It's hurting my soul. So, well, I'll just do the simple one. So on the non-restricted slot machines by type, I mean, I knew this was an issue, but I thought that, you know, they were very limited, but there's still a lot of slot machines after they got rid of the penny. That's still a high number, right? So how is that being mitigated now that the penny is no longer being minted?
So in terms of the penny cessation, the devices themselves, generally at most of our licensees, other than those who have really old devices, will kick out a voucher. And so in our discussions with our licensees to see if the penny cessation would present a problem to them, many of them stockpiled pennies and have pennies for the next 2 to 3 fiscal years because they were planning for that. So in terms of the devices that they offer, they never had a penny machine where you're literally dropping pennies in. You'll still feed coin, if I'm understanding your question correctly, is the penny piece is not an issue because the voucher is typically what's issued from the devices. They're going to go to a redemption machine and get paid. If it issues a new voucher for the change component, there's, you know, and again, it'll depend on licensee. They'll either have to go to the cage or in some cases, the redemption machine will kick out the exact change. So they're still allowed to do that. When we gave the industry notice allowing them to round up, some of them are still trying to decide what they want to do, but because they've stockpiled pennies, they are still paying to the cents. For those who maybe didn't have pennies or don't have them on hand at the moment, they are choosing and have to identify it in their internal controls, whether they're going to round up or do the round up, round down, depending on whether it's, you know, the 2 cents down or the 3 or 4 cents up. And so they've been factoring that in. And if they keep the documentation, you know, again, they'll get to take the write-off. But because they've been stockpiling pennies, right now it is not a concern. But because the devices themselves issue vouchers, there hasn't been a concern.
I had heard from one of the local casinos that they were having to like get pennies from like, so if they're in like another state, kind of shuffling pennies between casinos that may not actually be here because there was a penny shortage. So it was almost like, do you have any pennies on hand? Can we have some?
So knowing that, you know, again, not all licensees planned. So I'm sure that there might be a few licensees that haven't maybe stockpiled their pennies per se, but I reached out to a number of our licensees. But for those who didn't, that is part of why we issued the industry notice that said, because you may not have it, because we know that getting pennies may be an issue, we're giving you the opportunity to do the round up, round down, or the round up. You know, to pay your patron, you have to identify it. It has to be clear to the patron. And so they have that out. So they're not required to have to go try to chase down the pennies if they didn't plan for that. But again, in speaking with many of our licensees, because I was doing an evaluation of that to see what the impact would be for our fiscal year for the next 2 to 3 years, I wanted to know if it would impact us. But many of them have come back and said, we've been stockpiling pennies and been able to pay our customers, and we're making them whole. So.
Okay. And just one final comment, and then we'll just close this out because I know everybody's hungry. It's like it's some of the statutes haven't been changed in like 43 years, or is it 45? I mean, but 43, it's a minimum 40 years. They haven't been touched.
And again, the Gaming Control Board only administers what comes through legislation. So I'm sure as the casinos, you know, go through thinking, where do we want to stand on that? They play a part in that, you know, whether the lobbyists or any of the interest groups. At the end of the day, we're just going to administer what is changed. And that's where we, you know, we don't pick a policy saying, hey, change this one or hey, change that one. This will make it better. This will make it worse. We're just going to administer the tax that gets implemented in law.
Okay. I think you had one more slide and then we'll close it out, or you were done?
Yeah, so in our slide count, you know, I wanted you to see or to be able to see that the devices went down. I know there's been some questions that I've had with LCB as well as the Governor's Office of Finance about device count and, you know, where do we stand? And you could see for before COVID, the device count was up for the slots. And the same is true on the tables when we go to the next slide. But in looking at our collections, you're still going to see that even though device count is going down, they've been able to focus on whether it be promotions, whether it be what they're offering for their rooms or their meals or whatever's going to draw somebody in. Because again, tourism, the macroeconomics, everything is playing a part. When we came back out of COVID, our licensees didn't necessarily have employees come back to work. And in order, you know, to have more devices and have more games, you need the employees that are going to support those extras that you have. And they didn't come back. But then you also look at, we had the social distancing requirements. We have more innovative games. If you look at some of the slot machines, they're bigger than ever. They take up more space, but they offer more games. So that's why you see sort of the trend of moving to the multi-denom games because they want variety. And it frees up that space so that you still don't cause that concern that some people have related to the health issue. And then our licensees have said, because if they don't bring all the games back, whether it be the devices or the table games, they're focusing on the quality of the clients, the quality of the customers, trying to cater, because in the end, it also saves them money from a monetary standpoint based on my discussions with our licensees. So I think in seeing what our licensees have done across the state, you know, and the events, the efforts from our Las Vegas Convention Center Authority and up in Reno, where they're focusing on, you know, trying to bring the events that will draw the people in, all of those things help. They'll drive the room revenue, they'll drive the food. In some of those, it may not drive necessarily the gaming, but our licensees have done well with, you know, what they have. Because again, the employee count has gone down. So you'll see in the abstract report that I referenced as one of the resources for you, and it comes in the legislative report that we submit at the beginning of the year before the session starts. We reference the number of employees. You'll see their net income. You'll see their gaming income. You'll see all of their taxes, the payroll. You'll see the health of the industry and where they're at. And so, you know, all of those things taken into account, but overall the collections have still gone up. I think that says a lot about the licensees and working with what they have and focusing on the quality of the customer and the clients that come through, despite the macroeconomic situations.
I don't think members want to ask any questions. Do you? No. So thank you for your presentation. I'm sure I have lots of questions offline. But this was a really good presentation. If we don't have the link, if you could just share the link for the abstract report, just so you know folks have it, or something you can send so folks can read it. That would be helpful. But once again, thank you for your presentation, and I will follow up. And we will go ahead and break for lunch and then finish out this agenda and work session. So thank you, everybody, for sticking with us, but it's been informative so far. Okay, we are on recess for lunch. So we'll do lunch for like 20 minutes for anybody that's just waiting for the presentation. We'll be right back. We'll make it quick. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are coming back from recess. We will, so I need to make an announcement. Assemblywoman Anderson is now subbing for Assemblywoman Backus, and Assemblyman De Silva is now here for himself. And so if we could correct the record for the rest of the meeting on who is present, Madam Secretary, it would be appreciated. Okay. So, and also Assemblywoman Backus is absent excused for the record. Okay. So we are now going to go to agenda item number 8, which is the overview and discussion of sales and use tax rate, and call Mr. Schiller, County Manager, and Joanna Jacob, Government Affairs Manager, to the table.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair. I am Joanna Jacob for the record with Clark County, and I am just going to see if I can start our, okay, there it goes. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch, and it's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Here at the table with me is our Clark County Manager, Kevin Schiller, and to my left is our Director of Social Services, Jamie Sorensen. We also have present today our Director of Clinical Services, Jill Moreno. We're going to kind of rotate in and out as we go through our presentation because the funding that we're going to talk about funds a variety of programs in Clark County. So I'll hand it over to our County Manager, who's going to walk us through the first couple of slides.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm glad you got some lunch. Pleasure to be here. I'll first say, for the record, Kevin Schiller, County Manager, and also it was nice sitting in the audience today listening to the conversation because I think some of the challenges you guys are all referencing are challenges we're trying to kind of work through. So we'll hit that. And then strictly speaking to the presentation, just as a way of kind of historical perspective, in 2019, the legislature passed AB 309 that enabled the board to move forward with the increase on the sales and use tax. And they did that by 1/4% for certain programs. They adopted that first ordinance in August. It was effective in January of 2020, and then they imposed a sunset in June 30th of 2021. In April of 21, the board removed that sunset, making it permanent. It was very specific to certain categories. So those categories included homelessness, workforce initiatives, truancy, and then pre-K education. For FY26, this totaled about $80,859,000, and then some other miscellaneous revenues at about $48,000. We will be finalizing that report later this year once all the C-tax revenues are reconciled. A little bit about this, though. In terms of AB 309 first, credit and thanks to the legislature for creating this enabling language, because I don't think you guys had a crystal ball for what was coming. But when that was passed and we moved forward, and you'll hear me reference this a couple times, when we deal with social services, when we deal with human services funding, I'm preaching to the choir on the federal funding mechanisms we use and what that comes with. As we're experiencing now, we're anticipating rule changes. We're constantly reporting on that. And when you come to programmatic setup and you come into emergencies, it becomes much harder with the federal funding. But on this slide that you're looking at, what I really was trying to show, and that's why I kind of talked about 2019 and why you might have had a crystal ball or you might not have, but it was life-saving as we entered into COVID. If you will recall, we had the CARES Act, which was the initial tranche of federal funding. And then if you remember, there was a gap between CARES and ARPA. we set up a lot of emergency programs and cares. This AB 309 funding actually served a very vital purpose when we were funding that gap. And then when you look at kind of the overall expenditures going from 20 to 26, what you'll see is with the infusion of that ARPA funding, our revenues actually went up, which is your blue bar. And then you can kind of see what's happened in 24, 25, and 26. We're getting to the point now where we're actually expending more than we're bringing in relationship to the programs that you're going to hear about here shortly. These programs, we kind of made a commitment when we first entered into this space and also with our federal funding that we really didn't want to create things that we couldn't sustain. I think you're going to see that we've had quite a few successes around the use of those funds from either a diversion component or to a direct service component. But I do want to talk about the fact that moving forward, as we watch the economics, as we watch what's happening in terms of things and changes, this funding remains critical to serving human beings. I think those of you that know me, this is a passion for me. We are very invested in this. We recognize the county's responsibility in serving our most vulnerable adults and youth. And this has just been a critical mechanism for all of us. We'll get into some of the programs. I'm going to hand it over to Jamie Sorensen, our Social Services Director, and I'm going to have him walk through the category and the differentiating programs, and then we certainly will be answering questions as we move forward. So I'll hand it over to you, Jamie.
Good afternoon, Chair Neal and committee members. Jamie Sorensen. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the programs and services funded by AB 309. And I'll start with slide number 4, looking at emergency shelter and bridge housing. We talk about our homelessness services generally in a staircase model. It begins with outreach for those who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness all the way up to renting an apartment and owning a home. And so people can enter at anywhere in that staircase model of housing services. We know that from the last PIC count, January 29th, 2026, that there were 43% of the people experiencing homelessness in sheltered homelessness. And we believe that that's because of Clark County's investment in shelter beds in the community. We have non-congregate shelters. We have 9 of those. We also have a navigation center. In total, with the navigation center and the non-congregate shelters, we've got 1,729 beds. And in FY26, the non-congregate shelters and navigation center served 7,781 people. Also, we have congregate shelters. We have 5 of those. 3 of those are funded by AB 309, and in FY27, for those non-congregate shelters, we have beds daily for 657 individuals. Combined in the community with all the different levels of beds that we have for people, we have over 9,000. And that includes navigation, emergency shelters, permanent supportive housing, other permanent housing, and rapid rehousing. In terms of the percentages of different types of beds that we have available in the community, about 39% of our beds are emergency shelter. Permanent supportive housing represents 22% of the beds, rapid rehousing 20%, other permanent housing 11%, and transitional housing 7%. And the PIC count this year, we did see a 12% increase in people experiencing homelessness. Again, as I mentioned, 43% of those people were in sheltered homelessness. We saw the highest proportion of individuals between the ages of 35 and 44 as the population experiencing homelessness, and they represent 26% in terms of that age group. We also, in terms of trying to use data to understand what's happening in the community and the impact of the services we're offering, in addition to PIC count, We use HMIS data and we use outreach data. And so we can see in our HMIS data that our system capacity in beds has really expanded substantially since 2016. We went from 5,000 beds in 2016 to over 9,000 in 2026. We've also seen households served grow substantially. Since 2018, we've seen an 82% increase in the number of households we serve. We went from serving 8,841 to, in 2025, serving 16,101 households, indicating broader system reach and identification of need for people in the community. Average length of homelessness has improved meaningfully from 176 days in 2020 to 105 days in 2024, suggesting faster movement through the system once enrolled in our services. Also, we saw the return rate remaining very low, the return rate to homelessness, roughly about 11%, and that's been holding steady year over year. Exits to permanent housing have fallen, and that is a really big area of focus to us, creating exit pathways for people once they do enter our system. As we look at the programs funded by AB 309, I also just want to note that we have really tried to create a broad continuum of services, connected services that people can navigate through our portfolio of resources at Clark County Social Services. So I just want to also highlight a service that's outside of AB 301, AB 309, and that's our the eviction diversion program in the community. And we think getting upstream and prevention is very important. And we know that this program has had an impact. From fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2024, we saw a 10% decrease in evictions. And from 24 to 25, we saw a 5% decrease. And so keeping people in their homes and communities in the first place is a very important strategy. Going on to slide 5. We have transitional and rapid rehousing in the community. Transitional housing is housing and supportive services for people for up to 24 months. It's to move people to permanent housing, and it is focused on treatment services and also readiness for housing. And we have 25 projects in the community with a total of 728 beds. Those are not all funded by AB 309. With a lot of our programs, we use braided funding. We also have rapid rehousing, which is a more expeditious movement toward permanent housing. It's a shorter-term program that provides short-term rental assistance and case management services. In the community, we have 40 projects, 1,872 beds, and again, not all funded by AB 309. And then permanent supportive housing is a term that you hear a lot in our work, and it combines affordable rental housing with voluntary and flexible support services, typically for individuals and families facing chronic homelessness or really high acuity in terms of behaviors and barriers. Care teams are a really important component of our service continuum. They provide coordinated outreach and case management. They can also at times include law enforcement, behavioral health, and crisis stabilization specialists. It's a very person-centered style of outreach and case management, and it was a $9.7 million investment. It is a $9.7 million investment in FY27. We served 7,900 individuals in FY26. We currently have 6 Clark County care teams, and they all have a little bit of a different focus in terms of the target population they serve and the goals that they're trying to reach and outcomes they're trying to reach with those target populations. Hospital to Home is a program that we're really proud of in the community. In FY26, they served 700 individuals. It's a program that helps older adults and individuals with chronic illness, memory loss, or disabilities transition safely from a hospital or rehab bed back to their homes. And the program works directly with their caregivers and community partners to do 3 primary things: ensure continuity of care, reduce stress on the individual and their caregivers, and also improved health outcomes. The program offers care coordination, crisis intervention, respite coaching, resource navigation, a very low readmission rate. It's below 1.2% for people who are able to access this program. Crisis Stabilization Center, CSC, it's a $5 million investment for FY27. It provides behavioral mental health services designed to de-escalate or stabilize a behavioral health crisis. When appropriate, avoid admission to another inpatient mental health facility or hospital, and also connects patients with providers for ongoing care. To date, the program has served 3,310 individuals. It's about 15 individuals a day that are accessing the Crisis Stabilization Center. Provides comprehensive assessment. They develop a treatment plan. They do trauma-informed care. It's a recovery orientation, meaning that it's not designed for episodic recurring admissions. They really try to get people into a recovery stream that's longer term. Heat mitigation, 1.2 million allocation for FY27. Throughout the valley, we have 44 cooling stations. We also, in some of those cooling stations, 5 of them allow for pets. And so activation used to just be when the National Weather Service issued a heat warning. We worked with the coroner's office to really look at what temperatures people began to exhibit heat-related stress and symptoms. We also looked at what temperatures people were dying and determined that around 105 degrees is when people really start to get in trouble. And so we lowered the activation to 105 degrees, which has resulted in many more days of the cooling stations being activated. So between March 19th and August 21st of this year, the cooling stations have been activated 60 days, and they're obviously activated today.
And for the record, Kevin Schiller, County Manager, I just wanted to add 2 points on this slide. As he talked about hospital to home, one of the key components of that, as you guys enter the session and you're dealing with revenue and budgets, that was really created around the fact that we would have people staying in long-term hospitalization stays based on the ability to not have either adult daycare, home improvements, and or caregiving around that case management. So the cost of Medicaid, the uncovered costs, all of those pieces really has had a dramatic impact in terms of that population. And then the other one I wanted to highlight for Chair Neal, because the last time I was before you, we had talked about kind of the disproportionate placement and or interaction in the homeless category related to African American population. And one of the things that I wanted to, and Jamie can expand on this, but the disproportionate percentage I think is somewhere around 47% when you look at the population. When we're tracking our services in terms of who we're intaking and who we're providing those services to, it's about 47% or close, somewhere in that range. So we are trying to kind of monitor that. I think the other piece, when you start getting into the homelessness discussion, obviously the issue of serving every single person and looking at your capacity marks is obviously a key issue. Any of these programs, and then I was just going to highlight Campus for Hope, the other pieces that are coming online, you're going to have additional inventory, so to speak, in terms of capacity. And so when you look at some of these numbers that Mr. Sorensen is highlighting related to, say, non-congregate care and transitional housing in those pieces, that program is really going to be kind of a tier 2 level program. So they'd come in through our system and then move into that. That's going to also free up, and I'm just using simple math, 900 different beds that we currently have in that structure. So it will continue to move forward. But I did want to highlight those two. Go ahead, Jamie.
Sure. Thanks, Kevin. Just to expound a bit on Black and African American individuals and how they were recorded in the 2026 PIC count, 42.7% of the people experiencing homelessness were categorized as Black or African American. And the disproportionate overrepresentation is substantial because that community represents about 14% of the total population of Clark County. But in our service array, it's a community that's also served. And so they represent 39% of our street outreach for unsheltered people. They represent 47% of our crisis services, 47% of our coordinated entry throughout the valley, and also 48% of those who are in permanent supportive housing. To continue on with heat mitigation, I just want to also highlight, oftentimes people experiencing homelessness aren't able to get to our cooling stations. And so we have been trying to think of ways to get people out to them where they are. And so we did an interlocal with the Southern Nevada Health District to create a street medicine team. A big part of their work from May through September is heat mitigation. And so through their services, they're going out to people in the community who are experiencing homelessness. They're doing preventative and primary care, but they're doing vitals and triage, wound, burn care, water, electrolyte packets, sunscreen, flip-flops, umbrellas, cooling towels, shoes, and if necessary, depending on the condition that someone is in, they can administer IVs out in the field for hydration. And we are hoping to kind of continue down that path and think of ways to get people out to the community where people are during the summer months. I also want to highlight pets. We have a contract with the Nevada Homeless Alliance for the Pet Assistance Program. As we know, there's a number of people experiencing homelessness who do not want to go into shelter because there's a lot of shelters that won't accept their pet. And so we wanted to be able to address that and remove that as a barrier for people. And so the program can provide pet deposit assistance, it can provide pet rent assistance, pet medical assistance, vaccinations, microchipping, spay, neuter, emergency shelter, and then also pet supply assistance.
Chair Neal, I'm going to give Jamie just a minute to catch his breath, and I wanted to just check in with you and see if you would prefer to stop. We've divided this into categories under AB3. We still say AB 309. So that is the homelessness that we have funded. So if you prefer, we can stop for questions if you'd like. There are some additional slides. It's kind of all related. So we have our next slides are talking about the workforce things that we have funded, which are helping this population. And then we have some outcomes in a later slide, but I wanted to see if you wanted to stop there, Chair, and
Okay.
if there were questions.
Thank you for that. I think we can open up for questions. Are there any questions? I know I have some. No questions? Okay. So let's just start here. So under 377D, although it's reference 377D 130 list the programs. So are you guys not doing anything in adult education?
Chair Neal, this is Joanna Jacob for the record. I will let Jamie, if we want to go into the workforce slide, we can talk to you about some of this is multi-layered, as I noted. So if you want to go to the next slide, we can talk about what is funding kind of our adult programming.
Well, let me ask the two parts then, because in 377D 130, it's adult ed, and then you guys also have an F, incentives for recruitment or retention of licensed teachers for high vacancy schools within CCSD.
Chair Neal, Joanna Jacob for the record. No, there are categories in there. We prioritized some of the categories in the presentation today. So that is on category F, and that is not currently a category that has been funded.
Ever?
To my knowledge, Chair, Joanna Jacob for the record, to my knowledge, Chair Neal, when this legislation was originally passed, we were in discussion with the school district, but no, that was not funded ever.
Okay, good to know. I was hoping not. Okay, go to the next slide. Oh yeah, I was gonna be like, ding. Continue.
Do you want me to continue with this?
Well, wait and see.
So let me ask this before you guys go into the slide on the adult ed.
Mhm.
So also on your page, you listed the 27 million, it's not 27 million, but 4 million for culinary. Wasn't there money expended after 2019 where you helped build a building?
Chair Neal, Joanna Jacob for the record. I am going to have to, if you give me 1 minute, I'm going to go back into, I have all the reports we've done since this has happened, and I'll go back and look and see if there was funding for the building out of this funding stream. The program that we've highlighted in our slides has been a program that's a partnership where Clark County is paying through this funding tuition for clients of social service to go into the Culinary Academy. I'll let Director Sorensen, if you want to hear about that, and then I'll go back and I will, if I can, verify that, and so I can answer your question. Okay.
For the record, Kevin Schiller, County Manager, you are correct. We funded a building related to culinary at the onset of the passage of that funding. I don't have the amount in hand, but I can get it for you.
Yeah, because I thought it was also listed as one of the could be funded in the list. And I think the larger question was, since this is still sales tax money, right? And I don't have anything against culinary, why are we in particular only focused on one particular group? And we're using tax dollars twice to do an effort through the sales tax when no one other group is spelled out and placed as a union group in the legislation.
Chair Neal, was that a question that you would like me to address? I will tell you that the point that you're trying to make is that that was a broad category. We did initial conversations with the culinary, and so that one is the one that has been funded. We could certainly take that back to Clark County, that feedback.
Jamie Sorensen, the Culinary Academy, first of all, the 4 million is broken up between the Culinary Academy and the Betterment Program. So it's an allocation that goes to both. But Culinary Academy is designed to serve unemployed and underemployed Clark County residents from the lowest income zip codes. 60% of the students are female, 77% Hispanic or African American. 61% were actually from the lowest income zip codes. The funding provided transforms the Culinary Academy from a training program into a full support system that provides case management, career services, wraparound services, and ESL literary supports. It can provide support services that are pretty comprehensive, things like childcare, transportation, work attire, work cards, health cards and testing, alcohol awareness cards and testing fees, on-site meals at less than the per diem, hair care for interviews, interview clothes, hygiene products, laundry detergent. So it really creates a wraparound model to eliminate barriers for people. Since 2021, the Culinary Academy has assessed 3,600 students, and they have had 1,300 graduates. Of the graduates that were AB 309, of the students that were AB 309, there's an 85% graduation rate. Of that 85% graduation rate, 90% of them were employed. And of that 90%, 75% of them were employed in union hotels. And they have very high retention in their employment. And we know that this is important because removing those practical barriers really leads to completion of the program, ultimately employment and retention. It stabilizes families, and it also strengthens the hospitality workforce pipeline. And the Culinary Academy has agreements with many of the resorts as an employment pipeline. We also know that this program leads to less reliance on public assistance and greater personal well-being for the students that graduate and get employed. The Betterment Program with U.S. Vets, that again is very work-focused, and so it's a collaborative bridge housing, employment, and training program. It's aimed at helping people transition out of homelessness, and they try to get them into permanent homelessness within 90 days. The average days that people are in the program is actually 67. They have a 60% success rate. They can provide security deposit, first and last month's rent, rental application fees, but it is really very much a workforce-focused program. Going on to slide 7, we wanted to highlight that we really strongly believe that AB 309 investment is impactful in the community to individuals, families, households in the community, and that it's just a funding source that has been working for Clark County. I talked about some of our programs, but I also want to highlight a few of them. The Navigation Center in 2024 received National Association of Counties NACO Achievement Award for recognition of innovative county government programs. The U.S. Vets Betterment Program also in 2024 received a National NACO Achievement Award for innovation. The Hospital to Home program received the Cashman Good Government Award from the Nevada Taxpayers Association. It honors government entities who put workplace experience together with ingenuity to make citizen services work better, faster, and cheaper. A couple of other programs that are linked to these continuums, because we are very focused on quality and having an impact and creating a meaningful continuum at our social services department. I want to highlight 2 important programs that also received awards. Our Healthy Together Mobile Dental and Optical Clinic received a National NACO Award in 2025, and the Eviction Diversion Program that I referenced earlier received a National NACO Award in 2026. I do want to highlight the collaboration that occurs in this work in the community through the Continuum of Care, or the COC. It's really charged with coordinating funding for services and housing to assist individuals and families in experiencing homelessness. It promotes really a community-wide commitment to the goal of ending homelessness, a very collaborative process with representation from most of the agencies touching homelessness services in the community. As you may know, HUD puts out a notice of house funding opportunity, and the COC is really responsible with that submission, but Clark County Social Services is what's called the collaborative applicant. So we write it, we've used a lot of technical assistance. The community came together, put really together a really innovative application this year, and it was due August 26th, but a federal judge has halted the process because of 2 reasons: that HUD acted illegally by creating a $1.3 billion funding set aside for temporary housing and treatment programs without following proper procedures, and also HUD failed to use the mandatory notice and comment process before making major policy shifts. And so that NOFO funding opportunity is on hold, and HUD has not announced a timeline or released a new what's considered compliant notice of funding opportunity. I want to talk a little bit about our federal funding because we are somewhat constrained in the community based on a few presidential executive orders. The SAVE and Executive Order 14218, ending taxpayer subsidization of open borders. It's also Personal Responsibility and Work Reconciliation Act of 1996. PWORA is the typical name that you hear for it. It defines qualified immigrants, and it establishes that federal public benefit cannot be provided to anyone who is not a qualified immigrant. Qualified immigrant excludes temporary protected status, DACA recipients, individuals granted employment authorization, individuals with non-immigrant visas, and undocumented citizens. In our services, when we're working with everybody in the community, if we come across somebody who doesn't have a birth certificate, a passport, or documentation, we are required to run them through the Systemic Alien Verification for Entitlement Program, or the SAVE program, and then we will learn if they are eligible for services with federal funding. Also, the multiple executive orders targeting diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, affirmative action, and disparate impact liability require grant recipients to eliminate race-conscious practices, race preferences, and DEI programs. And so there are many people that we are able to serve in the community because of AB 309. And there are programs that are federally funded that we cannot accept people into, unfortunately. And they are people who are vulnerable and are in need in this community. They have families. And so this is really important funding for us, in particular at this time.
Chair Neal, Joanna Jacob for the record. I will stop again there. Our next slide is going to move on to a different category in the bill, and that's the truancy programming. But I'll stop again, Chair, at your discretion to see if there are any questions on this information that we just presented.
You can just keep going. Yep.
Joanna Jacob for the record again. We'll sub out Director Sorensen and we'll bring Jill Moreno to the table. She is our Director of Clinical Services and Community Services, our newest Clark County department, and she's going to talk about what we have done with truancy through the years and where we are heading next.
Thank you, Chair, member of the committees. Again, my name is Jill Morano, and I serve as the Director of Clark County's Clinical and Community Services. I just have a couple of slides here on what we have done in clinical and community services with our AB 309 funds. Our biggest program is our truancy intervention program, often referred to in the community as TPOP, or Truancy Prevention Outreach Program. And it's been a really, exciting couple of years for us in the truancy, in our truancy work. We provide a range of services that are, really all customized to each of the families that we serve. So not every family gets the exact same set of services. But over the last 2 school years, we've really worked closely and really tried to enhance our relationship with the Clark County School District to refine our referral process and ensure that we really are reaching the right population. The school district has also been really clear in the last couple of years that they want their individual schools to also engage in truancy and chronic absenteeism efforts, and have made some good efforts at clarifying their role versus our role. And so what we've really worked on in the last couple of years is clarifying that we do in the truancy world what is called the Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions, whereas the schools will focus on the Tier 1 interventions, which are typically the earlier interventions. So a Tier 1 intervention would be things like emails and phone calls to parents, sending attendance letters, making an attendance contract with a student, and then making referrals internally to school counselors and social workers. When those types of interventions don't work, the school district refers those cases to us to also attempt more intensive interventions. And so at that Tier 2 level, the kinds of things that we are doing in our truancy program is completing home visits, going to schools to visit students, completing a needs assessment, case plannings, various referrals to community providers. And so what we've seen with those Tier 2 interventions is that we had about 6,200 youth that were referred to us last year. And almost 2,800 families that we reached. Of those 6,279 did engage in services. So it's about a 44% rate of families engaging with us. That's a number we would like to see higher, but for a voluntary service, we're pretty pleased to be able to get that high of a number. The other really exciting thing that we saw was, and we track attendance outcomes at 30, 60, 90, and 120 days. Our sweet spot seems to be the 60-day number. 94% of all the families that we intervened with had improved school attendance at that 60-day mark. The families are averaging about 23 more days of school in the 60 days post our intervention as compared to before our intervention. That does trail off a little bit as you get closer to the 120 days. Last year, we noted that 71% of the families still had improved attendance after 120 days after our intervention. So big improvement from the year before when it was about 53%. So really excited to see that the changes that we have put in place in the last couple of years seem to be resulting in meaningful outcomes for the kids and families that we're serving. The next thing I wanted to talk about maybe moves a little bit away from TPOP, but it's really about some of the bigger shifts that we're trying to make within the county. As we mentioned, we created a new department, Clinical and Community Services. The idea behind this department was to streamline and consolidate the mental behavioral health services and the early intervention and prevention programs on both the juvenile justice and child welfare sides of the house, with the idea being that there's a lot of kids being served in both systems. And so it just made sense that you have the same clinician working with you or the same access to services to prevent further entry into either one of the systems. And so in creating that new department, the other thing that we are doing is combining our TPOP services with our harbors, which are our juvenile assessment center that you may be familiar with on the juvenile delinquency side of the house. The harbors have been around for several years. They always have operated very separately from our truancy program. When we look at the families and the students being served through the harbors, 72% of those youth also have an attendance problem. And so it just made sense to really make sure that all of the services that we're providing on either side of the house are available to both. It eliminates the need for families to be cross-referred from one program to another and makes sure that every student that's coming, as an example, maybe an anger management class, it's available to you whether you're a TPOP student or a Harbor student. So we're in the process this year of making that merge. And we're looking at these as more like a community connection center or a community support center, where it's really we're trying to implement the one-door approach, where no matter what you walk in to us needing as a family, we're able to make sure that you get that. And we're really trying to increase the services that we're providing in the building as opposed to it being more of a referral-based program. So we're very excited about how we're growing with TPOP and how we are able to increase the services. We view ourselves as being able to increase the services to more folks in need in the community. So if we want to go to the next slide. The other really significant program that we're working on creating is building out our differential response program. Differential response is a child welfare intervention. It is an informal voluntary response for cases where safety concerns have not been identified, but there is a risk of maltreatment that's been identified. What we have noticed, particularly in some of our lower level child welfare cases, is that they are very typically related to educational neglect and housing and homeless services needs, housing and homeless instability that is creating some sort of safety concern for the child. And so what the goal is in building out this differential response program is to be able to informally serve those families before they meet the threshold of needing a child welfare intervention. Based on what we have been looking at, we estimate being able to serve somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 families a year through this model, which are cases that are currently being upcoded, if you will, to a child welfare response when it's maybe not necessary because the lower level prevention service isn't available. So we're looking at this as an opportunity to not only be able to relieve some of the CPS investigators in their workload, but also allowing them more time to focus on the higher need cases, but also being able to more informally and maybe a more comfortable environment serve families when it's really more of a voluntary service that doesn't have the stress or pressure that knowing you have a open child welfare investigation can bring. So that is one we're planning on. Our goal is to have that program up and running by December of this year. I don't know if there are any particular questions at this.
Okay. We'll keep going. we only have 2 more slides, Chair Neal. And so I'll just go over these really quickly. This is another category under the statute is early childhood education and pre-K. You know, I think you heard it's been we have so much intersection between the systems. Sometimes hard to divide up into categories, but this is one that we've been doing since 2020, since the early days of this funding, that we have supported a facility in the historic west side of Las Vegas. We helped initially with capital investment that allowed the Rainbow Dreams Learning Academy to basically expand. And so now the ongoing funding that we have been doing around every year since then has been to support the operation of this facility. They serve families, and their goal is to serve families with incomes below 200% of the federal poverty level. And this has been something that has been consistent every year, that this has helped to support this particular facility in an area that really needed it at that time. I will go to our final slide, which we added in. This is something that we invested in. I don't know how many of the committee members are familiar with our micro business park. It's been something that we've been working on for multiple years. It's been supported through multiple streams of funding, began with a congressional appropriation many years ago, but it's very exciting because it's actually it's actually happening now. We had a groundbreaking last year, and we are actively really, this is going to be something that can debut very shortly. We contributed AB 309 funding to the housing component of this. The micro business park is a mixed use development, and it is going to layer in housing and commercial operations and retail all in one facility. So this is something, when we were reporting on how this funding has been used, then that was layered in through our community housing office to support the development of 76 affordable units. And that's targeting households between 50 and 80% of the AMI. I will leave it at that, okay? And that's our last slide, and we will stand for questions, Chair Neal.
Members, any questions? Assemblywoman Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for a very detailed information, but very important programs. I'm reluctant to ask this question for a few reasons, the most important being the safety of our students are the most important thing. When it comes to the prior presentation, there was information stated that there had to be verification that the individuals that were participating were actual citizens and or were here legally. When it comes to the truant students, is that same requirement present, or is this because it's under a partnership with Clark County School District? Is this considered to be a different program?
Jill Morano, for the record, and Chair, through you to the Assemblywoman. No, because it's EB 309 funds, they're not restricted in that way.
I'll just add, Chair Neal, Assemblyman Anderson, I think that was the point. Those are national changes that are happening across this nation, and that's the importance of the local funding, and that we can serve families. And Director Sorensen talked about kind of layering and braiding the funding. That is our approach currently.
Thank you so much. And I would also like to just say how much I appreciated Director Sorensen's passion and obvious care for people, and the concerns that were not stated that I think all of us are thinking of, which is the fact that many individuals could be trafficked pretty easily without our being able to help protect them. So thank you very much for bringing that information forward and for making sure that we were aware of the changes at the federal government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. So I just have 2 questions, and then we can close out this presentation. So when you guys were talking about adult education, maybe I missed, how much are you spending on adult ed program?
Chair Neal, I am going back to the slide real quick. Because I don't know the numbers offhand, but Director Sorensen will come in. I think this was on the form.
For the Culinary Academy and the Betterment Program, the allocation is $4 million. I don't have the specific breakdown between the program and my notes at this point.
Yeah, it's on. The Betterment Program, is that is that countywide or is that just culinary?
The betterment program is countywide, and so the people that are admitted into that program have to go through the coordinated entry system.
And I guess the thing is that, what I'm trying to figure out is, because it's not a total of 4 million, it must be split. How much is the betterment? Is it half? Is it 2 million?
I believe the betterment is the program that receives a higher portion of the funding. I'm sorry, I don't have that information in my notes, but we can certainly get back to you with that breakdown.
Are you guys receiving any other additional funding for adult ed? Or is this the sole money that you're receiving for adult education?
Jamie Sorensen, I think in most of our programs, whether it be extended foster care, our non-congregate shelters, our outreach programs, there is typically a training workforce development built into all of those programs. And so there are some federal funds applied to those programs as well. We are trying to position people to be in permanent housing in some shape or form. For them to do that, they have to be either tied to a benefit program that supports them, or they need to be able to generate an income. And so it's one of the pillars of kind of the services that we run across most of our system.
So you're getting some WIOA money, in short. No?
Chair Neal, Joanna Jacob for the record. I think I'd like to go back because there's a broad number of category of funding. So when you ask if we're receiving any other funding, I think I want to go back and run that through our budget office to identify any other funding sources, or if it's due to a partnership with another organization in the community. We do not have that answer for you today.
So, I keep asking about 309 money, right? I think since it came into existence. But since you're going to ask a budget question, this is what I want to know, right? Because there seems to be a duplication. So the state, our allocation for 25-26 was roughly 19 million that we gave for adult education. So if you're running through the combined entry system, why do you need to be expending dollars for something that is already a state allocated fund that is going to adult ed, that is probably dropping into the adult ed system that is in Clark County or affiliated with CCSD? That's the thing. So if you can get that answered, because I really want to know that. I also want to know, when you're saying on truancy that you're going and you're like, oh, we went and looked for kids, then what is CCSD doing, right? Because they brought back CCSD Reconnect, right, which they just did, but under the prior superintendent, I think it wasn't Jara, it was the one before that. They had did the same thing, right? So it wasn't new. They're just like, okay, so if CCSD is going to do the work of finding kids and looking for them in their house and saying, hey, you should come back to school today, why are we duplicating the effort, and why are we spending sales tax dollars that could probably be used towards something else? That's the first question. And you don't have to answer it now because we're running out of time. But I mean, legit, you guys have the sales tax money and you have a list of things that I'm not sure if it's something you should be doing or if there's other money associated with that task. You understand what I'm saying? And the reason probably why I'm harping on this is because on one end, right, we have RTC is still affiliated with the county or is part of the county. It's a political subdivision within the county, correct? What is RTC to you guys?
Chair Neal.
Because it's not Las Vegas.
Chair Neal, I think I should know that. I should know that, Chair Neal. They are, I wouldn't say affiliated. I think they're a designated I think they're the planning organization for Clark County, but what is their relationship to us? I guess I would say whether they are I wouldn't say that they're a separate agency than Clark County. They cover Clark County as the county. I'll see if the county manager would like to add anything.
I'll just simplify it because another member has a question. There are a series of things that you guys are expending money on, whether or not you say, homelessness, I get it. But if there's other money that's already being used from other sources, why are we duplicating this sales tax money when there are other needs in the county that need to be addressed? And I know that there are commissioners who go to this fund, not then be like, hey, is there any 309 money? Can I use it for blah, blah, right? And I've always called it, some negative term, but ultimately, if there is already money going towards a particular thing, such as what CCSD is supposed to be doing with their money, then why are we duplicating and overacting in a space that they are supposed to be working in? And I feel like that needs to be dealt with, because if RTC, and you can say like, oh, RTC isn't a part of our life, but if RTC is saying, hey, we may not be able to give rides after 2028 or 2029, but then there's a conversation, hey, don't touch the 309 money, right? It's $80 million. And at no point have we ever had a conversation about, should we reorganize the statute from 2019 and recategorize what we should be using it for? Because that's really what my goal is, which is it really, you can keep homelessness in. I'm not sure if truancy should be in there, right? And if it's a setup to pay for the harbor, we probably need a whole nother conversation on juvenile justice money. But if there are duplicate services that are the responsibility of some other group that is getting taxpayer money, why are we overlaying it with some sub effort that they actually should be doing? And just reorganize, go back in, and I want you to really think about this. Go back in and change 377D, present a bill, or I present it for you and say, hey, this is the new category. Because, I already tried that, right? And you guys were like, oh, don't touch my money. And I was just like, I'm not sure it is your money. It's taxpayer money.
For the record, Kevin Schiller, County Manager. To somewhat directly answer your question, and I think I'll reference back to the initial slide. So I showed you the bar graph where the expenditures are exceeding the revenues. Okay, so by default, there's going to be a triage at some point related to those services and related to who we're serving. So to your point on your question of duplication, I won't argue with you a second about the duplication of services. If there's funding coming in and we're duplicating that service, we should be able to give you that answer. The only caution I have for you is when we triage those services and you look at this as a collective service continuum, there are waterfall effects and domino effects tied to different components. So I think we're happy to come back to you with exactly what our generated funding revenues look like in those specific categories, so you can see where those dollars are being generated from or passing through to us or not passing through to us, and also the programmatic relationship between the entities. So I'm just going to use truancy as the example. We can look at that and we can tell you what lane is the school district in, what lane were we in. I know in the initial drafting of TPOP and when that initially started, there was a coordinated effort between whose efforts were doing what in those categories. But I'm certainly happy to do that, because if we have to triage services, we don't want to be duplicating dollars anyway. So happy to put that on the record.
Assemblyman De Silva. Who? Assemblywoman Mosca.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you. I'm sorry if I missed it. Here in East Las Vegas, of course, homelessness is the number one issue that we hear about. And I know of all your efforts and keeping us updated. Sun Haven here, right here on the east side, I think it's going well because it's permanent supportive housing. Can you talk about what is the funding structure that is being used that allows folks to stay there ongoing, and what we need to do to increase it, or where's that coming from so we could duplicate it?
Joanna Jacob, for the record. I believe, Chair Neal, that Assemblywoman Muska cut out just as she was telling us the name of the location that she was asking about. So could I ask if Assemblywoman Muska, could you repeat that just so we
Yeah,
can
sorry.
we can answer your question?
At Sun Haven, at the one right here, the Ovation one,
Ovation.
the Sun Haven.
Yes, Joanna Jacob, for the record, I think the Ovation Partnership is funded through, I believe, and I will want to go back and confirm, but the Ovation is a partner of our community housing office, and the funding source is our community land trust programs that runs through our director, Dagny Stapleton. The funding source originally on that bucket of money was funding, it was actually CARES Act funding, because our loss due to COVID exceeded, like, we were able to file under the Treasury rules at that time for revenue loss for our community. And then we put it into Clark County. We were able to move it into Clark County General Fund. And with that funding, we were able to, because a lot of other entities took it for their general fund, we were able to move that into the funding that set up our community housing office and set up our community land trust. And a lot of programs are funded through that office. And with that funding source, I see County Manager wants to add an additional note.
For the record, Kevin Schiller, County Manager, just to give you a direct answer, Joanna's explanation is correct. We freed up dollars that we were able to invest into our community housing fund, but that program and other programs where we've been able to stand up that housing has all been lasagna layered. So in some instances, it may involve state housing funds that you all are approving, and those come into us. We basically layer that funding so we can get more projects on the street of similar fashion.
Okay, well, that closes it out. Thank you guys for coming with the presentation. We'll definitely talk offline. We will now close this presentation close presentation number 8, and then we'll move to number 9, and then after that, work session. We need to try to do, Mr. Nakamoto, after the property tax, we need to try to do work session, and then if folks are not here, we can do the year-to-date collection. So we're running out of time. Okay, so just to give a little background, even though you guys are like, why are we doing property tax last hour? Anyway, in 2022, we did this presentation. The reason why I was bringing it back is because there was conversation politically about, oh, we should bring back a property tax study. And I'm just like, no, we shouldn't. That the questions that are being asked and answered were already in the 2022 record. So we are now putting it back into the record for 2026. So the new sets of legislators can have this information in their toolkit and say, oh, well, this will be option A through H. Whether or not it's feasible, not feasible is a political decision. But ultimately, to prevent another bill coming through the legislature saying, oh, we should do a study, no. We already have the answer. Jeremy Arguero did a study, I think 2015. Then there was another one later. We did a whole analysis. And so I'm putting it back on the record for that reason. We should not spend another hot dime, okay, or 6 pennies on another property tax study, because we know what the answer is. We just don't politically want to do any of these solutions. So that's where it is. That's why we're doing this presentation. It's purely educational. You can ask questions, you cannot ask questions, but I know that for the future, you can't be like, it doesn't exist. It will be in the record for the future. Thank you, Mr. Nakamoto. You can go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Nakamoto with Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. Did you just do my presentation for me? No, she did not. Thank you, Madam Chair. All of the members, and they are on the committee's page or website for this meeting, have a stack of documents that we put together. This started as a fairly simple request from the chair. to go through some scenarios on changes to property tax or potential changes to property tax. And as time went on, it kind of grew. I don't plan on going through all, I think it's 53 pages that I put together because nobody has time or patience to listen to me that long. But I do want to spend a little bit of time walking through everything just to kind of set the stage. And so what I have up on the screen now, and it has shown up, is Table 1. And this is the good place to start. And basically, this lays out line by line how property tax works in the state of Nevada. We have, to put it kindly, a rather complicated system as it relates to property tax. Many states do something relating to the market value or cash value of property, and that's how you base the property tax on. You apply a rate to that cash value. How that grows or what goes into that, it can vary from state to state. Nevada, though, does not do a full cash value on the property. We have a different system here. And so this table, Table 1, is walking through using 3 different fiscal years for an actual single-family owner-occupied home that is located in the city of Reno, and I know this because it's my house. And I figured this was the easiest way to explain it. I will go to the assessor's website. In fact, I had to contact the assessor to get some information, but I'm walking through step by step how the assessment of property tax on my house works. And so what I basically started with is the first thing you actually have to start with is determining the value of the house. And so I mentioned in other states that California, I think, is a good example. You use the market value or the full cash value of the property to determine what the property tax is. Nevada, we do that, but only for the land. So the land that the property or your parcel that you own, that your house or whatever improvement that you have that sits on, is based on the full cash value. And so in NRS 361-227, subsection 1, paragraph A, it lays out full cash value. And if it's an improved parcel, it is for the use to which it's being put. If it is a vacant parcel, it is the highest and best use that could be used. So if it's agricultural land, it is assessed as agricultural use. For my house, it is a single-family parcel, so it is based as such at its full cash value. That is what it would sell for. And so what the assessor has to determine is what is known as the taxable value of the parcel. So you can see in line 1 the values that were given to my parcel based on the full cash value for FY 2025 through FY 2027. On line 3, you can see something noted as improvements less depreciation. And this is where property tax deviates in Nevada compared to other states. Rather than having your improvements assessed at the full cash value or the market value of the improvement, it is based on replacement cost. That is what it would cost to build a similar structure based on whatever is part of that house. So my house is a split level. It has 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, all kinds of things. It actually has a roof, a detached garage, anything that a house would have. There is a manual that gets used by each of the county assessors. It's the Marshall and Swift Cost Handbook. And this book goes through and talks about, for any feature that your house may have based on what is there and what the quality is of it, what it would cost to build something comparable right now. And so that is what the assessor is determined to, or is required to do for each parcel in their county all across the state of Nevada. Then what they are supposed to do is reduce that amount by depreciation. In subsection B or paragraph B of subsection 1 of NRS 361.227, they reduce the replacement costs of the improvements by 1.5% per year up to 50 years based on the age of the house. My house was built in 1966, so we are past 50 years, so my house is fully depreciated under this law. So 75% or 1.5% times 50 years, 75% of the value of the replacement cost of the improvements is taken off in terms of determining the taxable value of my parcel. So you can see in line 5, that's the replacement cost that was determined by the county assessor. In line 7, you can see the 75% depreciation factor because my house is 60 years old. And then you multiply the line 5 by line 7, and that is the full depreciation is line 8. And so then line 5 minus line 8 is what you get for the improvements less depreciation on line 3. And so when the taxable value of the parcel is determined before and after depreciation, that's what you see on lines 11 and line 13. And so it's line 13 that really matters for determining the property tax bill because depreciation is factored out. So when you add lines 1 and 3, you get line 13, and that is ultimately the value to which, the taxable value to which the property tax would apply. Property tax, however, is not based on taxable value in Nevada. It is based on assessed value. And NRS 361.225 says that your assessed value is 35% of your taxable value. So then when you take line 13, the total taxable value after depreciation, multiply it by 35%, you get the amounts on line 15, which is the assessed value to which the tax rate would apply. In the city of Reno, the tax rate is $3.66 per $100 of assessed value. This is the statutory maximum. The statutory maximum is actually $3.64 per $100 of assessed value, unless a higher amount is approved by law, and the legislature has done that. There is an additional 2 cents that's levied in all 17 counties on every parcel that goes to pay state bonds. And the legislature approves this in the capital improvement bill that is passed at the end of each legislative session. So this makes the de facto maximum property tax rate $3.66 per $100 of assessed value, and that is the rate that applies to my house. And so in the statute, and this is how it would apply for a new parcel, you take the assessed value, multiply it by the $3.66 or whatever your tax rate is, and then divide it by 100. And then what comes out of that is what the tax should be. And that actually shows up on line 22 here. If you do that calculation, in FY 2027, my bill would be $3,327. But back in the 2005 session and starting in FY 2007, we have abatements on property taxes that say, depending on the type of property that you have, your tax bill can only go up by a certain amount. And so what that percentage is depends on the type of property it is. For a single-family owner-occupied home, in this case, this house is my single-family owner-occupied home. It is my only residence in the state of Nevada, unless you count my office during a legislative session. But I don't own that one. I actually do own this parcel. It is my family's only home in Nevada. And we have made that attestation to the Washoe County assessor. And therefore, I am eligible for an abatement that says that my tax bill can only go up by 3% above what the prior year's tax bill was, unless there's some sort of improvement that's made to my property, in which case that comes on at the full value. That 3% cap also applies to eligible residential rental properties. So if you or anybody is renting out a house and the rent that you charge to your tenants is at or below the fair market rents for that locale as established by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, you also are eligible for the 3% cap. So your tax can only go up by 3% over the prior year. Any other property, whether it's residential or commercial, if you don't qualify for either one of those, you are eligible for what is known as the alternative abatement cap that's in NRS 361.4722, and it is listed there on line 20. Your tax bill can go up by anywhere between 0 and 8% from the previous year. And that is based on a statutory formula in that section that looks at the 10-year average change in assessed value in that county, twice the change in the consumer price index or rate of inflation for the previous calendar year. And it takes the higher one of those two, but it has to be between 0 and 8%. So in Washoe County right now, that cap is 8%. And so because that cap of 8% is actually higher than the 3% cap, I'm eligible for the lower cap of 3%. If that 8% happened to fall below 3%, every parcel would be eligible for that. And so there are fiscal years going back in the middle of last decade where that alternative cap was at 0.2% in many counties, including Washoe. Every parcel got the 0.2%. And so there was legislation that was attempted to try and address that did not go anywhere, that would have said that instead of being between 0 and 8%, that cap would have been between 3% and 8%. So in the instances where your inflation rate was below 1.5%, or that 10-year moving average of assessed value was less than 3%, then everybody's tax bill could have gone up by only 3%. But the instances where that legislation was passed, it did not go anywhere. So because I am eligible for the 3% tax cap, I'm not paying that full $3,019 in FY25 or the $3,327 in FY27. I'm only paying 3% higher than what I did in the previous year. So for example, in FY 2026, I paid $1,714. You can see that actually went up by 0.3%. It's because I had $357 worth of new improvements added. That got put on at full value because it wasn't on the roll in the previous year. But in FY 2027, my bill could only go up by 3%. So instead of paying the $3,327, I paid $1,766. That $1,561 that's listed in line 26, that was the amount of my abatement. That's the amount of tax that I did not have to pay. And so that's where the double-edged sword is. For me as a taxpayer, that's good. I'm paying less than I would have absent the abatements. But then there's the side of local governments who depend on, and other entities who depend on this revenue. This is revenue that they're not going to receive. And so this is the delicate balance. Knowing all of you on this committee, some of you are going to be happier with one result than the other. And I'm not saying one of those is better or not, because I'm nonpartisan staff and it's up to you to make that decision of as the value judgment of what you would prefer, taxpayers paying less or local governments or government entities having more revenue. But this is the reality and how property taxes work in this state. So when you then get to the bottom line, you start looking at effective tax rates. And the one I think I want to focus on is line 31, the last line, the effective tax rate per $100 of taxable value before depreciation. So the taxable value of the property, it doesn't necessarily equal the full cash value, but it can't exceed the full cash value. If the county assessor comes in and says the replacement cost of your structure is X and the full cash value of the land is Y, but you go to them and say, hey, my house based on the market value is worth less than the sum of that, you can actually appeal that and they would have to reduce your taxable value down to be at the cash value. But if you think about it in those terms, for every $100 of taxable value, and we'll say for argument's sake that my taxable value is equal to my fair market value, I am paying 0.31% of the taxable value of my house in terms of property tax. Again, whether this is a good number or a bad number, that's a value judgment for all of you to make, but it is the number that I pay. In terms of property tax, as the chair noted, this is a presentation that we've made previously, but it's not a presentation we make a lot because property tax is not a significant revenue source for the state. We get most property tax revenue that flows into the state coffers through the state education fund. The 75-cent property tax rate for school districts that's imposed in all 17 counties makes up about a quarter of the state education fund. But in terms of state revenue, it's not a big amount. For the local governments, though, it is either their first or their second largest. So Clark County, for example, in FY 2025, for their total revenue, property tax was just under 21%. It was their second biggest after the C-tax, or consolidated tax distribution. So it is a significant revenue source for a lot of local governments, not necessarily for the state. But when you actually look at the whole numbers, it is the second largest revenue source for all state and local governments, again, though primarily local governments. So I wanted to go through this table just to set the stage of this is how it works, and this is what property tax looks like. So I'll spend a little bit of time going through the remainder of the tables just to give some context and show what is there. But I'm going to spend most of my time going through alternative scenarios that the chair asked us to put together to show if there is a desire to increase revenue or to gain something from property tax that isn't there now. These are the things that you have to think about, and these are some options that you have. And again, as nonpartisan staff, I'm not saying that any of the options are good or better than the others. I'm, again, providing information. I don't support or oppose any of them. It is just information. So Table 1A is 2 pages that go through, and again, this is my house, and this is the historical calculation of the property tax on my house going back to fiscal year 2000. And why I went back that far is, especially in the first 7 years that are shown on this table, FY 2000 through FY 2006, this is before the effect of the partial abatements. And so you can see the land and the improvements were assessed. You got a taxable value after depreciation. But then when you start going in and looking at line 22 and 24, the tax due and the before and after partial abatements. Obviously, before FY 2007, those numbers were the same because there were no abatements. But you can see when you start looking at the actual tax that was paid, for my house, because it was still being depreciated and the value was not going up so strongly, my tax bill, or my house's tax bill, actually fell in FY 2006 and then jumped up a little bit in the two previous, or the previous and the subsequent fiscal years. This is not necessarily the case for a lot of parcels that were in the state at the time. And so when I get to some other information that showed kind of what was going on, it gives a little bit of history and context as to why the legislature decided during the 2005 session to put these abatements into place. Because by and large, there were parcels that were having double-digit growth, and so it wouldn't have been a shock in FY 2005 or FY 2006, and even in 2007, if the abatements hadn't been put in, that people's property tax bills might have increased by 10, 15, 20, 25, 30% or more. And so the legislature tasks themselves with addressing this issue. So that's really what Table 1A is about, is just showing my house and the progression of the values throughout time. Table 2, I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through all 23 pages of Table 2, but this is going through all 17 counties and the taxing entities within these counties and showing what the total combined property tax rate would be. And so the easy way for me to explain this is I'll point out Churchill County as a good example on page 1 of Table 2. They have a total of 3 tax districts, and you can see that they all have different tax rates. The city of Fallon has its combined property tax rate at the maximum $3.66. When you get outside of the city of Fallon, there are 2 taxing districts in unincorporated Churchill County that have lower rates, and they have a difference of 3 cents in between them. So what is behind this summary table, and it's the first 4 pages that go through all 17 counties. Starting on page 5, there are individual tables that show the components of the property tax rates for every single district within that county. And so I will go to Table 2B on page 6 of this particular section. And this shows each of those 3 tax districts in Churchill County and has each of the rates that make up that combined rate broken out. So you can see there's a state rate of 17 cents that's used to pay for state debt, capital improvements and other projects. There is a $1.30 school district rate, which makes up, it's the 75-cent rate that I previously mentioned that goes to the state education fund. And then there's a 55-cent rate that is imposed in Churchill County for the school district's debt. And school districts are allowed to do that. The county's rate is 1.2829, so just under or just over $1.28 per $100 of assessed value goes to Churchill County. And then for the city and town, and we put this there because many counties have multiple cities or towns, and rather than listing them all out, we have on a lot of these just one combined. So for that district, tax district 100 in the city of Fallon, that's 79.71 cents. That's the city of Fallon's operating and debt rates, if they have them, that they use for their own purposes. And then there's an 8-cent rate that goes to the Churchill County Mosquito Abatement District. And then two of the three rates, two of these three tax districts impose a 3-cent rate for the Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District. So that is the explanation for why one of those Churchill County rates is 3 cents lower, is because tax district 300 does not impose that 3-cent rate. And so when you add all of those together on each of the lines, that's how the combined property tax rate works. And so it's all of the pieces put together. And then when you add all of those up, they cannot exceed $3.66 per $100 of assessed value in most instances. And I won't get too much into the details of the exceptions to that, but they are actually spelled out, or many of them are spelled out in Table 6. So that's Table 2 through 2Q, I believe. There's a sheet like that for all 17 counties that you can go through and look at. So I had mentioned the partial abatements and the cap factors that apply. And so Table 3A is kind of hard to look at. So I'm actually going to move on to Table 3B. And so I mentioned that the cap for the abatements is based on a statutory formula, and especially that alternative cap that takes into account the 10-year assessed value moving average growth rate, twice the change in the consumer price index, somewhere between 0 and 8%. And so for each county, the Department of Taxation each year will do this calculation, and then they establish what the caps are for all 17 counties. So in Table 3B, it goes through back to FY 2006 and shows what the single family cap, either for residential or the eligible rentals, and that alternative cap is for each county for each fiscal year. And in most instances, you can see, especially on this page, that the single family cap was at 3%, and then you had the alternative cap somewhere higher than that. When you get, though, to FY 2017, though, so on page 3 of Table 3B, so this last line here, you can see a lot of the numbers fell below that. And this is the fiscal year that I was referring to, where inflation was very low. In fact, the calculation was 2 times the CPI was 0.2%. And so in a lot of instances, you can see that the assessed value was above that. So for example, in Elko County, the 10-year moving average in assessed value was 6.4%. So their alternative cap was the 6.4% because it's the higher of those two numbers. And then the partial abatement for single families, owner occupied and the eligible rentals, was 3%. But go down to Washoe County, though, and you can see that their 10-year moving average of assessed value was flat. And so the higher of those two numbers is the 0.2%. So that alternative cap was 0.2%. But again, because that number was lower than 3%, every property went to the 0.2%. Again, something good for your property owners, if that's the way you want to look at it. But again, if you are looking at on the side of trying to fund government services, maybe not so much. But this is going through and all the way to FY 2027. If you go to the last page, the current fiscal year's caps for each of the 17 counties are listed, as well as how that was determined. This is information we get from the Department of Taxation. I do want to thank them for their assistance. as well as my staff up in Carson City who spent a lot of time looking through all of this stuff. So this gets us to the meat of the presentation and what the chair asked us to put together. And so what I did in tables 4A through 4J or K, I'm not sure which one at this point, is go through and put together a number of scenarios, taking my house starting in FY 2027, because that's the most recent assessment, growing the value of the land by 5% per year, growing the replacement cost of the improvements by 2% per fiscal year, and then running a bunch of different scenarios that to show what property tax would look like. And so table 4A on this page that's up on the screen is the baseline scenario. So I'm assuming that the partial abatement cap that applies to my house is going to stay at 3% all the way out to FY 2039. It is an eligible single-family residence that should apply for that cap. I just set the alternative cap at 8%. It could be lower than that, but as long as it's above 3%, then my cap is 3%. And so this shows basically what my tax bill is going to look like growing it by 3% per year under the existing law. And so the various scenarios that I put together, most of them are going to affect the abatement cap, because there are a number of different things that you could have done in a previous time to raise property taxes. The obvious one would be to increase your property tax rate. The partial abatements, when they were put into place back in Assembly Bill 489 and Senate Bill 509 of the 2005 session, were intentionally designed to not, it wasn't as simple as, oh, you can raise your rate and you'll get more revenue. Because the thought was, if you allowed people to do that, all of a sudden every single local government would try to raise their rate and try to steal some portion of that revenue, knowing your tax bill could only go up by a certain percentage. So realistically, the only way that you can raise revenue, there are several things that you can do, but the abatements are really the limiter. So if you wanted to raise a rate, you could do that, but you'd have to make sure that that new rate was somehow outside of the partial abatements. Otherwise, realistically, you can put your rate at whatever you want. Tax bill is only going to go up by 3% or whatever that percentage is. And in my instance, it would only be 3%. So starting with this baseline, I started running a bunch of different scenarios. So looking at where my tax bill is, for example, in the baseline scenario in FY 2039, the last year. So after the partial abatement, after the partial abatement in FY 2039, my tax bill would be $2,518 for that fiscal year. So in table 4B, this is the first scenario that we had. And so I made all of these changes in FY 2029 because realistically, if the legislature were going to do anything, that's probably in the 27 session, that's probably the first fiscal year that you could actually put this into place. So in FY 2029, instead of having that cap at 3%, it is at 4%. And so that flowed through, and so my tax bill, instead of growing by 3% starting in FY 2029, would grow by 4%. And so my tax bill, by the time you got out to FY 2039, would be $2,800. So just under $300 more by adding that 1% each year going on. And so I repeated this for a number of other scenarios. Table 4C takes it from 3% to 5%. And so in FY 2039, my bill would be at about just over $3,100. In Table 4D, it is now up to 6% rather than 3%. And so you could see that it's about $3,450. And then in Table 4E, I equalized them, and now all of the caps are at 8%. And so my bill then goes to about $4,200. So this is actually the point. In terms of the abatement as a percentage of my tax bill, each time you increment that, the percentage goes down. This is the first scenario out of all of them where the actual abated tax revenue starts decreasing. That starts happening at about 7%, where you could actually see the revenues going down. And this is just unique to my scenario. Realistically, what would have to happen to get more revenue out of any parcel is that the change in the taxable value and the assessed value would have to be less than the abatement amount. Otherwise, you're just going to keep creating more abatements. But this is the first scenario where you can actually see that number in line 26 going down. And so then the next scenario is one that gets a little more drastic in terms of the effects. This is the effect where you just get rid of the partial abatements, you rip off the Band-Aid, and you're done in FY 2029. And so you can see I've cleared out lines 19 through 21, but then you can see what happens if you just took the assessed value, multiplied it by the tax rate for my parcel in FY 2029, my tax bill would almost double. It would go up by 97.1%. And so this is realistically the effect of the abatements is you have kept the property tax bills quite low for a lot of people. To get rid of that, this is your end result. Again, not saying that this isn't necessarily the viability or reality of this option, but this is the result, at least as it pertains to my house. So moving on then from this scenario, there is an alternate scenario 6, where the 3% cap is maintained, but a 25-cent rate is applied outside of the partial abatements in that year only. So under AB 489, actually more specifically under Senate Bill 509 of the 2005 session, there was a provision that said that any new tax that was imposed by the legislature or as a result of a legislative mandate on or after April 8th, 2005 was outside of the partial abatements entirely. You paid the full rate as it stood, unless the legislature said otherwise. So one of the options that you could do is if you did impose a new rate or if a new rate were imposed, to keep it outside of the abatements in that first year and then put it back inside the abatements so that rate would grow by the abatement amount, whether it's 3 or 8 or whatever the percentage is. So in that instance, you can see that my tax bill or the tax rate would go from $3.66 to $3.91, and then treating that rate as you're paying the full value of it, my tax bill, instead of going up by the 3%, would go up by 16.9% in FY 2029. And then when you tuck it back in, the entire tax bill grows by 3%. So it is a way that if you wanted to generate revenue in the short term that would grow steadily in the longer term, that is an option that could be considered. Again, not saying that it is a good or bad option, but it is an option. So in table 4H, this is taking the two previous scenarios of you get rid of the abatements and you attach this rate of 25 cents and just let it go as it does. So you can see again, the rate is $3.91 in table 4H. But without abatements and putting the full value of everything, instead of going up by 97%, my tax bill more than doubles it goes up by 110.5%, and then would grow by 3.8, 3.94% going forward, because that's how my assessed value would grow after depreciation in the scenario that I've set here. Table 4I is a scenario that was put together based on some previous proposals that were put forward, most notably during, I believe, the 2023 legislative session, where Assemblymember Anderson brought Assembly Joint Resolution 1, which would have proposed to amend the Nevada Constitution to reset depreciation and the partial abatements when a property is sold. So this is one that couldn't happen in FY 2029 because it requires a constitutional amendment and it couldn't take effect in all likelihood that quickly. But to put it out there, I ran the scenario on my house, and if you reset the depreciation and partial abatements upon the sale of the property in FY 2029, my tax bill quadruples or more than quadruples. It would go up by 327.9%. Again, this is a scenario that would have only occurred when a property is sold, but when a property is sold, and especially on older properties, you could potentially have fairly drastic effects, as it shows here. Again, not a value judgment of anything other than showing that this is the effect of of what would have happened on my house if I were to sell it. And this is the property tax bill that the new owners of my home, if they still would want it after our basement flooded yesterday, would be paying. And so then on the last page is tables 4J and 4K, which is basically a comparison of all of these scenarios. So you can see the bottom line of the taxes that would be due. 4J is showing what the annual tax would be, and then 4K is showing what the difference is. So you can see that ranges from a difference of $1,234 over 10 years by changing it from 3% to 4%, to alternate scenario 8, where if you did the reset upon sale, it would be just over $63,000 in additional taxes over that 10-year period. This is the meat of what the chair asked for. These are the scenarios that were put together. There are all kinds of other scenarios that could be run relating to property tax, but again, I would note that realistically, what is the one lever that you have to pull in order to actually gain revenue, unless you're going to do something outside of the partial abatements, it really has to do with the abatements, because the abatements limit the amount of taxes that can be paid, which in turn limits the amount of revenue that is received by the affected government who imposes that tax rate. So then in table 5, there are a number of statistics that we've put together relating to the property tax in Nevada, and this is all information from the Department of Taxation. And again, I want to thank Jeff Mitchell and his staff for helping with this. So this is information on the total number of parcels, the total assessed value, how that changes from year to year, the taxes due before and after the abatements, and then the cumulative amount in the last column in table 5 is when you start adding up the total estimated abated revenue for each fiscal year. That is, the end result is how much tax was not paid. Again, depending on your point of view, this is a good thing for taxpayers, or not, maybe not so good of a thing for local governments, depending on which side of that spectrum you fall. So after that, there are 4 charts that I put together that kind of graphically display some of these statistics, because some people will be more in tune with seeing a chart than they would be in seeing the numbers. So chart 5A is the number of parcels, and you could see that there's been a fairly steady growth in the number of parcels that are subject to property tax in Nevada, especially after the Great Recession. It really flattened out, and even in a few years after the Great Recession, it fell off a little bit due to just a slowdown in new construction was the primary cause for that. In chart 5D, or sorry, chart 5B, you can see the estimated tax due before and after abatements. And so up to FY 2006, those lines are the same because there were no abatements. And then in FY 2007, you had abatements. And this is one of the charts that I think shows one of the reasons why the legislature tackled abatements in the first place, because if the abatements had not been put into place, you would have had the blue line, and that's the amount of taxes that would have been paid. In some instances, again, people would have been had double-digit increases, 30% or more in their tax bill in a single year. The tax actually paid after the abatements, not so much, and so that was kind of the function of the abatements. But then when you, in this chart, you can see one of the other things that the abatements did is it not only limited the growth of property taxes in the boom period, it also was a stabilizer for local government revenue during the Great Recession because of a lag in the assessed value. And what ultimately was happening in the early parts of the Great Recession is assessed values were falling because the market value, or the market for real estate, was crashing. But in a lot of instances, the reductions in assessed value that were being seen were still causing abatement. So it was falling, but it was not falling enough to the point where you would have actually paid less. So what ended up happening for a lot of people in the first couple of years, at least, of the Great Recession is their home values were decreasing, but even at that decreased level, there were still abatements that were being caused because their tax bills still couldn't go up by more than 3%. So a lot of people saw their tax bills still increasing, but they were still paying less than they would have if they had been paying based on their assessed value because it hadn't fallen enough for their tax bills to fall. And in some instances, there were people who still continued to pay 3% all the way through because their assessed values never fell below the point where they would have been paying less. But it ended up causing, in some instances, revenue to stabilize. Not completely, because you can see that there was still a giant dip in revenues, but it caused things to fall less than they might have otherwise. Chart 5C is taking those annual and cumulative abatement amounts, and you can see that gap growing over time to it's over $18 billion over time. But you can see that amount of abatements per fiscal year has stayed fairly stable between $1 billion and $2 billion in abated revenue that is not paid every year. That amount over the last couple of fiscal years is falling a little bit. And I think in a lot of instances, it's because assessed values are not growing as fast as the tax bill. So that gap is closing somewhat. And then in chart 5D, this one is messy, but we like messy charts in the Fiscal Analysis Division. This puts together the change in assessed value with the change in taxes due before and after abatements. And so it really wouldn't surprise you to see that the change in assessed value and the change in the tax due before abatements, they should move fairly close to each other. It's the one that is the variable here is the change in the tax due after abatement. And so in the fiscal years where the change in the tax due after the abatement, so when your taxes after abatement are growing faster than the assessed value or the change in the tax due before the abatements, those are the times where your assessed value is dropping, and so you may actually have your revenues growing faster because of the abatements than they would have otherwise. And so you see this especially in the aftermath of the Great Recession, and even a little bit right now, where you can see that that purple line, which represents the change in the tax due after abatement, is less or is greater than the changes in assessed value or the change in the tax that would have been due before the abatements. And so then lastly, in table 6, this is, this would not be one of my presentations on taxes without some history, as I have been wont to do for this entire interim. This is a table of some key legislative and constitutional history relating to the property tax. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. In fact, I'm really not going to spend any time on it other than pointing it out. But I went through and pulled out some key provisions going all the way back to the original Constitution in 1864. And it basically sets the stage for how we've gotten to the property tax system that we have now, including how we got to 35% of the taxable value for assessed value, why we have depreciation on improvements and not land, and things like that. And it's an iterative process that we went through, and this goes all the way through to 2023 was the biggest significant change that we outlined in this. So again, Madam Chair, I want to thank the Department of Taxation and my staff for all of their help with this. And I know this is a lot of information, and I am open to any questions that I am able to answer. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, do you have any questions? Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you very much, not only for recognizing that I brought a bill forward and continue to feel that we do have some issues, but also for making it very clear that it's the counties that are and the cities that are being hit harder than the state is when it comes to the current property tax structure, because it is, again, the property tax funds, it's number 2, you said, I think, for the most of the cities, counties, is that correct?
Thank you, Assemblymember Anderson, Michael Nakamoto with the Fiscal Analysis Division, for the record. It's either number 1 or number 2. In a lot of instances, it's consolidated tax that's number 1, and then followed by property tax. But in some instances, it may be property tax. It's number one, but it is a significant portion. And especially for local governments, for the state, again, it's the state education fund that is primarily affected for us, and then our debt rates to a lesser extent. But you're absolutely correct. This is primarily local governments that are affected.
I really appreciate that clarification. And then my second question, again, this is great information, really appreciate it. Want to make sure it's very clear. I do appreciate all of it. Does the county, however, get to make a decision when there is I'm not sure exactly what it's called, like if someone were a veteran and so they don't have to pay the same amount of property taxes, or there's a cut of how much property taxes they have to pay based upon extenuating circumstances. Is that a county decision or is that a state law decision?
Thank you, Assemblymember Anderson. Michael Nakamoto with the Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. There are a number of exemptions that are listed in statute from the property tax. In most of those instances, there has to be some sort of condition that is met. For example, you have to be an eligible veteran. You have to be a veteran who is disabled. You're a charitable institution, education, whatever it is, you have to meet some sort of criteria that exists. The state of Nevada, and it's something that I actually meant to put in the table of legislative history, back in the 1973 session, the legislature created a property tax rebate system for eligible senior citizens. So if you met certain criteria related to your income, related to the value of your property, and so on, and age being one of them, because this was designed for senior citizens, you could apply for a rebate of some of your property tax bill. This was actually a program that was funded through state money. We didn't actually take money back from the local governments. They were held harmless. And it was a way to provide some sort of property tax relief to people who had fixed incomes who may have had difficulty paying their property tax bills. This was a casualty of the Great Recession. The program went away. It was very briefly revived in the 2015 session. I believe it lasted for one fiscal year, and then it has not been brought back since. But in terms of things that aren't an exemption, like the ones that I had mentioned previously, Assemblymember Anderson, that's the only one that's coming to my mind off the top of my head. Whether there are some local governments who may have some sort of things that they're doing at the local level, I'm not aware of any of them, but I can't say with any certainty that they are or not.
And thank you, Chair. Thank you for this much time, because it has been brought to my attention from a county and also from a city that there's some exemptions that were awarded, and let's just say 1999, 2001, that continues to be with the property. It is sold 2 or 3 times, but those exemptions continue to be with the property. So I'm trying to figure out if that's part of this law or not. And so thank you so much, but that is outside of this presentation. So I do appreciate this time, and thank you for all that information.
To answer your comment, though, Assemblymember Anderson, Michael Nakamoto, for the record, I would have to go back and look at some of those specific exemptions because a lot of those may apply to the parcel depending on some function of what that parcel is being used for or some condition that applies. If there is some change in the ownership or the use that would trigger a change to that, that's what would trigger that. But unless there is some sort of trigger that would make it ineligible, it would ordinarily stay eligible for that exemption or the reduction in property. But that is, I think, going to be dependent on what the exemption or the reduction is. One of the other things that I will note, and this goes back to the legislation that you previously had brought on the reset of the abatements. The abatements are not specific to the taxpayer. They are specific to the property as well. So if you sell a house, let's say I bought a new house, I would pay my tax bill, assuming it's single family owner occupied and not my office, my tax bill would be 3% higher than the previous year what the previous owner paid. So those abatements stay with the property. They're not specific to the taxpayer.
Thank you for your presentation. So with that, we'll close that presentation because the only thing I can see is that, you know, I should take property tax out of any future abatement for economic development and put it back in the pot. But anyway, that's for another day. So let's move to, because I need to move to the work session and then we'll come back to the year-to-date. So let's move to agenda item number 10 and do the work session.
Actually, I believe, Madam Chair, the work session is agenda item 11.
11. Yeah, 11.
And Madam Chair, Michael Nakamoto, for the record, I am up here as to answer any questions and to be a phone a friend if necessary. Haley Owens up in Carson City will be managing the work session up from there.
So Ms. Owens, I'm going to turn it over to you for a staff summary of item A1.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Haley Owens, Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. Before jumping to item A1, I do have a little bit of boilerplate language to read. A reminder before I go through the work session document, as nonpartisan legislative staff, we as staff to this committee do neither support nor oppose any proposal or recommendation that comes before the legislature and this committee. The work session document can be accessed online as an exhibit on the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Revenue meeting page on the legislature's website, and committee members are also in possession of paper copies of the work session document. The purpose of the work session document is to assist the committee in deciding which legislative measures and actions it will request for consideration during the 2027 legislative session. Pursuant to NRS 218D.160, the committee is limited to 10 legislative measures, which includes both bill draft requests and requests for the drafting of resolutions. Today's work session includes 8 items for consideration. The items consist of recommendations submitted by the chair or committee members and that the chair wishes to bring forward for consideration. The members of the committee do not have to support or oppose the recommendations in the work session document. The document organizes the recommendations such that committee members can review them and decide whether they wish to accept, reject, modify, or take no action on them. So with that, I will begin with the first item on the work session document. The first item for consideration before the committee is item A1, concerning economic development and tax incentives. The proposal is to request the drafting of a bill to repeal the provisions of NRS 360.754, allowing for the partial abatement of certain taxes imposed on new or expanded data centers, and to enact a moratorium on the creation or expansion of any data centers in the state. This recommendation is proposed by Senator Neal, chair of this committee.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. Members, are there any questions on A1? Yes. So Assemblymember Cole.
Thank you so much, Chair. Madam Chair, I want to ask specifically about the abatement discretion piece because I think it's relative context for the recommendation. Since I'm new to this committee and revenue discussions generally, I just would appreciate the assistance here. As I understand it, during the 2025 regular session, your committee considered SB 461, which would have given the Board of Economic Development discretion to limit, reduce, or deny abatements for projects based on water use, environmental impact, and other factors. That bill never came up for committee vote and did not move forward. But a few months later, that same kind of discretionary authority, letting the board deny, reduce, or condition an abatement when the full amount is not in the state's best interest, passed the Senate as part of AB 594, unanimously 21-0, and was signed into law. So I guess my question is, the legislature already gave the board a case-by-case tool less than a year ago, and I am trying to understand why the discretionary review that currently exists is not sufficient and a full moratorium is the better path instead. So
thank you for that question. So you have not been a member of this committee, but we did have a very specific conversation with GoEd and Mr. Burns in this committee, I don't know, a couple months ago, where I asked the direct question on what we were doing around that provision in law that basically said they needed to look at water usage, which is permissive language. And that I also asked what was considered within the abatement and what was the data centers specifically abating. And in that conversation and in that record, he specifically stated that the personal property that was being abated is the actual, I guess, GPU or the data center component itself that goes into the facility. So, which opened the door to the question of we're abating the actual thing that they're making profit on, right? So that was brought up in that committee hearing that we had where we had GoEd come in and do a discussion around the abatement. So this particular item A1 is because if you've been paying attention to the news, number one, these are billionaire investments, and there is no actual need for them to continue to have a partial abatement of taxes for a data center that they can afford to pay for themselves, number one. Two, the moratorium has the focus to create a pause on the creation of expansion of data centers because we are in a particular state in Nevada, or it was put on the record that we had currently 66 in the state of Nevada. We have 22 that were in potential contract or could come online, right? We've had consistent conversations across the state of Nevada from Boulder City to Nye County, talking about, actually in Henderson too, talking about moratoriums and talking about putting a pause until we could examine, number one, the impact around natural resources, right? Water, although information was put in the record saying that certain data centers have adapted different qualities where they are using less water. That is not all, right? If you are familiar with the growth and infrastructure hearing that happened when Assemblyman Howard Watts was the chair, where there was information put out there around legacy data centers and how much water usage they are actually using, it was significant and substantial. Water is not something we can get back. It is not something that we can recreate. It is also popping up as a constant conversation now that the new allocation on the Colorado River is 71% less than the allocation that we currently had in the Colorado River. I think it's time to start having a conversation about how we're, number one, going to protect Nevada resources. There is also data and information that's been put out in various different circumstances where even on the electricity side, it is not just electricity, but it is electricity and water because there is some water usage associated with electricity. I think placing a moratorium and trying to slow down the impact to Nevada citizens is not only appropriate, but needed. If you look across the landscape of this country, we are not the only state that is considering or has put on an agenda a moratorium. It is not new. It is a conversation where the hyperscale data centers that are being produced as size of football fields are something worth a discussion, not only for, what has been various remarks around what's potential pollution. Also, I have at some point, and it's not the total point that I've depended on, but I have reviewed the DRI study, which was challenged by the data centers to say, oh, that wasn't necessarily good research. And I rebuffed that comment because I was just like, if we're at the stage where we're now trying to say that a publicly funded research institution in the state of Nevada is putting out bad research, therefore, I take issue, right, with that multiple times because I had several comments after I had that meeting saying that DRI study, it wasn't the best study. They didn't do a lot of the, appropriate information. And I was like, so now we're downing the scientists who actually earned a degree and have successfully been the research institute in the state. So I, as a chair, I'm putting this forward because I want a pause, and I believe it's inappropriate because of the political sentiment that's been going on and the research that's been going on. I'm not adding any more to that because I've been very careful about putting certain things on the record, just because I'm not trying to give the data centers an edge up on what I think is my potential research and commentary that might be used for the legislative session. I have actually been asked, what have I read? And I was just like, why should I share every single research document that I've read when literally you can Google it? So every piece of information that's out there on data centers is publicly available, negative, positive, or otherwise. I know people feel that, AI has been a positive, but it also has some negative. And the data centers that are producing this technology, I think we need to put a pause and we need to have a conversation around what is best for Nevada. Are our natural resources being impacted? I think the issue that's happened at Trick is a big mental note. I think the issue that's happened at Boulder City, where data centers put on federal land, completely ignoring what the Boulder City chose or what they wanted to do, is also something that we need to be examining, because as a state, we need to be centered around what is best and good for the survival of our people. And my final statement will be that the statement that I've made publicly is to allow one business client in this state to use all of the resources or maximize the use of natural resources such as water, and to leave nothing in the space for another business client is actually not economic development. It actually is the reverse of economic development. Because I think the question that we should be asking ourselves is, if the next client comes and they need water, right? And let's say we're wrong on this water allocation, on what they claim their water allocation is, and it actually is in excess of what we're able to identify. Then what does that tell us that the next business client that comes to the state of Nevada should have available to them? Should their actions to come in and diversify the economic status of Nevada be different? Because now all of a sudden we're saying there is no water. There's no more water in the Colorado River for us to get, and therefore changing the dynamic. And I think for myself, these are my opinions, that we are moving in a direction that we need to put a pause and think clearly about the generation that comes behind us, the generation that will be the 8th generation that comes behind us, and making sure that we have enough resources to sustain Nevada and Nevadans. And so that is my opinion, and those are my comments. I don't know if that helps you.
Thank you. That was a very robust answer, and I appreciate that very much, and your passion for the issues. If I may, just a quick follow-up regarding specifically the GOED piece. I think what I heard you say is that it's permissive language is essentially what was passed, and that your concern is that GOED can but is not necessarily mandating those reductions in abatements based on the issues that we just discussed.
Well, yes. So we had a full conversation, or I won't say, it was pretty full, with Director Burns on whether or not we were actively using that provision in law to make sure that the provision on water impact was being mitigated by GOED. I know one of my direct questions, and I don't know if our minutes are available, was if that was the case, then how was it that legacy centers were grandfathered in to continue to use the level of water that they were using? Because if that was the case, the statute should have prevented the grandfathering in of that water usage. And then there was a pivot in the conversation where Director Burns said you should ask the Southern Nevada Water Authority how they were grandfathered in. And then the conversation ended there.
Thank you. I appreciate that nuance.
Assemblyman Packard. Patchett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Assemblyman Patchett, and I'm way newer than Assemblymember Cole, so bear with me. Given that, my question is really surrounded by kind of the topic of the day earlier on in the day regarding the kind of federalism, the concept of local control. And so you listed off several issues that you have with data centers, and I'm not here to debate whether or not those are valid or otherwise. However, currently the under Nevada law, there's broad authority given to cities and counties to regulate and really enforce land use and development within their jurisdictions. That being the case, what problem outside of those listed and that can be handled by a local jurisdiction would be solved by having a statewide moratorium imposed?
So let me try to figure out the first part. So the first part, you're saying that the cities or counties have direct control over their land usage. So therefore, are you saying the state has no role to dictate?
No, what I'm saying is under state law currently, local jurisdictions or local governments do have broad authority to regulate the land use and development within their jurisdictions. We have a case currently where a moratorium has been imposed by a municipality, that being the city of Henderson, to address some of the issues that you've raised, right? So outside of the issues that you've raised, what problem would a statewide moratorium resolve versus what a local jurisdiction can basically handle on their own?
So thank you for the question. So first, I thought Henderson put it on the agenda, but it didn't pass. So maybe I'm wrong about that. But I thought they put it up, and then they didn't move forward, and they decided to do some local reg and have a conversation. Nye County is the only one that actually has done the moratorium. So what I think is appropriate, right, is because number one, local governments and cities are still creatures of the state. I don't believe we relinquish control over whether or not what a city and a county and what the state can tell a city or county to do. So in this case, right, it is the state acting on behalf because of the spotty, movement between, the Henderson council that took it up. Nye County, I believe, took it up twice. Ending with a moratorium, Boulder City wanting to do something that the state is stepping in because under, just believing for public policy purposes and using our power to, number one, police data centers, two, go and try to make sure that there are legitimate concerns and conflicts that are being mitigated at the state level in one shot, right? So when the state steps in, it kind of sets the standard of what will be, right? Rather than what have been the local fights or one-offs. I think this is an issue that has been lifted up enough in terms of public opinion, in terms of issues related to water resources, in terms of issues related to the 71% reduction on the Colorado River, that the state should take a good look. There's also been very distinct conversations around when they've talked about the water usage and the NDAs that are now following the water usage that is put within the, I don't know if it's the state and local contracts, which is just not here, but other places where a non-disclosure is being put up for the allocation. So what's been a common theme nationally has been that they'll go in, put in their agenda item, they'll say what their allocation, they think their allocation is going to be or what they believe that their usage is going to be. And then when there's an NDA associated with the actual usage at the end, and then there is a FOIA request that is then denied, right? And so you could really ascertain, did you say you're going to use 325,000 gallons of water? And then was the end result 450,000 gallons of water? There's been a constant discussion nationally on whether or not, different states could get that information, achieve that information. We don't want that to happen in Nevada. We also don't want a situation where we don't have any kind of say or control. If you've looked in California, I believe it's in California, where they have they've gotten water rights, then they sued over when the city basically was saying you've used too much, right? And then they're suing to continue to use it. We're not in a position to be sued and then for somebody to say, I would like to get more of the water allocation that we do not have. And so at some point, I really feel that in fairness and balance, we should be having a conversation about what are the needs of the 3 million Nevadans in the state in terms of water and the impact of the data centers and what they are having on this particular issue of the water allocation. Another point I'll make is that when I was sitting with the Southern Nevada Water Authority, I said, okay, well, let's say, are the grandfathered legacy centers planning on reducing their allocation of water, which is substantial if you go back and look at the growth and infrastructure record? And what was said to me was like, well, yeah, they are planning on changing their water usage, but they're going to do it over 10 years. Well, 10 years from now, we could be in a totally different water situation. So first of all, that gave an alarm for me that someone would get 10 years to continue to use that amount of water with no change. Knowing that we're not only in a drought, but we're actually experiencing not enough water that is actually sustainable to even potentially on the third intake to keep the dam moving. So I'm moving on this because I believe it's in the best public policy interest of 3 million Nevadans to have a conversation about water, to have a conversation about electricity, to have a conversation about future generations and what they should actually have the benefit and the use of, which is water coming through their pipes in Nevada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the response and just clarification for my understanding. And I did misspeak, and I apologize for that. Thanks for correcting the record that it wasn't the city of Henderson. I was aware there was a municipality, but obviously misspoken. I apologize for that. Again, thank you for the response, and no further questions. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any comments? Okay. So I know this is a contentious item. I mean, everybody, we're all freely elected members. You vote your conscience, do what you got to do. All right, so I will entertain a motion for the bill to be drafted, which is A1 on data centers. Do I have a second? Are you my? So I have a first from Senator Dunyate. I have a second from Assemblyman De Silva. Is there any discussion on the motion? So I have a comment from Senator Dunyate. Are there other comments? Yes, from Assemblymember Cole. So Senator Dunyate, go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to make a few comments on the record, of course, before this vote. Obviously, I think throughout this interim, I think our constituents have asked us repeatedly to tackle this issue. And so I commend your leadership in at least trying to solve and address it. I think in the conversations that we've had, both offline and in this committee, I mean, it's clear that this infrastructure is growing. This is becoming a national trend within our country. The need for compute, and the race for artificial intelligence is becoming more prevalent. However, at the same time, I, for one, am very worried about foreign influence and the conversion and expansion of foreign-owned assets that utilize our natural resources. There have been cases here in Nevada that have used or have converted crypto mining facilities now to become data centers. And so I think that there are obviously cases and companies, including Switch and TensorWave, that are leading the way in how we can really make this a better, efficient ecosystem. And so my only comment is that for anyone that's watching, all I would ask is that within the next couple of months, for the industry partners to work alongside the legislators both on this committee and beyond, just because I think there could be a balance to protect consumers and both from a natural resources side, both from the worker protections and making sure that ratepayers don't have to subsidize, especially given the increasing funds that are in this moment. So nonetheless, I will be supporting today's measure. And again, thank you for your leadership given the national conversation that's happening around this conversation.
Thank you for that. Assemblymember Cole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am unfortunately not able to support a moratorium on data center development or repealing NRS 360.754 outright. Nevada, to me, is positioned right now to win the lottery and one of the largest drivers of economic growth in the world. I'd instead support a well-crafted piece of legislation directing local jurisdictions to negotiate development agreements and continuing the existing subsidies as long as we hold them to the highest standards on water conservation and grid build-out, so these costs never land on ratepayers. The governor's office has landed on that same side, having signed the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. If a company wants to build here, it brings its own power and water solutions. The PUCN's Rule 9 already requires large loads to fund their own infrastructure, and this technology keeps improving. And then, at least in the Southern Nevada area, we have the SNWA moratorium on evaporative cooling, which solves in large part the water issue. And it's not just the governor's office, it's also the Nevada State AFL-CIO that unanimously just passed a resolution last week on data centers. And I'll be honest, as a Republican, it isn't every day that I get to stand next to AFL-CIO on an issue. But the resolution asks for the same things: no cost shifting onto ratepayers, community benefit agreements, water efficient technology suited to our desert climate. So when Labor and the governor's office agree on the guardrails, that tells me we're closer to the right answer than a moratorium allows. Nevada already has strong statutory guardrails, wage floors, capital thresholds, resident hiring rules, and clawbacks. I'd rather modernize that framework than shut the door on an industry already supporting tens of thousands of Nevada jobs and creating real revenue streams for our local jurisdictions. I would instead ask the committee to consider legislation along these lines instead of a moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any additional comments from members? Okay, seeing none. All in favor to say aye?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. So I have 2 nay, which is Assemblymember Cole and Assemblymember Patchett, saying it right. So the motion carries with majority of the members. Thank you. We will move to the next item, which is, and turn it over to Staff Member Owens on summary of item A2.
Thank you, Chair. Haley Owens for the record. The second item in the work session document for consideration before the committee is item A2. The recommendation is to request the drafting of a bill to expand the provisions of NRS 360.753, which allows for the partial abatements of certain taxes imposed on aircraft, components of aircraft, and other personal property used for certain purposes related to aircraft, to allow for the partial abatement of certain taxes imposed on certain eligible aerospace businesses. This recommendation is proposed by Senator Doñate, member of this committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions on A2? Yeah, you could, Senator Doñate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to provide some context for this bill draft. Nevada currently has, in our existing statutes for some of the committee members, we already have an aviation abatement program. Through the presentations that we've had over the interim, it seems that this has been an underutilized asset. And so what I'm seeking through this bill draft, thanks to our chair, is perhaps revising the definition of who qualifies. Most of the NRS definitions right now are specifically to components dealing with aircrafts. And so all I'm seeking to do is to include aerospace or aeronautic components so that other companies that are already pre-existing here can take use of it. Or if the committee decides later on to sunset it, then that can also be an option, but this would be the vehicle for us to start looking at it for the legislative session.
Okay, thank you for that. So after that explanation, are there any questions? Everybody's good. Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for that comment as well, because as some people know, I have issues with abatements. However, the information that you just provided, that there is also the possibility of pulling it back, helped me out a lot with this, especially since this is only the drafting of the bill. So I will support it at this time. But I really appreciate both our conversation last night and then also the clarification on the record today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. All right, so I'll entertain a motion on A2 to be drafted.
So moved.
So I have a first from Assemblyman De Silva, a second from Senator Danyate. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion on the motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Seeing no opposition, the motion carries. And it will be drafted, A2 will be drafted. Thank you. Now we will move to the next item, which is, Ms. Owens, can you give a staff summary of item A3?
Thank you, Chair. Haley Owens for the record. The third item in the work session document is a recommendation to request the drafting of a bill to revise the total amount of transferable tax credits for affordable housing authorized pursuant to subsection 1, paragraph B of NRS 360.868 from $40 million to $80 million. The recommendation is based on the overview of the Affordable Housing Tax Credit Program given by the Nevada Housing Division at the committee meeting on July 8, 2026.
Thank you for that. So, are there any questions on the housing tax credits? So I just want to add on the record, because I believe Mr. Nakamoto, it had expired this past session or was going to expire.
Madam Chair, Michael Nakamura with Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. Based on the information that we have received from the Housing Division and what they presented at that meeting back in July, they anticipate that they will be awarding the remainder of the credits from that original $40 million sometime in the next, either this fiscal year or in the next year or two.
Thank you for that. And so, I mean, we're doing the housing tax credit and increasing it because housing is one of the top major issues. The housing tax credit not only is doing the multifamily housing, as you know, this past legislative session, the legislature and the governor moved to do also single-family residencies. And so it's very important to continue doing this program. What we talked about, which will be the goal of any future legislature, is that after the tax credits fall off in other programs, then we'll be able to hopefully add into the housing tax credit program to continue to build housing across Nevada, which is a very important and lofty goal that we would like to continue. And so with that, I will entertain a motion to have A3 drafted.
So moved.
So I have a first from Assemblyman De Silva. I have a second from Senator Danyate. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion on the motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, is there any opposition? Say nay. Seeing no opposition, the motion carries. Thank you. We will now move to the next item, which is staff summary item A3. So Ms. Owens, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. Haley Owens for the record. And I will be moving on to the fourth item.
Not A3.
Correct. Thank you, Chair. The fourth item in the work session document and the final item under the Economic Development and Tax Incentives heading is item A4. The recommendation is to request the drafting of a bill to encourage and promote economic development in counties whose population is less than 700,000 beyond what is already available under current law. The proposed bill may include specific items relating to the expansion of housing availability and affordability, particularly in rural areas of the state, as well as other topics relating to economic development in these counties at the discretion of the chair. This recommendation is based on information presented during the May 13, 2026 committee meeting.
Thank you for that. So just to give a little bit of further background, on May 13th, 2026, we had several rural counties come and present to this body around their economic development needs. I am focused on trying to figure out how to create, number one, remove the barriers, two, create moderate economies in rural counties that can sustain that, so that we can have statewide economic development that will serve the needs of, as we heard earlier, lifting all boats, because we have typically focused on our larger counties, and I felt that we needed to do some pivoting to focus on some of our smaller rural counties that are want to do some more economic development, try to think through what is the proper framework in order to establish giving them more of a leg up and a different focus than just focusing on one of our larger counties, such as Clark and Washoe. So with that, I will entertain a motion to draft A4.
So moved.
So I have a first from Assemblyman De Silva, second from Senator Dignate. Is there any discussion on the motion? Assemblymember Cole.
Thank you, Chair. I very much appreciate this bill. I actually brought something semi-similar to it last session, and it didn't go anywhere. It dies in ways and means, right? But I would be happy to work with you on this if you would be willing, and would love assistance. Thank you.
Yeah, that's, thank you for that offer. I'm a domineering personality, or can you handle it? No, I'm sorry. Okay, no. All right. With that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Oh, Mosca. So seeing no opposition, the motion carries to draft A4. Thank you. So now we will move to B. This is B5, Ms. Owens.
Thank you, Chair. Haley Owens for the record. The fifth item in the work session document is item B5 under the excise tax policy heading. The recommendation is to request the drafting of a bill to expand the tax on live entertainment imposed pursuant to Chapter 368A of the Nevada Revised Statutes to include the resale, other than an occasional sale, of admission to a live entertainment event by a reseller. This recommendation is proposed by Senator Neal, chair of this committee, based on discussion of the live entertainment tax at the committee meeting on February 11th, 2026. The proposed recommendation is similar to the provisions of Senate Bill 444 of the 2023 legislative session and Senate Bill 431 of the 2025 legislative session.
Thank you for that. And so for members that are not familiar with this, well, there's been several iterations. So this is not taxing the sports team, so you can throw that out. This is actually the resale market of tickets, which we know is actively happening. If you guys are familiar, Ticketmaster was sued because they were also playing the regular market and the secondary market and selling tickets. The way that this provision would work is that it's a tax on the delta. So just to give an example, so if the ticket is $100 and then it is resold for $400, the tax is on the delta, which is the $300 difference between the $100 that the original ticket was sold and the secondary market, which then sells it. In the provision in the bill that we had before, because this may come up, we did deal with the gaming provisions, because for a long time gaming has had ticket sales of, the people who come on the street and like, would you like to do a ticket to do Cirque du Soleil or whatever. So we dealt with that in the provisions of the bill so that we would not be impacting that market. I also, in the 2025 bill, I had put in there a portion, because at the time we were trying to figure out how to pay for public transit, or at least allow a portion of the money to go to public transit. Also, a portion of LET goes for the arts. They currently have had an allocation that goes to the arts community for a really long time. So I just want to give that background. If there were any questions on, what this could be or what this may be in a bill draft form. Are there any questions? Okay, so I would entertain a motion for the bill to be drafted for B5 on. So I have a first from Assemblyman De Silva, second from Senator Gignate. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion on the motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? So I have two in opposition, Assemblymember Cole and Assemblymember Patchett. You're gonna have that like all session. I'm gonna like pronounce all syllables. All right, so the motion carries with the majority. Thank you. We will move to the next item, which is staff summary B6. Staff Member Owens.
Thank you, Chair. Haley Owens for the record. The sixth item for consideration before the committee is item B6. The recommendation is to request the drafting of a bill providing for the imposition, administration, collection, and enforcement of a tax on certain digital products electronically transferred to a purchaser, including certain digital subscriptions and similar services. This recommendation is proposed by Senator Neal, Chair of this committee, based on the discussion of the taxation of digital goods at the committee meeting on April 1st, 2026. The proposed recommendation is similar to the provisions of Senate Bill 392 of the 2025 legislative session.
Thank you for that, Ms. Owens. So just backdrop, had this bill since 2019. Actually, my first time doing it was at the same time I was doing Marketplace Facilitator, trying to bring in Amazon, which folks weren't ready for the digital goods conversation in 2019, but thank God they were ready for Marketplace Facilitator because it passed and it saved us when COVID hit. So this particular piece is a modernization of sales tax. We've had a series of conversations with Streamline, which is SUDA, and how we're trying to move our sales tax base into the current century. Products have changed. You are no longer, as we've done presentations, Assemblymember Anderson and I, in a 25 session, you are no longer, if you could be, right, buying DVDs, but if you are, thank you. But if you're not and you're streaming and you're downloading, then that is now the new form. So most things are happening either in a digital format. There's a digital good that is being produced in multiple ways. And at the same time, as that digital market came in, we also lost the durable good that used to be the companion. So when you bought the VHS tape, there used to be the VCR that went along with it. So that is an example of the durable good. It'd be the same thing for the people who may not be as old as me and Mr. Nakamoto, but you went out and bought your Walkman, which was a durable good, and then you put the cassette in there, and now you are no longer purchasing those items. And so ultimately, you now are downloading whatever your music is on Pandora, Spotify, or whatever your form is in order that you get your wonderful music, or you're on YouTube Music giving them money. So at the end of the day, we are trying to modernize our sales tax statute because behavior has changed. Consumer behavior has changed. This bill will include subscriptions. There's this new thing going on called Book Talks. For some reason, nobody's on these things, but there's a million apps where you can download stories and pay literally by chapter. And I would say your chapter may be six pages, or it might be 6 minutes, but they're going to get $9.99 or $10.99 per chapter, or 6 minutes of your life, and then hook you to either a $99 subscription so you can finish a book, rather than you just being able to go to Barnes & Noble, pay $24.99, and walk out with all the chapters you would like to read for the $24.99 bargain price. So the market has changed. So with that, I'll take a motion. Or is there any discussion on digital goods? Okay, so with that, I'll entertain a motion for B6 to be drafted.
So moved.
The first from Assemblyman De Silva, second from Senator Gignate. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor to say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, say nay. So I have both. Assemblymember Cole and Assemblymember Patchett, no on digital goods. Thank you. It's not my first rodeo of no's. All right, so motion carries to draft B6. Thank you. We will now move to B7. Ms. Owens.
Thank you, Chair. Haley Owens for the record. The 7th item in the work session document, still under the excise tax policy heading, is item B7. The recommendation is to request the drafting of a bill to revise the tax on other tobacco products located in Chapter 370 of the Nevada Revised Statutes. The proposed changes may include one or more of the following. A, revising the structure of the tax to impose it at the retail level rather than the wholesale level. B, clarifying the definition of other tobacco product to include certain tobacco products not currently included in the tax base. C, increasing the tax rate. And D, any other relevant changes to this tax as determined by the chair of the committee. This recommendation is proposed by Senator Neal, chair of this committee, based on discussion of tobacco taxes at the committee meeting on July 8th, 2026.
Thank you for that, Ms. Owens. So just a little backdrop for the members that were not here. You saw some of the public comment this morning. We had a presentation from the Tobacco Coalition, which wanted to, and they're still asking for that, to double the tobacco rate, tobacco tax. We also had a presentation from Mr. Nakamoto after that presentation from the Tobacco Coalition that the increasing of that rate would ultimately then cause a decrease. We're currently in a decrease because the prevention efforts are working, right? So if we were to increase it, we would run into the same problem. So the question that I internally posed was, unless we're getting ready to solve the problem in the next 3 years, the increase would not actually solve the issue. So having the $3 pack of cigarettes wouldn't actually, although it would give you money in the short term, we started to look at OTP and try to examine whether or not OTP is a better option. This bill is one of the ones that, we just have to think through what makes sense and how we're going to figure out the revenue. One of the other things that I tasked, which is the other staff with on this one, is because tobacco is also a part of the C-tax distribution, is to determine if there would be any effect if OTP was, I believe, added to the first tier or second tier of the tobacco. It's a lot of things we have to consider, but we don't have time to consider it during the interim. And so, we're just going to try to work through it and figure out with the Tobacco Coalition what would be the best thing that we can do, but doubling the tax is just not sustainable. So with that, members, are there any questions on B7? Seeing no questions, I will entertain a motion for B7 to be drafted.
So moved.
So I have a first from Assemblyman De Silva, second from Senator Dunyate. Is there any discussion on the motion? Assemblymember Cole.
Thank you, Chair. I don't necessarily object to the general framework, but I would ask that as the bill is drafted, we include a discount or reduced rate for the products that FDA has designated as modified risk tobacco products. They have gone through rigorous federal review, establishing that they pose less risk than combustible tobacco, and our tax policy should reflect that distinction. So I would ask, with Chair's permission, that be included in the final draft if possible. Thank you.
So thank you for that. And I mean, I just have to ask this clarifying question. Are you talking about like Philip Morris? Because they presented to us, I believe, in, what was that, Interim 24? Is that the same product?
So it's any product that the FDA would establish as meeting their rigorous requirements, right? And I don't know exactly what companies out there have gone through that process or are in the process of doing it. Again, it takes years and years and years, so I don't know that list.
Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor to say aye. Aye. Any opposition? B7. So I have a nay from Assemblymember Patchett. Okay, so the Assembly Member Cole, you voted for it? I did. Okay. So the motion carries, and B7 will be drafted. Thank you. And now we have C8. Am I doing C8? Yeah. Technically, I am doing C8. I need to do C8. Assembly Member and the staff Owens, do you want to, or do you want me to explain my life on C8?
Chair, I can read the text and you can expand if that works for you. Should I go ahead? I can't see, the camera's not zoomed in. I'll go ahead and begin reading. Thank you, Chair. Haley Owens for the record. The eighth and final item in the work session document is item C8. The recommendation is to request the drafting of a bill providing for various changes to one or more taxes imposed under Title 32 of the Nevada Revised Statutes. The bill may make changes to the rates, tax base, or exemptions for one or more of these taxes. This recommendation is proposed by Senator Neal, chair of this committee.
Thank you for that. So this was more of a catch-all because we have some, as you know, we've had some presentations today. We just wanted to leave room to potentially do some other tax policy, and Title 32 pretty much covers the majority of the chapters. But I did want to have a discussion with Mr. Nakamoto because I don't know if that would end up being, I didn't want it to be, but did you get an opinion on whether or not I would be able to add is it Title 41?
Madam Chair, Michael Nakamoto with Fiscal Analysis Division. For the record, I am still waiting for a response from legal counsel on that.
So, okay. So I need to probably create a C9 then. Okay. So, all right. So let me take the motion on, are there any questions on C8? Okay. So I will entertain a motion to draft a potential policy on C8, which is like a catch-all for some other things that we may need to get to.
So moved.
So I have a first from Assemblyman De Silva, second from Senator Dignate. Any discussion on the motion? Assemblymember Cole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to flag a concern that I have with this recommendation as written and amended. So this request just seems very broad to me with unspecified changes to rates, tax base, exemptions across all of Title 32 and possibly 41. And clearly the goal is to raise taxes on taxpayers. So for that reason, I will be a no. But I also just want to make a note on the record, and this is probably going to make me seem really naive and silly as a freshman legislator. But I came into this interim process expecting that the committee's purpose, and it's not just this committee, it's all the committees that I've sat in this thus far. But I expected the committee purpose to use the 9 or 10 months between sessions to work through bill draft requests carefully, and so that by the time we reach the 120-day regular session the next year, that we're advancing really well-considered legislation rather than starting from scratch, right? Because we don't have enough time in 120 days. But this request is very open-ended, and it doesn't feel like it reflects that process. And that just disheartens me, I guess, from a transparency perspective with our constituents. So to me, and I know this is a really far reach for asking a committee to do this, but I would love to see more specificity about the problem we're trying to solve, and then, you know, the well-articulated request so that I can confidently vote something out of committee. But thank you.
Thank you for that commentary. So basically, I mean, we talked about several different topics over the past few months. There's just still some open-ended issues that I just don't know where we're going. We might go, but maybe the business community says absolutely not. But at the end of the day, I needed to make room because we were looking at increased rates on certain categories that hadn't been touched in 15 years. Which I started off the conversation at the beginning of all of the interim meetings saying that, you know, we're on a modernization. We're also looking to look at updates So I'll give you one example where this probably is going to be inclusive. So if you, well, you weren't. So during the legislative session, we had a meeting, Ways After Dark. And in that meeting, Ways After Dark, which happened on the assembly side, there was a document produced by Mr. Nakamoto in all of its glory that listed very nuanced pieces that could be changed that were not big ticket changes, but they were small changes in various categories. But, you know, whether or not it was like a small exemption that probably could be removed that would generate revenue or make that particular tax perform better. And so what I told him was that I was looking to see what are some of the small changes that we could do that would then be a combined effort without big ticket wholesale changes, such as like changing the MBT. So looking at all of those things that were already produced that we had a hearing on in 25, where there were small items that they just make the performance of the existing tax better, and that this was one of the areas in C8 that I asked them to examine and look at, right? It's also a document that I've been carrying around like a bag lady, like in my backpack, because it was such a thorough document that just kind of explored each and every tax that, well, not all, I would say majority, that we put forth, and it had these little small changes that could be made, but in combination, they would make a difference to the efficiency of a tax. So this was really what I was getting at in C8. So if that helps, fine. If it doesn't, that's fine too. But I would be hard pressed to spell all of those things out. A document exists, maybe, you know, I mean, technically, if you want to see it, I'm sure Mr. Nakamoto could share a copy or mail it to your house if you just have it for the presence of mind for 2027, if any of those taxes pop up. But that's what I was looking at. So if that helps the record. I've always been a revenue chair, but I'm also not, you know, I mean, you might think the data moratorium was crazy, but the thing is, I don't actually just go out of my way to just, you know, sucker punch businesses, right, with taxes. I typically have the conversation and say, this is what I'm doing, love it, hate it, but here it is, right? I actually don't pull any punches, and there wouldn't be a single business person that would tell you that I have randomly shown up and said, you know what, you didn't know what was coming. Because I usually say, you're going to hate this. I'm doing it. Hate it. Hate it later. Hate it on the record. But this is happening. It's probably getting a hearing. So, but I'm always transparent on any business tax. And I talk to the business community and I tell them exactly what I'm going to do. All right. Even if they're just like, I hate this. And I know some people who hate LET, but that's okay. Right. It's part of the conversation. At the end of the day, we need to raise revenue in the state. We are potentially facing $7 billion hit just because of the Big Beautiful Act, which is disturbing. Over 10 years, $7 billion over the 10 years. So we have a couple of options. We could reduce benefits, right? We can reduce the eligible population for Medicaid, and all of a sudden change the trajectory of all of the work that we've done for 20 years in order to make sure people are eligible. And I know for me, one of the major things that we just got on board was July 1st, 2026, was to pay for adult dental. And why that matters and why I would never want to pull that back is because grown people from age 21 to 64, rather than being able to afford to pay cavities, were getting their teeth pulled when really it should have been the act of getting a cavity taken care of. And that has been a consistent behavior that I've been watching since 2023. And that would be an expanded benefit that the state is now paying for. But because the Big Beautiful Act has shifted cost onto the states in a potential, and it's not even really potential, $7 billion over 10 years, We need to have a conversation, whether or not it's small or large, on how to bring revenue into the state. I believe we had 13 bargaining units that came the end of 2025 session. We were not able to fund those bargaining units in the state as state employees. We have to continue to do one-offs in the state just to fund social services. We cannot continue to do behavior as one-shots when we know that we need to fund activities, people, and services long-term. We have never successfully funded mental health since we have been a body. And so with that, I take risk every single session to bring revenue forward, and people either hate it, love it, don't want to do it, it's fine. But my job is to always put the revenue forward and say there is a possibility if you want to fund this issue, if you want to fund these 10 issues, at least have the revenue on the table. And I've also mentioned multiple times to folks that, if there was local government revenue, that I was also focused on actual reduction of government waste and foolishness that is used with taxpayer money. So I just want to put that on the record, that I am probably one of the most transparent people. Whether or not folks like it, love it, I still do it, but I tell you how, I tell you why, and I tell you when. And so if there's any lobbyist that says different, he needs to come tell me to my face. And so, because it would not be true. So I just want to put that out there. So I'm sorry that you're disheartened that we would put something like this C8 on the record, but we're running out of time, and the only thing we have is the cannabis study, and that might also fall into this. If the cannabis study comes back telling us that we need to do something different in the cannabis regulatory framework around the taxes. And so I'll just stop there.
Not to add a comment.
Not to add a comment. Not the Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, and I appreciate what you just said. And also, I want to bring up how important it is also, not only, I appreciate actually the way that this is worded at this time, because there are so many different things. And I understand where somebody's like, well, we should have this time to do it. But the reality is we have a 120-day session. Our role as assembly members is to talk with our constituents as much as possible and to get that information there. The role of the committee is to hear information so that way when we are in session, we have some more background knowledge. But the other thing is, and this is personal for me because my school is impacted with it, we cannot always plan for financial emergencies. We cannot plan for a fire that is decimating my community at this time. And we need to plan for that budget as well. And so I appreciate this information because we cannot always plan on emergencies as what was just stated by the chair. There are too many things going on. We have a broken economic system. This is a way to start to solve it. And I know I will not get a chance to say this at the end, but I do want to put on the record how much I appreciate all of our first responders who have fought the fires in both Northern Nevada, Southern Nevada, as well as those fires that are occurring right now in other areas of our state. So this is something that matters to all of us, and we cannot plan for it. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Okay. So I will entertain a motion on C8. I think I did already. So I did. So all in favor to say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed. So do I have 2 nays? Yes. So Assemblymember Cole and Assemblymember Patchett, nay. Motion carries. Thank you. I do want to mention something on digital goods for the local governments that are listening. Was it 21 or 23 version? Which one? That had the excise? So there's going to be the excise tax that's in there that also goes to C-tax. So that's the one you should pay attention to. It's just going to be a wider base. I'm trying to add more into the base of it to see if we capture all the new stuff that's going on. So thank you for everybody that killed it for every session from 2019 to now, because the products wouldn't be out there for me to say, you're in. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Michael Nakamura with Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. In response to your previous question about changes to Title 41 relating to gaming, I did get word back from legal that they advised that it would probably be advisable to do that as a separate BDR. So if that is the will, your will, we could consider that as C9.
Okay.
Which would be the request of a drafting of a bill that would provide to various changes for the taxes or fees or regulation under Title 41.
Okay.
Since I think a lot of the discussion today on prediction markets may be more regulatory in nature, but that I think would be based on your previous comments and the direction that that one would go on
Okay.
that.
So members, this may not happen, but this would be a vote to potentially draft C9. So if the Nevada wins its lawsuit in the prediction markets, being able to tax prediction markets, bring them under Title 41, which is the gaming chapter. That's what C9 would do. I don't think we should leave that revenue on the table. If there is a pathway for us to get it, I think we should definitely do it. So that's what that would be. And so I'm sure that's once again controversial, but are there any questions on C9? But that's ultimately what it would be dealing with. So seeing no questions, I will entertain a motion to draft C9, Title 41, for potential prediction market revenue if we were to win a lawsuit to regulate it. All right, so I have a first from Assemblywoman Anderson, second. Second, well, it should come from you. So Senator Danyate, second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So I have a nay from Assemblymember Cole and Assemblymember Patchett. The motion carries. Thank you. And now Assemblymember Anderson. You had just a general comment. Okay, no, that's fine. Then we'll.
Thank you so much for allowing me to sit in.
All right. Well,
for whoever it was.
Yeah. So we're going to open up for public comment. So we're agenda item number 12, which is opening up for public comment. Is there anyone here for public comment? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Cassie Charles here on behalf of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, also known as AFSCME. I genuinely want to thank the work of this hardworking committee. I know that there's a lot of work to do here, especially in regards to our public services and funding our contracts, and I greatly appreciate every conversation we have in this committee and the intentions of this committee and exactly all of the work that we are doing here to support our community. Recently at the convention for AFSCME last week, the governing body representing 1.4 million AFSCME workers recently ratified a resolution prioritizing families over corporations, and I do believe that that is what this good committee is doing. Thank you so much for your work.
Good evening, Chair and Committee. My name is Sabrina Petrell. I am here today on behalf of the Nevada Primary Care Association. The association represents the state's federally qualified health centers, or FQHCs. Our members cared for nearly 136,000 Nevadans last year, including more than 38,000 uninsured patients and almost 48,000 who were covered by Medicaid. Nevada's FQHCs are bracing for an increase in the number of uninsured patients due to work requirements imposed by H.R. 1. Our cost per patient was $1,948 in 2025. We collected $1,765 per Medicaid patient and only $216 per uninsured patient. That's a deficit of about $1,700 for every patient who becomes uninsured. One way the legislature could support the expected burden on FQHCs is to exempt them from property tax. At least 5 states currently have this exemption. Nevada already exempts, as Mr. Nakamoto went through, charitable foundations, property leased to NSHE, fraternities, sororities, special nonprofits, and volunteer fire departments. If this exemption were available for FQHC-owned properties as well as leased properties, this would save about $723,000 statewide that could be directly put into patient care. This would allow the FQHCs to serve, by our estimate, about 375 additional uninsured patients. So thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing up HR 1. It's on top of our mind, and NVPCA really looks forward to connecting to discuss that impact further.
Thank you, Chair Neal and members of the committee, for your commitment today to modernizing a tax base that can provide first-class services from firefighters, educators, and other Nevadans who live and die by the choices that our state budget makes. We look forward to supporting you in your efforts to modernize the tax base. And I just realized Andrew Clark, Battleborn Progress, for the record. Thank you.
Is public comment up north? Hi. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Neal, Vice Chair Backus. Clay Mitchell, Story County Commissioner. I appreciate the conversation around data centers. And as far as water goes, I've expressed my concerns to DRI directly about the methodology. One of my assignments is a trustee for the public utility that provides water and wastewater services to many of these facilities. And we have an open offer repeated several times over the last year to allow their researchers to meet with our technical staff to acquire more accurate and localized data on actual water usage. And we're looking forward to engaging further on that to make sure that it truly reflects what's happening on the ground. Overall, Story County favors a modernization approach to abatements more similar to the approach outlined by Assemblymember Cole, which is why we are introducing a bill to do exactly that as a local jurisdiction that really supports the largest number of abatements in the state. I spent some time yesterday with some reps from our IBEW local, and I just want to summarize a few of the things that they shared in relation to the impact of data center construction. According to our Building Construction Trades Council up here, they estimate 8,000 to 10,000 union trade workers daily are working in the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center, as evidenced by the horrible traffic. And most of those are working on data center projects. Specifically, 4,000 electricians, union electricians, are working in the region, and 80% of those are working on data center projects. The typical pay with substantial overtime that is normal for a data center project at the journey level is coming in about $170,000 a year plus benefits. Plumbers and pipe fitters are coming in at almost $180,000 according to their estimates. We have about 1,000 electricians from Southern Nevada currently working on projects up here. Now, the apprenticeship program normally runs about 150 apprentices. They're currently above 500, and they said they're on their way to 1,200. And they only take on those apprentices if they see the path for them to complete that apprenticeship. And that's what they're seeing with this development. One of the things that's really unique about these developments is their long duration. Each building may only take 18 to 24 months to build, but a campus build out typically lasts 7 to 10 years, in some cases 20 years. And that provides a unique opportunity for the construction trades. It gives them stability and longevity. It allows them to really settle into the communities, which is pretty unique for the construction industry. And the last thing that we would want to see is this prosperity grind to a halt. There was some discussion of revenue at the end. The latest groundbreaking that we had announced that they were spending $10 billion to build the 2 buildings that they were breaking ground on. That would take 1,000 construction jobs and 230 permanent jobs, averaging 6 figures in compensation. The tenants were then going to bring in $30 billion worth of equipment. That alone, even with abatements in place, accounts for hundreds of millions in sales tax to the general fund. And so that's just one of the projects, a large one to be sure, of probably half a dozen that we have happening in our county. Anyway, we look forward to engaging to find the right path forward to make sure that our citizens are protected, but that this kind of prosperity for our workers does not end. Thank you.
Hello, Will Adler for the record with Silver State Government Relations. I mostly wanted to ditto Assemblywoman Natha Anderson up there, but overall, I've watched this committee throughout the year, and I do agree that the knowledge shared and sort of the depth and the breadth of revenue policy is not known enough in the legislature or in Nevada as a whole. So I just want to say thank you for the discussions today and how deep you guys went. And I look forward to these discussions continuing in the 2027 legislature. And again, thank you to all our first responders and those who are doing their work up in Northern Nevada. Thank you guys for the committee. Have a good one.
Thank you. So, broadcast, anyone on the phone line?
Chair, the public line is open and working. We have no callers at this time.
Thank you for that. All right, so members, I'm sure you're grateful for this. We are adjourning for the day. Have safe travels home.
Thanks, Chair.